The rain pours down on a fateful night. A voice echoes through his mind, a chance to twist your fate. He holds her close in the downpour, a final, desperate embrace. With a heavy sigh, he accepts his end. If you wish to kill, her eyes flash with cold resolve. Her choice already made. She drives her blade through his chest, and he collapses, coughing blood. He stares at his own blood covering his hand, the wound a stark reality. Yet through the pain, he looks up at her, a faint smile on his lips. Beautiful, he whispers, precisely because I cannot possess you. But his final words are a curse, filled with bitter resentment. You damned bitch. As Deculine's life fades, blood staining his lips, the world itself seems to glitch. A system window flashes into existence, confirming his death was a cold, calculated objective. The nullification of engagement. But then the scene shatters, revealing a man in a dark room who sighs. Phew, I'm glad, as the words stage clear glow on his monitor. Finally, it's not crashing, he murmurs, the intense life-or-death struggle reduced to a simple bug test. All this effort, he thinks, was just to fix a single bug in the route for this one character he designed. His name is Kim Woojin, a character model designer for the Rue Company. Stretching after a long night, he yawns. That's it for today's overtime. A simple game developer behind the epic tragedy. He works for Rue, a studio that became a global sensation in the console game wasteland of South Korea. And the game he's testing is a massive AAA title, one that his company has bet its entire future on. The stakes are impossibly high, because as he puts it, we're fucked if this game doesn't do well. The game's essence is a story that shifts with every choice, driven by its highly advanced named characters. Players are given total freedom to become anyone they wish, from a demon king to a humble merchant. But with such high stakes, Woojin knows the studio will fall if the game flops, so he must check the settings one last time. The reason for his endless overtime is a single character, the head professor, Deculine von Greyhan, Klein. He's not just any NPC, but a named villain, and one of the game's most formidable intermediate bosses. Countless errors plagued this character's roots, and Woojin's job was to finally kill him without the game breaking. In this particular route, his tragic end comes from a fatal stab wound, delivered by his own fiancée. Woojin stretches, finally satisfied, thinking the villain's death is a fitting end for all his schemes. But just as he relaxes, a voice calls his name. Woojin. A colleague approaches his desk, leaning in to ask, "How's the testing going?" This woman is not just his team leader, Inu Ara, but also his ex-girlfriend. They had been together for 7 years, a time he remembers as pure happiness. But while he was naturally lazy, she was an obsessive workaholic who never stopped. Her ambition was a fire that pushed him to become a better person. However, even that wasn't enough, and in the end, they broke up. He carries the weight of that failure, knowing he couldn't change for her. The wound deepened when he heard she had someone new just 6 months later. In the present, he exhales a bitter sigh, muttering about her new man. The rumors spread so fast, she says, confirming it's going well, which only twists the knife. I hope you get married, he sneers, but she coldly tells him to stop being petty and fix the bugs. She informs him of more story changes for the villain Deculine, much to his annoyance. He scoffs, questioning if the boss is too weak, noting he seems really killable. But she explains Deculine's true power. He grows stronger based on the player's choices. Then she drops a bombshell with a sly smile. Did you know? The model for this character was you. He's completely flustered, denying it as she points out their uncanny resemblance. Her confession turns cruel as she admits, "That's why I kill him as soon as I meet him in-game." His last words are, "You damned bitch," he retorts, utterly baffled by the comparison. She dismisses his shock, asking about the game, but he can only worry about the studio's fate. He insists the game will be a hit, but then his gaze drifts sideways with a sudden realization. With a petty smirk, he turns the tables, asking, "Isn't that your little boyfriend over there? Look, he's waiting for you," he says, gesturing to the man by the car as the night grows late. With a cold expression, he presses her, asking, "What are you doing? Don't keep him waiting." Turning his back on her completely, he gives one final, firm command. "Go to him." She accepts this ending with a soft smile, simply replying, "Yeah, I will." With a wave and a final good luck Woojin, she walks out of his life. He can only watch her leave, his quiet goodbye hanging in the empty air. The scene fades to a silent, lonely moon hanging in the night sky. Time ticks forward, each second marking the end of their story. But back at his desk, Woojin channels his frustration into his work, declaring, "Ha, I'll test Deculin again." Staring at the villain's face, he mutters in disbelief, "Man, the artist is harsh. You're telling me this guy is ME?" Deculine's stats reveal his core conflict. a combination of a whiz kid and a mere average mage. Once hailed as a magical genius, his arrogance and noble background twisted him into something monstrous. His personality became so warped by elitism that one has to wonder, would he even be considered human? And though he's meant to grow stronger, he's already completely surrounded by those who despise him. Back at his desk, Woojin decides to secretly intervene, wondering if he can add another, less conspicuous attribute. After all, the villain is modeled after him, giving him a personal stake in the character's fate. He considers adding the comprehension attribute, hoping it will grant the villain something akin to empathy. But then he gets carried away, stacking Deculine with god-tier traits like Midas Touch and Iron Man. Realizing he just created an overpowered self-insert, he feels a sudden wave of shame over his choices. Fearing the consequences, he quickly decides, I better revert him back before a problem occurs. Just as he's about to rest, a sudden notification startles him. It's a late-night message from the game's story writer, of all people. The writer offers to change the character model for him immediately. Woojin quickly replies that he was just taking a look. But the writer sends back a bizarre command. Take a look outside the window. Confused, he turns, wondering what could possibly be out there. His eyes widen in horror at an impossible, swirling vortex tearing open the night sky. He can only stare, his mind completely blank from the shock. Just what the hell is that? He whispers, seeing a literal hole in the sky. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning erupts from the anomaly, striking down towards the world. Screaming souls erupt from a terrifying purple vortex. He plummets into a hellish abyss, his mind screaming, "Where am I?" Staring at a stranger's reflection in the pouring rain, he can only ask, "Who is this?" A chilling voice from a forgotten memory warns him, "So, child, do not forget, be wary of him, always." Over a field of bodies, the voice continues, "Deculine is no tame man." The vision reveals countless talents, warning that he's only downplaying his true power. The memory ends with one final, terrifying truth. He is a vile villain, but a furious voice shatters the darkness, screaming, "Get up right now, Deculine." His eyes snap open, realizing with horror he's now inhabiting that very villain's body. A furious woman looms over him, shouting, "How can you call yourself a person?" With a heavy sigh, he finally understands his situation. Even though a few days have passed since he possessed this body, the nightmare feels all too real. "How long are you going to stay cooped up?" a woman screams. Furious, he's shaming their entire household. She slams down a stack of papers, giving him a final ultimatum. "Get up if you don't want to get fired." It all began after that day, when a strange phenomenon warped the very sky. A week has now passed since he woke up in this unfamiliar body and strange place. But the ornate scenery makes one horrifying truth certain. He's trapped inside the game he created. Worse, he's become the most pathetic character in the game, one who cannot escape death no matter what. He is a man fated to die, with no route to survival. He has become the villain Deculine. A full week has passed since he woke up in the opulent Euclid Manor, trapped in this new body. At first, he desperately clung to the hope that this was all just a terrible dream. But as the days passed, the crushing weight of this new life forced him to accept the truth. He wonders if this is some twisted afterlife, a punishment for his death by lightning strike. But one thing is certain. He has become the villain of the very game he created. Deculine von Greyhan. Eucline. This character is nothing more than a middle boss, a roadblock designed to be hated and destroyed by everyone. Worse yet, he has no idea which part of the story he's in, leaving him completely unable to prepare for his fate. After testing the game thousands of times, he knows with chilling certainty this character only managed to survive a single time. Deculine is a man whose entire existence was crafted for one sole purpose: to die. Just as despair sets in, he discovers a document left by the original Deculine, a lecture plan for the Imperial University. He remembers the woman who threw the papers, Yahello, his half-sister, now leading their house in his stead. Their relationship, he recalls, is anything but good. He then remembers Yahello screaming furiously about another woman, a woman he assumes is Julie, his fiancée, hinting at a terrible falling out. In a flashback, Yahello throws down the documents, shouting, "So if you don't want to get fired, get up right now." The word professor echoes in his mind, and he realizes with a jolt that the lecture is today. With no other choice, he grabs the papers and prepares to leave. He's never lectured before, but he desperately needs to gather information to survive. He recalls the words that floated before him when he awoke. His primary survival goal is to become necessary to the game, and he knows that Yahello herself is a trigger for many of the death routes he must now avoid. Forced to give a lecture, he remains strangely calm, knowing he has a secret weapon. This body possesses a unique grade attribute he himself created: Comprehension, the power to understand anything by consuming mana. It was a skill he gave the villain to instill a sliver of empathy in the cold-hearted noble, but as a late-game ability, he suspects it holds far more power than he ever intended. He steps into a grand bathroom, a world utterly alien to his own. Yet everything feels natural, as if he has lived as Deculin his entire life. Even the impossibly elegant clothes, which should feel foreign, instead bring him a strange sense of comfort and power. He realizes he's not just inhabiting a body, but inheriting Deculin's very essence, his dignity and aesthetic sense. A chilling thought begins to form as the pieces click into place. Staring at his reflection, he understands the terrifying truth. This body is telling him that it's his now. The rigid formality he once found suffocating now feels completely natural. Even this walk to his first lecture, a mission to gather information, feels like second nature. He accepts his new station as a superior member of the nobility, but his old self immediately rebels against the thought, scoffing my ass. A flashback reminds him of his true identity. Kim Woojin, a completely regular man. His ex-girlfriend's voice echoes in his memory, calling him a pathetic, lazy bastard. Back in the present, he enters a luxury car, vowing never to let his guard down or lose himself. Yet he can't help but marvel, having never been in such a nice vehicle before. The expensive car suddenly triggers an old, infuriating memory that still makes his blood boil. But his thoughts are cut short when he spots a young man just outside the window. He's suddenly face to face with a nervous young man, a complete stranger in his own car. The boy frantically presents a document, addressing him as professor with a terrified stutter. Testing the gaps in his memory, he coldly asks a simple question. Are you a wizard? He then brushes off the boy's 3 years of loyal service with a chillingly casual, I'm joking. But the document isn't research, it's a pre-written script for him to simply read aloud. He scoffs, realizing the original Deculine was too proud and untalented to write his own material. A strange glitch distorts his vision as he understands this timid assistant did all the work. So he offers 2 simple words, good work, which leaves the boy utterly speechless. The assistant can barely process the praise, stammering his thanks as he's told to rest. But as his gloved hand clenches, a strange new sensation surges through his very being. He wonders just how terrible a person he's become, feeling physically sick from the simple act of praising someone. It's a terrifying realization Deculin's consciousness is invading his own just as the car arrives at its destination. He steps out onto the pavement, his eyes lifting to the grand structure before him. This is Deculine's workplace, the magnificent and imposing Imperial University. He recalls the letter from his sister, remembering the lecture was to be held in Rodeo Hall. Inside, the hall is already packed with students buzzing with anticipation for the famous head professor's lecture. As he walks to the podium, whispers fill the air about his legendary past as a child prodigy. Suddenly, the murmuring ceases as a student calls for everyone's attention. My name is Deculin von Greyhan Ukline, he announces, claiming his title as head professor of the Magic Tower. With a cold, determined gaze, he declares, now, I'll begin my lecture. As Deculine lectures, the students are completely captivated, whispering about how handsome and cool he is. But in the crowd, one student's hand clenches in pure rage at their praise. At last, we meet, she thinks, her eyes burning with hatred for the enemy of her father. In her mind, the professor's image shatters as she internally screams, Deculine, you trash bastard. Her memory flashes back 3 years, to the tragic day her father took his own life. He was a brilliant researcher whose life's work was stolen, driving him into complete despair. And the man who stole that thesis, the genius praised by all, was none other than Deculine. Back then, she was powerless to do anything as she lost everything after her father's death. Stripped of her noble status, her home, and her family, she became a penniless orphan. So, with nothing left to lose, she made a solemn pledge to get her revenge. Driven by her vow, she clawed her way into the very university where that trashy bastard teaches. She knows his famed spell interpretation skill is a complete lie, stolen from the achievements of her father. So how can he stand there so arrogantly, his face a mask of unearned pride? That prestigious position, that fame, it should have all belonged to her father. Her rage boils over, wanting nothing more than to expose his lies and kill him on the spot. But she forces herself to hold back, knowing she must prepare more to drag him down. For the perfect revenge, she must wait as Deculin calmly announces, silence, I'll begin the lecture now. He introduces himself as the head professor and a monarch mage, the powerful 4th rank among all mages. He begins his lecture, explaining the fundamentals, 3 big attributes, and 9 types in magic. The attributes are the origins of magic itself, while the types dictate its powerful and varied applications. Deculine realizes that with his innate mage's attribute, this lecture is surprisingly easy. Despite being a complete novice just reading from a script, he's performing flawlessly. The comprehension attribute he created allows him to perfectly understand every complex theory on the page. His natural elitism, once a flaw, now commands the absolute focus of every student in the hall. He briefly wonders if he's a natural teacher before explaining how mana is stored within the body. He details the 3 methods: the head for mages, the heart for knights, and the inner core for universal storage. His advice is as arrogant as his reputation. If you're not talented, you need to choose and focus. But he knows the crushing irony, as his own mana of 3,375 is dwarfed by a master's 30,000. Finding his own words amusingly hypocritical, he moves to end the lecture but notices a strange passage in the script. A single, ominous thought freezes him as he stares at the final lines. Must I really read this? He freezes, realizing the original Deculine would have never read this part of the script. Deciding to ignore the ominous words, he simply asks the silent hall, "Are there any questions?" Just as one student raises his hand, another voice suddenly cuts through the crowd. He feels a moment of relief, but it's shattered when a student shouts his name. A hooded girl stands, demanding his interpretation of a devil's spell discovered last night. Unfazed, Deculine coldly questions her. "Are you really from the university's magic tower?" He presses further, stating that proper etiquette demands she announce her name and affiliation first. She's left utterly speechless as he declares, "I will not answer questions from a child who doesn't know basic etiquette." Ignoring her shock, he turns to leave the lecture hall, claiming he has no other choice. Because internally, he's just discovered his powerful comprehension skill is rapidly draining his already low mana reserves. As the students begin to laugh, Deculine internally worries about his dwindling mana, knowing a new spell could drain him completely. But the silver-haired student glares with cold resolve, her attempt to get his attention seemingly having failed. "Please wait," she cries out, explaining the magic tower dismissed the spell and only he can figure it out. Without waiting for an answer, she unleashes a torrent of volatile green magic, filling the lecture hall with its power. The energy coalesces into a complex magical circle as she demands, "I request that you interpret this spell." The spell reflects in his eye, his mana reserves now dangerously low at only 360 points. While she pleads for even a hint, Deculine cuts her off with a simple, devastating answer. It's barrier magic. Stunned, she can only stammer, "Pardon?" as he coldly states there's no need for any hints. He casually turns away, dismissing it as a simple bewitchment spell meant to trap everyone in the room. With his analysis complete, the spell shatters, leaving her speechless as a system notification declares his quest a success. Later in the university cafeteria, the silver-haired student stews over her public failure. She clenches her fist, barely able to eat as she calls him an annoying bastard. Her plan was to expose his skills as a lie, using a supposedly unknown spell. Instead, he made her out to be a fool, leaving her to die of embarrassment. Yet he correctly identified it as bewitchment magic, a conclusion she still can't accept. True bewitching spells are incredibly difficult, requiring complex parameters that hers completely lacked. After all, the spell she used was just a chaotic prank drawn on the freshman dorm door. Who's the idiot now, she wonders, just as another student runs toward her shouting her name. The girl excitedly explains that by treating the dorm spell like a real barrier, she solved it. This revelation leaves her completely speechless, her entire worldview shattered in a single moment. The red-haired girl praises her bravery, but all she can think is, that magic was really a barrier? How could he possibly know it was a bewitchment without any parameters? She refuses to believe it, thinking, there's no way. Her friend offers to add her name, Ephraim, to the report, leaving her completely stunned into silence. She realizes with dawning horror that she just improved Deculine's reputation for nothing. Her eyes then fall upon the syllabus for his class. Understanding Elemental Magic, a high-rank 5th-grade lecture. A new resolve hardens her expression as she decides to know her enemy in order to win her battles. She steels herself, vowing not to waver when she has to face that annoying man from now on. "Just you wait, Deculine," she seethes with burning eyes. "I'm going to expose you soon." Meanwhile, Deculine walks away as a system window declares his side quest complete, rewarding him with store currency. He reflects on the close call, calmly admitting to himself that the situation could have gone badly. He recalls the moment he saw the student's spell, his unique comprehension ability activating on its own. The spell circle was so complex that merely analyzing it drained every last drop of his mana. He confesses that even with twice his power, he would have failed to understand its fundamental principles. Relieved that he survived the encounter, a sudden voice calls out, "Long time no see." He turns to see a figure that sends a jolt of recognition through him. Her white hair and light eyes are unmistakable. He's seen this person countless times on his monitor. It's Julie von de Freyden, the knight who greets him with a simple, loaded question. He knows exactly who she is, his fiancée from the game, a future legend he never expected to meet here. Clenching his fist, he gives a cold, non-committal reply. Fine, let's say. But she presses forward, questioning his well-being after he broke a promise they made just 1 week ago. Caught off guard, he feigns ignorance, having no idea what promise she's talking about. He decides it's better to avoid the topic entirely, attempting to brush her off with a simple "I don't recall." But she blocks his path, her voice sharp. Are you trying to run, like before? He realizes instantly that she's not going to let him pass so easily. Changing tactics, he blames a recent fever for his memory loss, asking her to explain the promise they made. A flashback reveals her condition. If he confessed his arrogance and became truthful, she would stay with him. But her memory ends in heartbreak, realizing she was wrong to ever trust him. Back in the present, his voice is ice as he dismisses her with a single command. You may go. He turns his back without a second thought, his expression unreadable and cold. As he walks away, Julie is left behind, her face contorted with anger and betrayal. Her engagement was a simple convenience. A talented mage, Deculine, and a talented knight, Julie, bound by politics. The union was celebrated as a perfect match for both their families' politics and bloodlines. With the two great houses of Yahello and Freyden in agreement, no one dared to object to the marriage. She told herself it was fine, a necessary sacrifice for her household, even if I don't love him. But soon, both families realized a horrifying truth. His supposed talents never existed in the first place. He became a fraud, a whiz kid who had shown no progress for 3 years. A lie he told the world. To avoid public shame, both families tried to keep his failure a secret, trapping Julie in their web of deceit. But she could not forgive the situation. A loveless marriage was one thing, but she could not stand the lies. So she confronted him, driven by her unshakable conviction as a knight who valued truth above all else. And to her shock, he simply agreed. All right, I'll do as you say, sealing a promise he would one day break. You, she stammers, completely caught off guard by his sudden compliance. She clenches her gauntlet, demanding to know if he'll truly keep his promise until the very end as the flashback concludes. Back in the present, he arrives at the magnificent Imperial University, home to the legendary Magic Tower. Deculine walks the halls of the most prestigious department, a place he himself designed to be the absolute peak of power. He takes in the view of the campus he created, a strange sense of pride welling up as he admits, it looks nice. The sprawling campus unfolds before him, a perfect recreation of the vision he once had as a simple game developer. Even the meticulously cared-for gardens trigger a wave of nostalgia, reminding him of the countless hours poured into every detail. His mind flashes back to his old life, to the sleepless nights he and his team spent bringing this very world to life. But the feeling is bittersweet, as he muses this would be better if he weren't trapped in the body of a villain. Suddenly, something makes him freeze in his tracks, his eyes widening in utter shock as he whips his head around. The source of his shock is a clumsy student who slams right into him, sending a box flying with a loud thud. Scrambling amidst scattered papers, the boy apologizes, explaining he was just in a hurry to see his professor. Deculine recognizes the familiar face, mistaking him for someone else. Oh, it's you. Zorro, was it? The flustered boy quickly corrects him, stuttering, No, it's Alan. With a cold dismissal, Deculine simply walks away, leaving the confused Alan wondering who Zorro even is. Later in his office, Alan reveals why he was rushing, to deliver the list of sponsorships for the new mages. He learns that professors must invest their own money into promising students, a system he designed but never truly understood. But as he scans the documents, his eyes lock onto one specific entry, a strange feeling taking over. One name literally shines like gold on the page, a phenomenon he assumes is due to his unique noble attribute. But a system window reveals the truth. A rare combination of wealthy magnate and sharp eyesight is showing him a guaranteed path to profit. Deculine notes that a few names on the sponsorship list shine with potential, but one name glows brighter than all the rest, a student with immense, untapped value. The student is Ephorine Luna, the very same girl who publicly challenged him. He recalls her tragic backstory from the game. She lost everything because of the original Deculine's actions. Yet, despite her obvious potential, her sponsorship remains completely empty. Why does Ephorine Luna not have any sponsorships? He asks his nervous assistant. The answer is simple. The entire faculty is too terrified of Deculine to support his sworn enemy. He muses on her raw talent, recognizing she's skilled enough for the Magic Tower, without formal training. But he knows the terrifying truth. Ephorine is his fated enemy, and if he lets the game's plot unfold, she is destined to kill him. A system window confirms his grim reality as the villain. He is fated to die in countless ways, and this is just one of them. He's fated to die in countless ways: a sword to the heart, a wand to the head, or even simple poison. Even a bomb could be his end. No matter the method, death is the only guaranteed outcome for the villain. If I wish to live, he realizes, I have to make a different choice. A choice that the original, arrogant Deculine would have never even considered. With newfound resolve, he puts pen to paper, preparing to defy his predetermined fate. He hands the documents to his assistant, Alan, with a new set of instructions before heading home. As his assistant departs, Deculine is left alone with his thoughts and his dangerous new plan. He stands in the silence of his grand office, the first move already made. He knows that to survive, he needs money, because many of his death flags can be overcome with immense wealth. And investing in a promising mage is the perfect way to start building that fortune. He knows wealth isn't enough. Countless powerful figures are waiting for the chance to kill him, so what he truly needs is a way out. His only path to survival is to become overwhelmingly strong. He sits alone in a grand hall, understanding that personal power is the ultimate key to defying his fate. But there's a fatal flaw in his plan. The body he possesses has only average talent, not nearly enough to face the coming threats. He's haunted by visions of the countless deaths awaiting him, a future he feels powerless to prevent. Yet, he has one hidden advantage that the world doesn't know about: his unique attributes. While he can't control all four elements as he claims, his true potential lies in manipulating earth and fire. This combination unlocks a legendary skill, the Midas Touch, which can unleash the hidden potential of any target. His talent for manipulating metal also grants him control over deadly, ki-controlled levitating blades. He realizes that what he lacks in raw power, he can compensate for by mastering the fundamental properties of metal itself. To truly realize his potential, he understands he must first learn how to manipulate objects. With grim determination, he decides to test it out, opening a glowing book of magic. A torrent of raw mana immediately explodes from the pages as his hands make contact. The energy forms a vast, complex magic circle, overwhelming the entire hall with its sheer scale. It's a chaotic, untamed power that surges uncontrollably through the room. Suddenly, the contents and spells of basic telekinesis flood directly into his mind. The blinding light fades, leaving only a deafening silence and a lingering sense of exhaustion. Panting heavily, a flicker of hope crosses his face as he thinks, maybe now. With a simple thought, he effortlessly levitates a pen, a perfect display of newfound control. He's memorized the spell, a power he'd only ever seen in the game now made terrifyingly real. Deculine realizes that basic telekinesis is nowhere near the level he needs to survive. Standing alone in his office, he desperately wonders what he should do to grow stronger. Then a terrifyingly brilliant idea strikes him. What if I put the magic circles over my entire body? He knows this is only possible because of his unique Iron Man trait, which allows his body to withstand incredible strain. With a mana level of 800, he decides it's enough to get a little taste of this forbidden power. He unleashes his magic, forcing the violent energy to rewrite his very flesh and blood. A frightful, unimaginable pain immediately finds him as the process begins. It's an agony that feels like every bone is breaking and every muscle is being torn apart. However, he won't waver or even let out a groan, for that is the elegance required of a noble. The torrent of power finally subsides, leaving him standing alone in the silent aftermath of his ordeal. Deculine trembles, utterly exhausted and drained of mana, his ambitious attempt a failure. But the agonizing ordeal wasn't for nothing. A single magic circle is now permanently etched onto his shoulder. A month later, the first day of his lecture begins at the Grand University Magic Tower. Instead of a lesson, the students find only a cryptic sign telling them to study the elements on their own. The class is left completely bewildered, wondering where their notoriously arrogant professor could possibly be. Ephorine fumes in silence, furious at what she sees as the professor's blatant irresponsibility. What kind of asshole, she mutters, storming off in disgust from the so-called lecture. Suddenly, someone bumps hard into her from behind, breaking her angry train of thought. She whips around, ready to unleash her frustration on whoever it was, shouting, "Hey, who?" But her words die in her throat as she stares in utter shock at the person before her. Ephorine's mind reels as she recognizes the woman standing before her in the sunlit glade. It's Sylvia von Josephine Alada, a name tied to a dark and powerful noble house. But Sylvia simply tilts her head, walking past Ephorine without a single word of recognition. Ephorine is left completely stunned, watching the figure of her old rival disappear. Does she not recognize me? She wonders, a single tear welling in her eye. Her mind flashes back to a dense, lonely forest from her past. where her raw magical power first manifested, shaping the very earth around her. Now, she finds herself on the ground, a miniature magic tower before her, confused about what just happened. A painful memory surfaces. 10 years ago, the Alades surrounded her home, threatening her family over her potential. But just as the memory hits, her magical creation crumbles into dust, leaving her utterly bewildered. Ephorine feels her mana being forcefully sucked away by an unseen force. Suddenly, a massive vortex of energy erupts, pulling all the ambient power towards a single point. The source is Sylvia, who calmly asks, "Hey, what are you doing right now?" as she effortlessly channels the magic. Furious, Ephorine realizes her rival is stealing everything she's gathered and screams, "Hey, can you hear me?" Her anger boils over as she wonders why this girl is completely ignoring her. But then a thought strikes her, a sudden, chilling realization. She marches forward, demanding, "Hey, why are you pretending like you don't know me, Miss Sylvia? Are you scared that I've come to steal all your spotlight?" She challenges, her voice dripping with resentment. Sylvia coldly replies, "I don't know you," which only enrages Ephorine further. But then she delivers a devastating blow. "I don't know you, but I know your father," leaving Ephorine utterly frozen. Sylvia coldly recalls Ephorine's father as that cocky former noble, before delivering a soul-crushing blow. "I heard he died," she says, a statement that completely shatters Ephorine's composure. Suddenly, other students cry out in alarm as a terrifying power begins to surge nearby. An immense wave of green magic erupts from Ephorine, who is now impossibly high in a tree. Sylvia looks up in shock as her rival demands, "What did you just say?" Consumed by a blinding rage, Ephorine screams for her to say it again as her power spirals out of control. She unleashes a devastating magical assault, daring Sylvia to repeat her words. The attack slams into the ground, detonating in a massive, fiery explosion. Nearby, students are violently thrown back by the sheer force of the magical shockwave. In the dust and destruction, a terrified voice cries out, What just happened?" Ephorine grabs her rival, screaming, "You dare insult my father?" As other students try to pull her away. Her eyes glow with killing intent as she snarls, "I'm going to end you," but a strange sound cuts her off. Suddenly, a terrifying dark light rips open the sky, a swirling vortex of raw, unstable magic. Students scream in terror as Ephorine realizes with dawning horror that she's looking at a void. She recognizes it as the point where her mana clashed with Deculin's, and it's now sucking everything in. As the students flee, she realizes the truth. No, if that explodes, metal fragments are going to burst like bullets. The void grows more violent, promising a horrifying end for everyone caught in its blast radius. In a blinding flash, the unstable energy finally detonates with catastrophic force. But instead of death, Ephorine is encased in a protective green light, shielding her from the explosion. The chaos vanishes into an eerie silence, leaving her to wonder, did it stop? Just as the explosion erupts, Deculine appears, stopping thousands of deadly shards with a single gesture. The students are left wondering how he even got there, staring at an explosion literally frozen in time. He stands as the calm center of a storm of suspended magic, his power absolute and unquestionable. A wave of awe washes over the crowd as they realize this is the legendary power of telekinesis. Despite the mortal danger, they can't help but be captivated by the sheer beauty of his perfectly controlled magic. Even Ephorine is stunned, forced to acknowledge the dazzling, overwhelming artistry of his enchantment. With a single thought, he collapses the thousands of deadly fragments into a single, harmless crystal. Deculine then calmly announces, "Attention, everyone. We will stop today's lecture here." His cold gaze sweeps over them as he orders everyone to leave except for those who caused the commotion. A cold dread washes over Ephorine as she realizes the terrifying truth. Damn it, I'm fucked. The students are summoned to an interrogation room, their academic futures hanging by a thread. Inside, the powerful university chairwoman and head professor Deculin are already waiting. Soon, two more professors, Retlan and Relin, arrive, praising their colleagues' dedication. Chairwoman Adeline Segalian formally begins the meeting, turning her gaze toward Deculin. The council immediately shows its bias, dismissing Ephorine as a nameless commoner who dared to touch a noble from House Alad. But they also laugh and praise Deculin for his impressive handling of the crisis, turning a disaster into a spectacle. Deculine, however, sees through their flattery, knowing the meeting's outcome is already a foregone conclusion. It's a battle between the influential Sylvia and the commoner Ephorine, and the council's choice is obvious. But Deculin resolves to change their verdict, because he can see something none of them can. He senses the torrent of raw, scarlet energy pouring out of Ephorine, a sign of her immense, untapped potential. Deculine sees his own grim destiny manifest as the villain's fate, knowing that if he fails to change this outcome, his death is certain. And so, the disciplinary meeting between Ephraim and Sylvia begins, with the two girls isolated in the center of the hall. Immediately, Professor Relin erupts in fury, screaming, "How dare you cause conflict within these school halls?" But when asked why she fought, a battered Ephraim can only whisper, "I cannot say." The council is shocked by her silence, causing her to flinch as their disbelief echoes through the room. She knows she can't speak the truth, because the man she blames for everything is watching from the shadows. The memory of Sylvia's cruel words about her father's death flashes through her mind, but she can't reveal that in front of her true enemy. Her silence is taken as arrogance, and the professor slams the table, accusing her of having an inferiority complex. Ephraim can only bow her head, as he berates her for forgetting the vast difference in their social positions. With Ephraim silenced, Sylvia is asked to speak, calmly giving a completely fabricated story about an accidental argument. The council scoffs at the lowly one with no name, questioning if she has anger issues for causing such a fuss. "Chairwoman, we should expel her," Professor Relin insists, a cold dread washing over the helpless Ephraim. Drowning in insults and accusations, she realizes she is utterly alone, with no one to protect her. Her despair ignites into pure rage as she silently screams the name of her true enemy, Deculine. Believing the verdict is clear, the chairwoman calmly announces, "It seems that our opinions have been organized." But before finalizing the verdict, she turns to the silent witness, asking Professor Deculine for his statement. With the full authority of his rank, Deculine finally speaks, his voice echoing through the silent room. It's over now. But his question isn't for Ephraim, as he asks an unseen person if they truly believe they had no fault. The entire room goes silent as he calls out the true target by her full name. Sylvia von Josephine Alad. He presses his attack, repeating the question that shatters her composure. "Do you really think you had no fault?" The entire room is stunned by this sudden turn of events as Deculine continues his cold assault on Sylvia's testimony. He claims she could have easily prevented the incident, questioning if her highly praised abilities are simply not enough. Cornered, Sylvia drops a bombshell confession, admitting she let it happen just to see Ephraim get in bigger trouble. Ephraim is completely bewildered, wondering why Deculine is targeting Sylvia when she knows it's her own fault. When another professor tries to defend Sylvia, Deculine masterfully turns the argument back on him, asking if he should take the blame instead. As the professor stammers, Ephraim realizes with dawning shock that Deculine is systematically dismantling Sylvia's defenders. Her world shatters as she finally understands he's doing all of this to defend her. But just as the tension peaks, the chairwoman claps her hands, silencing the room with a single word. Enough. She then dismisses the entire affair, declaring that kids will be kids, and they should simply let it go this one time. With the case dismissed, Ephraim is left reeling, utterly shocked that the Deculine she knew didn't demand her expulsion. As the other professors praise his extraordinary analysis, Deculine simply walks away, claiming it was all for the students. But his cold, calculating gaze reveals a much deeper, unspoken motive behind his actions. Ephraim watches his silhouette retreat, her mind racing to understand the man who just saved her from certain doom. "I have a question," she thinks, wondering if he remembers her father, who suffered his entire life underneath him. Gathering her courage, she calls out to him, and he stops, glancing back over his shoulder. His expression remains unreadable, yet he seems to know exactly what's coming, muttering, as expected. "I need to know," she demands. "Do you remember the Luna family, and how my father died under your delusions?" Her mind spirals with a terrifying thought. What if he remembers and simply rescinds the verdict to protect himself? Yet, an even more heartbreaking possibility emerges. What if, after everything, he doesn't even remember her father at all? "You don't have to ask," Deculine states, leaving Ephraim completely stunned by his cold, direct answer. He turns away with a final, chilling piece of advice. "Do not waste your potential on things of the past." His footsteps echo as he departs, leaving her utterly alone in the vast, empty hall. She stands in silence, his words replaying in her mind as she desperately tries to understand his true motive. "I knew it," she realizes, convinced he must remember her father, and acted out of some hidden guilt. Her hands tremble as she concludes that this sense of responsibility is the only reason he decided to help her. But a painful thought pierces through her relief. Was the reason he helped her simply because of pity? Wiping away a tear, she finds a strange solace in one simple fact: at least he didn't forget her. As she accepts this, a system window appears, rewarding Deculine for overcoming a death variable and granting him +2 store currency. Meanwhile, speeding down a country road, his assistant Alan asks in disbelief, "That happened?" In a car, the powerful head of the Alade family tells his daughter Sylvia not to worry about that child anymore. Sylvia coldly agrees, thinking to herself that while Ephorine had talent, she has already missed her window of opportunity. This triggers a memory from 10 years ago, when she first met Ephorine during an aptitude exam that ended with an impossible result. The examiner was left speechless, declaring that both young girls possessed the legendary talent to become archmages. The revelation was unheard of, two prodigies with such immense potential, both originating from the same small fief. While a young Ephorine stood there utterly confused, Sylvia began to grasp the true weight of their shared destiny. To be an archmage is to reach the eternal rank, a pinnacle of power so great that even the emperor cannot touch it. However, an unbreakable rule of magic dictates that only 3 archmages can exist in any single era. At that time, with 2 seats already accounted for, only one final empty spot remained for the taking. This meant that she, the heir of Eladi, and the commoner Ephorine were fated to compete for that last, coveted seat. Sylvia recalls the moment her father coldly commanded Ephorine's family to give up on her future. She understood then that her powerful family had crushed the Lunas completely, and it was all for her sake. The goal was ruthless and simple, to make her the archmage instead of her fated rival, Ephorine. But becoming one wasn't just her family's wish, it was her own deepest desire and destiny. Back in the present, Ephorine's sharp words cut through her memories. "Are you afraid of me catching up?" Sylvia scoffs, dismissing the accusation by claiming she was just unlucky during their encounter. Later, her father dismisses Ephorine as a non-threat, but warns her to be wary of Professor Deculine instead. "He's not a simple man," he explains, recalling that Deculine was once a genius who could soar at any moment. But Sylvia already knows this truth, realizing with a jolt that the professor saw right through her trap. And at that very moment, her carefully laid plan had erupted into a catastrophic failure. Sylvia recalls her perfect plan to make Ephorine's mana vanish, a trap designed to explode on contact, creating a massive incident to ruin her rival. But somehow, Professor Deculine saw right through her perfectly hidden scheme. Instead of exposing her, he masterfully forced a compromise, manipulating the entire hearing. His chilling threat left her no choice but to obey. "I know everything, so go along with me." The encounter leaves her completely shaken, forced to question just what kind of man he truly is. A few days later, at the Grand Eucline Manor, Deculine prepares to depart. Answering his attendant's call, he confirms he'll be down soon. His car pulls away from the estate, heading toward an unknown destination. And inside, Westerstra, he confirms his victory by saving Ephorine. He's just erased one of his own death flags. He reflects on Ephorine's hostility, a calculated risk he had to take. He knows he's made an enemy of Sylvia, but it was a necessary sacrifice to secure his own survival. While he'd rather avoid social events, a new side quest appears, offering a chance to gain precious store currency. Needing 5 points to unlock the shop, he decides to attend the event specifically to hunt for other named characters. His car soon arrives at a lavish, high-society venue for the Flower of the New Year event. As he enters, nobles immediately bow in respect, welcoming the infamous Professor Deculine. The hall is already teeming with the Empire's elite, a sea of powerful and influential figures. He immediately recognizes several high-ranking nobles and key-named characters from the game he designed. But his gaze sharpens, locking onto one person in particular. He spots Yahello, the very man he modeled his own villainous persona after. "I made the right choice coming here," Deculine thinks, confident in his plan to farm currency. An old noble immediately intercepts him, loudly announcing the arrival of the infamous Professor Deculine. The man tries to curry favor by mentioning his son, but the professor is already being swarmed by others. Overwhelmed by the fawning crowd, Deculine instantly regrets his decision, thinking, "I retract my statement." But then a single name cuts through the noise, Sir Ganesha, and his entire demeanor instantly sharpens. He coldly ignores another noble's dinner invitation, his focus now locked on a far more important target. He realizes that meeting Ganesha, a major turning point in the story, would be the greatest prize of the night. With renewed purpose, he scans the crowded hall, desperately searching for the woman he just heard named. He knows he must use this one chance to get acquainted with her, whatever it takes. For this is adventurer Ganesha, a woman ranked as the 5th strongest character in the early story. His eyes scan the grand hall, desperately searching for one person. Ganesha. He knows she's close, a pivotal piece of his future hidden somewhere in this crowd. And then, looking up at the balcony, a triumphant thought crosses his mind. Found her. It's the woman with red pigtails in an adventurer's outfit, standing out completely among the nobles. Just as he rushes to meet her, a voice cuts through his focus, stopping him dead in his tracks. "Professor Deculine?" the voice calls, and Deculine's face twists in pure annoyance. Why now of all times? He turns to face the man who was the original inspiration for his villainous personality. Ehelm. With a smug grin, Ehelm approaches, feigning surprise that the head professor would even remember him. He immediately starts taunting Deculon, mentioning rumors that his research hasn't progressed in 3 years, and that his abilities are being doubted. This is Deculon's old university peer, a man who now holds a deep grudge after losing the head professor position to him. Deculon internally admits the rumors are true, but Ehelm's pathetic provocations mean nothing to him. But then a sudden, horrifying realization strikes him like a bolt of lightning. He whips his head back towards the balcony only to find that Ganesha, the key to his plans, has vanished. As his rival continues to drone on, Deculon seethes with pure rage, having lost his target because of this fool. He turns sharply, cutting Ehelm off with a cold, "Hey, Ehelm, enough with the bullshit," he snarls, his voice dripping with venom. "Flick off, you rotten cheese-like bastard." While a stunned Ehelm stammers in disbelief, Deculon walks away, his entire plan now completely ruined. Meanwhile, the party guests begin to murmur amongst themselves, wondering where Professor Deculon suddenly went. Deculon stalks through a quiet corridor, sighing that even after ditching Ehelm, there are so many pests at these gatherings. Just then, another voice calls out his name, stopping him in his tracks once again. He turns, and to his shock, it's Ganesha, the very adventurer he'd been searching for. "We meet here," she says with a smirk. "Or were you searching for me?" Deculon is stunned, wondering if the original villain he possessed already had a connection to this key character. She sees right through his excuses, laughing off his claim of being lost and insisting he was looking for her. Ganesha then apologizes for a past mission, revealing a professional history between them that he knows nothing about. She mentions failing to bring him a talented child, but Deculon realizes it wasn't a failure, it was a choice. "I got attached," Ganesha confesses, admitting she couldn't bring herself to hand the child over to him. Suddenly, a dark memory surfaces the original Deculon, desperate to use a child's talent to overcome his own weakness. With this new understanding, Deculon looks at her and asks a single, piercing question. "Until when," he asks softly, "will you keep living like that?" His question hangs in the air, a quiet challenge to the life she's been living. He remembers the path of the original villain, a man who destroyed trust and hurt everyone for his own fame. But now, turning away, he declares, "I'm going to live differently now," leaving Ganesha utterly stunned. "I didn't expect that response," she admits, confessing she thought he would try to kill her. As she leaves, Deculon dismisses her fears, thinking her concern about him is completely excessive. He knows the truth. The original Deculon would have foolishly tried to kill a top-class fighter like her, proving he was ready to die. After all, Ganesha is a named character who could kill someone with a single strand of her hair. Her attributes are invincible body and master of all martial arts, a fighter who has reached the absolute physical peak. He realizes that only because he possessed this body did Ganesha survive. Otherwise, an assassin would have already failed and died. Meanwhile, Ganesha ponders his strange behavior, but decides she's accomplished her goal of making connections and moves on. "There's no further reason to stay here," Deculon declares, turning to leave Ganesha behind. She anxiously asks if it's truly over, with no threat of assassination. He scoffs at the very idea, dismissing her concern as utterly classless. Ganesha is left completely stunned by his cold and unexpected departure. As he walks, Deculon considers the risks, realizing that pressuring her would only create new variables for his death. Suddenly, a system notification shocks him to his core. A death variable has been avoided. He finally understands that their entire conversation was a hidden death flag he barely sidestepped. Feeling a chill, he realizes he can't be at ease anywhere in this cursed place. Elsewhere, a young adventurer named Rayleigh, Julie's relative, impatiently calls out. She tries to drag away a stubborn Julie, who flatly refuses, saying, "I don't wanna." Rayleigh falls silent, her concern for Julie growing. She cautiously asks, "How are things with that person lately?" Causing the night to freeze. With Professor Deculon, she clarifies, worried about the rumors surrounding their broken engagement. The question triggers a painful memory of Deculon coldly walking away, abandoning her completely. Julie's voice is heavy with sorrow as she admits, "Of course it's not good." But just as she speaks, the sound of footsteps makes Rayleigh panic, warning her to be quiet. Julie looks up in shock, realizing the man they were just discussing is right there. Indeed, Deculon is already descending the grand staircase as his rival Ehelm spots him from below. Without a single glance back, Deculon ignores everyone and continues his swift exit from the party. The crowd murmurs in shock, wondering why he's leaving without even acknowledging his fiancée. As Julie watches him go, she realizes the cruel rumors about their broken relationship must be true. His abrupt departure sends ripples through the party, with everyone whispering about the discord between them. But for Kim Woojin, this was just another side quest completed, earning him precious store currency. 1 week passes since the social event, and Deculin has started a rigorous physical training regimen, pushing his body to its absolute limits. He's driven by a terrifying memory, because he almost died doing something incredibly reckless. A few days ago, he had attempted a dangerous new form of magic, causing a violent explosion. The backlash was immense, leaving him collapsed on the floor and coughing up blood. He realizes only his Iron Man attribute saved him from certain death, a desperate gamble for power inspired by his encounter with Ganesha. This dangerous method of engraving magic directly onto his soul was a shortcut to power, but the intense strain forced him to accept a new reality. He needed to train his body. To overcome his physical limits, Deculine develops a grueling new morning routine. Exhausted but resolute, he pushes through the pain, knowing it's already time for work. But upon arriving at his office, he immediately questions his assistant about an unexpected notice. A statement has arrived from the Magic Tower, Alan explains, presenting the ominous letter. His blood runs cold as he realizes it's from the dreaded Professor Qualification Committee. They're demanding an audit hearing in just 6 months to review his stagnant research. He instantly understands this is a trap. The original Deculin's failures have become his problem. His entire existence in this world is tied to his core identity as a professor. The moment he loses that title, he loses all hope of ever returning home. With everything on the line, he takes a firm step forward, ready to face the impossible. Determined to survive, Deculin resolves to find anything useful in his predecessor's abandoned laboratory. The door creaks open, revealing the state of the original villain's forgotten work. What a mess, he mutters, his eyes scanning the absolute chaos within. He quickly deduces that the real Deculine hadn't been here in a very long time. But as he walks through the debris, something feels distinctly out of place. A particular heap of trash looks unnatural, as if it's intentionally hiding a secret. He realizes this hidden research might be the only way to counter the plot against him. Thankful he mastered telekinesis, he effortlessly clears away the rubble with a flick of his wrist. Beneath the junk lies a single, leather-bound research journal, perfectly preserved. He opens it, only to discover every single page is written in a complex, unbreakable code. But for a man with the comprehension attribute, such codes are useless. The moment he touches the journal, a brilliant golden light erupts from its pages, stunning him. His unique skills reveal the sheer brilliance of the hidden research, a blinding light of pure genius. However, he quickly realizes the research is incomplete, torn, and even logically flawed. And yet, despite its flaws, the potential was so immense that his own power still reacted. Tucked within the pages is a locket containing a picture of a young girl, Ephorine Luna, was it? He finally understands that her father, working as a researcher, made a desperate attempt to hide this. This research is the source of the Luna family's grudge, the reason Ephorine has lived such a brutal life. Closing the locket, he makes a silent promise, whispering, "Don't worry." He declares he will complete this paper using his own power and add her father's name as a co-author, restoring his honor. In the campus cafe, a group of commoners band together, declaring they must stick together to survive. The red-haired student explains that with only 30 of them, unity is their only hope against the nobles. But when they turn to Ephorine for support, she's startled, internally muttering, "I used to be a noble, though." She dismisses her past, realizing without land or a residence, she's a noble in name only. The others insist, telling Ephorine she absolutely must be part of their group. They've already decided she's their representative, a fellow victim of the noble Sylvia. A quiet student points out the obvious flaw. To form a club, they need a supervising professor. The red-haired girl sighs, admitting that finding a professor willing to help is their biggest hurdle. They quickly dismiss their options. One professor sucks up to nobles, while another despises commoners on sight. Finally, a student mentions the most impossible name of all, knowing Professor Deculin would never agree. Ephorine's quiet moment is shattered as she eyes a leftover cake, hoping no one else wants it. Suddenly, the red-haired student slams the table with a crazy idea. "Let's try asking Professor Deculine." Ephorine is utterly horrified by the suggestion, letting out a strangled gasp of disbelief. Another student argues that Deculine is fair, since he looks down on nobles and commoners equally. The others agree, claiming that since he saved her from punishment, she must have caught his eye. But Ephorine is consumed by dread, thinking, "I don't want to have to get involved with Deculine." She jumps to her feet, flatly refusing and insisting that her asking would only make things worse. As the red-haired girl grabs her shoulder to stop her, Ephorine suddenly freezes in place. A calm voice from behind her asks what's wrong, causing her to look up in shock. Without a moment's hesitation, she turns away from the figure blocking her path with a single, cold command. Move. Ephorine's blood runs cold as she realizes the man she just insulted is the terrifying Professor Deculine. The other students can only watch in horrified silence, trapped by the suffocating pressure of his presence. Her supposed friends immediately abandon her, one shouting, "You coward!" as she flees the scene. But instead of punishing her, Deculine simply walks past, his silent dismissal 1,000 times worse than any reprimand. Taking a desperate breath, she calls out his name, forcing the powerful professor to finally acknowledge her. She slams the club application down, bowing deeply as she blurts out her request for his signature. She tries to explain, admitting her fear that he wouldn't approve of a club full of commoners. A quick flashback reveals her grim reality. No other professor would ever help them, making this her only option. To her utter disbelief, Deculine simply takes the scroll from her hands without a single word of protest. He signs it with a flick of his wrist, casually stating, "Send me the details later," leaving her completely stunned. Deculine hands back the signed document, his voice cold and commanding as he simply says, "Take it." Staring at the elegant signature, Ephorine is in utter disbelief that he actually signed it. As he walks away without another word, she's left wondering how the infamous Deculine could have possibly agreed. Her friend celebrates their victory, but Ephorine is only filled with suspicion, questioning why he's suddenly being kind to her. Later in class, Deculine begins a lecture on the fundamental differences between categorical and pure elements. But Ephorine can't focus, her mind racing with a single, burning question. Is this all because he feels guilty? She dismisses the thought of sympathy, remembering he's the man who drove her father to death, making any kindness feel fake. Her anger builds as she thinks he should repent for his crimes, a classmate noticing her distress. "You don't seem to be doing well," her friend whispers, snapping Ephorine out of her dark thoughts. The red-haired girl then tries to comfort her, telling her to ignore the gossipers, but Ephorine is just left confused by the sudden support. Ephorine feels the hateful glares of the noble students, who whisper, "What's that vermin doing here?" Even the genius Sylvia looks on with disgust, as Ephorine realizes she's made herself an enemy of the elite. "It's all right, Julie," she says, trying to comfort her friend while ignoring the scorn. At the front of the class, Professor Deculine begins his lecture, explaining the deep reasoning behind every stroke of a magic circle. He then demonstrates the impossible, changing an ignition spell's color with just 2 simple strokes. "This," he announces while holding up a book, "is what they are going to learn today." The topic is flowing fire, and he reveals a page of impossibly complex magical theory. Unlike the old Deculine's boring lectures, this new lesson is a breathtaking spectacle of pure mana and creative genius. The display even shocks the prodigy Sylvia, who had long lost the joy of learning due to her overwhelming talent. Without pause, he summons a water circle, preparing to deconstruct another fundamental element in a way no one has ever witnessed. He explains that by combining a water circle with a fire circle, he can create something impossible. A torrent of purple energy erupts from his hands, leaving both Sylvia and Ephorine stunned. "It's really flowing," the students gasp, as fire begins to move like a river. Sylvia is left utterly speechless, her entire understanding of magic shattered in an instant. She can't believe his lectures are so deeply theoretical, yet produce such impossible results. Deculine explains that most geniuses rely on intuition, treating theory as a mere mold. This creates a paradox, as focusing too much on theory leaves no time to actually learn magic. Trying to understand everything through theory alone is inefficient and hinders true training. But elites cannot explain intuition, he states, looking directly at the prodigy Sylvia. For a man whose genius is being questioned, teaching such a lesson is practically impossible, yet he's doing it. The lecture ends, leaving students stunned. Deculine was completely different from the rumors. Back at the dorm, Ephorine admits, "I've never focused so hard on a lecture before." But as she reflects on the brilliant lesson, a darker reality awaits her. She arrives at her door to find it covered in hateful graffiti, a cruel prank from her peers. The bullying has only gotten worse since her public clash with the noble Sylvia. Suddenly, she notices a mysterious letter on the floor, a sponsorship certificate. "There is no way this is real," she scoffs, convinced it's a trick since she's hated by 2 great houses. However, a clever idea strikes her. She can report the fake document and claim a reward. With a new plan in mind, she heads straight for the Magical Administration office. She pushes open the door, ready to expose the prank, and unknowingly step toward a new fate. Her world shatters as the impossible truth sinks in. It's real. The administrator confirms the seal is authentic, but Ephorine can only scream, "You're lying!" A wave of pure ecstasy washes over her as she realizes the life-changing fortune is truly hers. Convinced this has to be a dream, she desperately tries to wake herself up. Mortified, she glances around, praying, "Nobody saw me, right? Paranoia strikes as she imagines everyone knowing she has 100,000 eln, forcing her to pack an emergency bag. Her mind races back to the staff member's odd expression, now convinced the woman is after her money. Overwhelmed by fear and regret, she sprints through her room in a blind panic. In her haste, she trips and crashes hard onto the floor, the impact sharp and painful. But as the pain registers, a stunning realization dawns on her: I haven't woken up. Tears of pure relief stream down her face, the weight of the world finally lifting. Someone noticed my talents, she sobs, a broken smile forming as the realization sinks in. Believing the world is still kind, she resolves to get her life together. A newfound determination fills her as she vows to try just a bit harder from now on. Meanwhile, at the Grand Eucline Manor, Uriel is asked if she's really speaking the truth. She confirms that Deculine is already at the Schatzenjewel auction. Panicked, she screams, "He blew 10 million elm last year. What disaster is he planning now?" As his car arrives, she vows not to forgive him if he causes any more problems. But Deculine steps out with a single purpose: to finally buy something he's been searching for. He recalls needing a special metal to compensate for his lack of talent when he first used telekinesis. His current weapon is made of wood steel, but he knows this is just a temporary patch. In the VIP waiting room, he contemplates the one true item he desperately needs to acquire today. But his focus is shattered by a sudden, unexpected arrival that catches him completely off guard. "Shoot," Julie mutters, equally stunned by the chance encounter she never could have predicted. She turns to face him, the surprise on her face quickly hardening into a cold, determined stare. Despite the tension, she offers a formal bow, a chillingly polite gesture between two people with a dark history. "I hope you've been well," she says, as Deculine realizes he's standing before the very woman fated to be his end. She wastes no time, immediately questioning him about the two young mages he sent to the disciplinary committee. "That's old news," he scoffs, coldly asking if she intends to blame him for that as well. She warns him not to repeat his past mistakes, declaring, "Your sins will come back to haunt you one day." "This is," she begins, her voice filled with a grim finality. "That's the last piece of advice I can offer you," Deculine replies, his tone utterly devoid of emotion. He instantly understands her words are meant to completely sever their relationship forever. Internally, he's relieved, thinking he never wanted to marry her in this life anyway. He knows that around her, there are far too many death variables, a path leading straight to his own demise. With a sharp turn, she walks away, leaving him standing alone in the crowded hall. But a single question lingers in his mind. The Julie he knows would never attend an auction. He confronts her directly, catching her completely off guard as she stammers, What? You're so full of yourself," she shouts, insisting she's only here because she needs something. He calmly tells her to relax, leaving the proud knight to pout in embarrassed silence. He watches her leave, a strange thought crossing his mind. How cute it's the first time I've seen her like that. But a chilling question immediately follows. What is this emotion? He was only supposed to be wary of the danger she represents. He fears he's been infected by the original Deculine's feelings, a corruption he's been desperately trying to avoid. As an announcement declares the auction will begin soon, he dismisses the thought, convinced his heart doesn't race for Julie. "Yeah, I'm just overthinking things," he concludes, trying to regain his composure before the main event. He calmly takes his seat, ready for the auction to finally commence. The auctioneer dramatically unveils the first item, a simple vase from the east. But suddenly, the vase erupts in a brilliant golden light, shocking everyone in the hall. Deculine instantly recognizes that glow. It's the same light he saw on Epherine's papers, the mark of a wealthy magnate. The bidding immediately explodes, with guest 1,413 shouting a staggering price of 1,500,000. Without hesitation, Deculine, guest 777, snatches the glowing vase for a staggering 2.5 million. He realizes its true value is far greater, a worthy investment for his massive fortune. But he doesn't stop there, buying every single high-value artifact that appears on stage. The crowd murmurs in shock as they realize the mysterious big spender is none other than Professor Deculine. A rival noble scoffs at the display, calling him a pathetic man starved for attention. Even his ex-fiancée Julie looks on with disgust, unable to understand his vanity. Yet she has her own goal, steeling her resolve to obtain the legendary Winter's Fire. Just then, the auctioneer announces the final item, an impossible-to-find ore for forging the finest swords. He dramatically unveils the magic of nature itself, the legendary Winter's Fire. As the snowflare stone is revealed, Deculine and Julie lock eyes, both realizing they're after the same prize. The legendary snowflare stone is revealed, a paradoxical ore of heat and cold, one of the 10 rarest metals in the world. For Julie, This is the ultimate prize. And she steels her resolve, vowing to make it hers no matter the cost. The bidding explodes, quickly soaring to 30 million eln as the nobles fight desperately for the legendary material. Just as the auctioneer is about to declare a winner, Julie smiles, believing her victory is secured. But suddenly, a new bid shatters her hopes. Guessed 770. 31 million eln, leaving her utterly stunned. That number 777, she realizes with dawning horror, it's the same mysterious bidder who's been buying everything all night. Her shock turns to pure rage, as she demands to know, "Why are you doing this?" And then she sees him, the arrogant, infuriating man behind it all, Deculin. As their bidding war escalates, the crowd whispers that he must be buying the stone for his fiancée, a grand romantic gesture. But another noble realizes this isn't a gift, it's a public declaration of a love so deep he'd rather win it for her himself. The noble's whispers echo in Deculin's mind as he realizes, have I been competing with Julie? He knows taking the snowflare stone will earn her grudge. But with cold resolve, he admits, but I need it too. For Julie, this is a desperate, once-in-a-lifetime chance. The first time the stone has been available in 3 years. Deculin feels the pressure, knowing he's at risk, but his resolve hardens for the sake of his cherished item. Their silent wills clash over the glowing crystal, both of them determined that they absolutely must obtain the stone. The auctioneer's voice rings out for the last call at a staggering 42 million eln, preparing to name the new owner. And with a final, stunning announcement, the prize goes to guest number 777 as Deculin begins a slow, deliberate clap. The crowd erupts, buzzing that this has to be the most competitive and exciting auction in history. A nearby noble remarks on how hard Deculin is working, all just to give his fiancée a beautiful gift. But Julie's head hangs low, a horrifying realization dawning on her he's already gotten exactly what he wanted. Once again, we're repeating last year, she thinks, her past trauma resurfacing. In a flashback, Deculin offered her a mountain of riches, a memory she recalls as the worst day of her life. His arrogant smile was a declaration of his greatness, a shallow attempt to buy her affection. But surrounded by his wealth, she felt nothing but deep humiliation. She stared him down, insisting, "You already know what it is that I really want from you." A vast distance separated them even as they stood before the grand estate gates. And so, she stormed out of the room, ruining her own engagement to escape his shallow world. However, for the cruel man he was, that wasn't the end of his vengeance. He spread vicious rumors that she begged for her position, tarnishing her reputation among the nobles. In the present, she can only think one thing as he repeats his mistake. What a fool. He is someone I cannot love, Julie thinks, her hand trembling with a deep, conflicted anger. But even now, he finds a way to provoke her, forcing her to her feet as she realizes he's here. She turns to find Deculin himself, his calm expression a stark contrast to her inner turmoil. "Did you also want the snowflare stone?" he asks, his question feeling like yet another taunt. Enraged by his arrogance, she finally snaps, "How long do you intend on insulting me?" But instead of a cruel retort, he utters 2 words that shatter her expectations. "I'm sorry." The apology leaves her completely stunned, her mind unable to process what she just heard. Without another word, he simply turns to leave, dismissing himself from the tense confrontation. She can only watch him walk away, frozen in place by his impossible change in character. What is he sorry for, she wonders? Because the Deculin she knows would never, ever apologize. As Julie storms away from the auction, a voice suddenly calls out her name. It's her sister, Josephine, who simply orders, "Get in." The car speeds towards their grand estate under the moonlight. Meanwhile, Deculin is relieved to have avoided another death variable, assuming Julie is simply angry about the stone. He arrives home to his staff, wondering just how much of a scumbag he was for her to want him dead. But the moment he steps inside, his sharp instincts tell him something is off. His maids look terrified, barely able to answer his question. Did something happen? They stammer that Miss Uriel is home, and his demeanor instantly shifts. He finds his half-sister standing silently in the hall, her back ominously turned to him. She finally turns, her voice dripping with ice. "That money was for the mines, is this what you used it for?" Deculin calmly brushes off her fury, confidently stating his purchase will bring in massive profits. But his casual dismissal only enrages Uriel further, her voice shaking with disbelief and anger. He realizes she's treating him like trash, a sign that this situation is far more dangerous than he anticipated. Tears stream down her face as she screams, "Do you think I meant to clean up after your messes?" She reveals their family is struggling financially, and he just gambled away the money they desperately needed. Her fury finally erupts into a terrifying red aura, questioning what kind of monster he truly is. The raw power of her rage slams into him, sending him flying across the grand hall. As he struggles to his feet, a chilling notification appears. The villain's fate is activating. But through her crimson rage, a golden light begins to shine as another system trait, Wealthy Magnate, activates in response. He understands the stakes instantly. Failure means death, but success will bring unimaginable wealth. Don't worry, Uriel. Deculin says with cold certainty, I know the answer to this problem. But his sister explodes, screaming about the sacrifices she made for him while he wasted their family's fortune. And now you've used up 150 million eln in one day? She cries, her heart breaking from his betrayal. Suddenly, he makes an unbelievable offer that stops her mid-scream. I will give you the household head position. She can't believe her ears, forcing him to repeat the words she's longed to hear her entire life. Her rage instantly melts into flustered shock as the impossible proposal sinks in. She accuses him of lying, but he calmly refutes her, even offering to swear an oath if she doesn't trust him. She challenges him, asking if he means a mage's oath, a vow that would kill him if broken. Still suspicious, she asks if he hit his head, but he simply tells her she doesn't have to believe him. Finally, she accepts with a chilling threat of her own. I'm gonna kill you if you go back on your word. As his sister storms out to fix the financial mess he created, the door slams shut. A system notification suddenly confirms he's just overcome another death variable, earning him more currency. He breathes a sigh of relief, confident that handing over the household leadership was the right call. If he can just keep changing his fate one step at a time, he might finally escape. But a voice from behind startles him. You really meant it when you said you're going to change. He turns to find the powerful adventurer Ganesha casually floating upside down in his room. She lands gracefully, calling herself an unwanted guest who was shocked by what she saw. Is there a reason to be shocked? He asks coldly, stating his sister is a better fit for the role. Ganesha then drops a bombshell, uttering his sister's full name. Yariel von Grehan. Eucline. Doesn't have a single drop of Euclinin blood at all. Deculine reels in shock, realizing this devastating secret was never part of the game he designed. Ganesha confirms the impossible truth. Uriel doesn't share a single drop of blood with the Euclines. He knew she was a half-sister, a fact he had already accounted for in his plans. But to be a complete outsider with no blood ties at all changes everything he thought he knew. A memory flashes back to when he first requested the bloodline check, a move Uriel had questioned. Despite the revelation, his loyalty doesn't waver for a second. Even so, Uriel is Uriel. Ganesha is stunned by his unwavering conviction, admitting she didn't expect such a response. Impressed, she agrees to protect the secret concerning his sister's true parentage. But just as she turns to leave, she pauses with one final, ominous warning. I've heard, she says grimly, that the 6 snakeheads have begun to move. Ganesha reveals the identity of the new threat. The 6 snakeheads, infamous leaders of the continent's criminal underworld. She warns that they're targeting the items he bought from the auction, urging him to stay on guard. It feels like you've been neglecting magical defenses, she smirks, explaining how easily she slipped into his heavily guarded room. Unfazed, Deculine simply cleans a handkerchief with a flick of his magic, utterly composed. He lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of this new information settling upon him. He admits to himself that this was something he didn't need to know, because from the beginning, he was never the real Deculine, and his feelings for Uriel were never based on blood. With cold resolve, he declares that Uriel will always be his sister, no matter what. Meanwhile, Ganesha discusses the encounter with her companions, saying it's like a different person is wearing his skin. Even Rayleigh agrees that the scum looks different now, though her companion just teases her for being a sucker for handsome men. Rayleigh is left flustered, now convinced that the villain Deculine somehow has a human side. Ganesha stretches, relieved they don't have to watch him anymore, though she never got to ask about the magic slave he was supposedly seeking. With their mission seemingly complete, she and her adventuring party prepare to head back. But before they go, she gives one final, stern warning. Everything you heard today is a secret. Suddenly, a massive magic circle envelops her entire team, trapping them in a flash of blue light. In an instant, they're warped away by a powerful surge of energy, vanishing from the forest without a trace. The next day, back at the University Magic Tower, a new power is about to be unlocked. Deculine finally gains access to the system store, a way to improve his mana, but realizes he lacks the currency to buy anything. This system is a game changer, allowing him to use store currency to strengthen not just himself, but other key characters in this world. But the stakes are impossibly high, as he learns he'll only have 6 chances to use this power before the story's second half concludes. The system store's cost doubles with each level, making every purchase a critical decision. I can't rush and waste this valuable opportunity, Deculine thinks, knowing the stakes are too high. Despite his rigorous training, he admits he's still lacking in combat strength compared to the game's infamous villains. Just as he resolves to gather the needed currency, a sudden knock echoes through his office. His assistant Alan timidly enters, looking deeply concerned about something he's holding. "Take a look, sir," he says, rushing forward with a document he just received. He presents today's issue of the Wizard Journal, urging his master to be careful. On the page is a wanted poster for a terrifying new threat, the wizard killer Lockhart. Deculine immediately recognizes him as the greatest danger to mages in the game's first quarter. But with a confident smirk, he scoffs. "As I am now, I have no cause for concern." Dismissing the threat, Deculine sends his assistant away, almost hoping for a fight to earn store currency. But just as Alan turns to leave, the professor suddenly stops him with a thought. He asks a shocking question. "Do you have any intentions to become an assistant professor?" Alan is left completely speechless by the unexpected offer. His silent shock then erupts into a massive scream of disbelief that echoes across the university. Stammering, he reminds Deculine of past insults, but the professor simply acknowledges his earnest work. "Enough questions," Deculine says, cutting him off and presenting a bangle with the Euclid family emblem. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Alan thanks him profusely as his master watches with a cold, calculating gaze. While Alan marvels at the gift, Deculine's true motive is revealed. His assistant is too useful to lose. Unlike all the others who fled from his cruelty, Alan endured, making him a valuable asset to secure. Deculine dismisses his assistant for the night, handing him a generous tip for dinner. Alan tries to protest, stammering that it's too much, but his master has already turned his back. With his task complete, Deculine walks away, his mind already on a far more important mission. Alan is left clutching the money, completely overwhelmed by this sudden and uncharacteristic show of kindness. Meanwhile, Deculine arrives at his true destination, the restricted, staff-only library. He's come for one reason: to continue the research of Epherine's deceased father, Luna. The paper is brilliant but flawed, and he's determined to fix every error to perfect the invention of pure elements. While here, he also hopes to uncover any powerful grimoires that could further his own goals. But as he works, a sudden presence alerts him that he is not alone in the forbidden archives. He turns to confront the intruder with a single, chilling question. "Why are you inside the staff-only library?" The intruder is none other than the top rookie, debutante Sylvia, a student who has no business being here. She freezes, a nervous sweat beading on her face as she recognizes the imposing professor before her. Just 10 minutes earlier, she had calmly requested access, claiming she was looking for study materials in the exclusive room. Given her status as the allayed successor, the head librarian saw no reason to refuse, declaring, "Let her use it freely." With permission secured, Sylvia was told to browse at her leisure, completely oblivious to the impending confrontation. She was hunting for a specific kind of material, one that combined her love for ancient literature and lost languages. Her search led her to an impossibly rare novel written in Ethanel, the long-lost language of the fairies. But while she was engrossed, she never sensed the cold presence of Professor Deculine stalking the aisles behind her. A sudden, chilling aura makes her whip around, her instincts screaming that she's been discovered. She's met with his icy glare as he repeats his question, his voice dripping with authority and suspicion. "Do you want the disciplinary committee to convene again?" Deculine's chilling question stuns Sylvia, who thought he never entered the library. She stammers that she's looking for a document and already has permission from another professor. But Deculine coldly states that if true, both the professor and librarian ignored regulations and deserve to be disciplined. The weight of his threat causes the priceless book to slip from her trembling hands. Before it can even fall, Deculine snatches it from the air with inhuman speed. "An ethanol novel?" he scoffs, instantly reading the ancient language and exposing her lie. He hands the book back to the shocked prodigy, declaring, "I'll let it slide this time." His final warning is absolute. Come here again without permission, and she will face severe consequences. With the power dynamic completely shattered, he turns and walks away, leaving her alone in the aisle. Sylvia clutches the book, shaking with fury and shame as she realizes, "He humiliated me." Humiliated, Sylvia storms off, her flimsy excuse about studying fairies echoing in her mind. But a chilling question stops her. How could Deculine read the notoriously inconsistent ancient language of Ethanol so easily? Meanwhile, in a vibrant forest, students are deep into their first practical training, chasing magical creatures and gathering materials. Watching from a distance, Deculine feels a flicker of pride, noting how composed the students are despite the ominous location. This is the infamous Mountain of Darkness, a place rich with magical materials but also a high-security zone for the Magic Tower. Its forests teem with venomous beasts, forcing the tower to maintain powerful barriers and assign a professor for patrol duty. Professor Retlin then raises a critical issue, asking who should be appointed as the on-duty professor for the dangerous mountain this week. "I'll do it," Deculin states without hesitation, leaving the other professor completely stunned by his decision. As Retlin praises his leadership, Deculin internally scoffs, knowing his true reason is far from noble. A system notification confirms his suspicion a new side quest has appeared, pulling him toward the mountain's dark heart. As the students depart, Deculin walks alone into the forest, knowing the mountain becomes a true horror genre at night. 9 hours later, in a cozy cafe, Ephorine and her friends marvel at the extravagant desserts before them. "Of course, dig in," she declares with a massive smile, revealing she now has a fortune of 100,000 elm. With a triumphant "it's on me," she kicks off the first unofficial gathering for their brand new student club. Her friend confirms the club's establishment plan has been submitted, hoping they can recruit more members soon. The conversation then shifts to the mountain, with Ephorine mentioning 50 students volunteered for the dangerous training session. But their celebration is cut short by a sudden, violent crash that echoes from outside, startling everyone. "Did you hear that?" they ask each other, immediately rising from their seats to investigate the disturbance. Without hesitation, the group begins sprinting down the street toward the source of the commotion. A desperate voice suddenly cries out from the darkness, pleading, "Please, help me, over there." The red-haired student's eyes widen in alarm as she shouts, "Huh? Wait!" But it's too late, as an unseen force yanks them away while she screams, "Something's wrong, Ephorine! Stop!" Ephorine lands hard on the ground, suddenly separated from her friends. "What did you say just now?" she begins to ask, only to realize she's completely alone. Where is this place, she wonders, finding herself in a dark, twisted forest far from the city streets. Then she remembers the desperate cries that drew them out in the first place. "I'm coming to help," she yells, running toward a voice that calls back from the shadows. She finally reaches a disheveled woman huddled on the ground, asking, "Are you all right?" In the next instant, a massive wooden spike erupts through her chest, leaving her gasping in shock. The woman she tried to save stands over her, cackling madly, as Ephorine can only stare in horror. As the woman she tried to save lunges, Ephorine realizes with horror, someone's attacking. But before the blow can land, a flash of power erupts from behind her, and a mysterious figure steps between them, intervening at the last possible second. She stares in disbelief as her hated professor, Deculin, appears from the shadows. "How can you attack a civilian?" she screams, furious that he attacked the helpless woman. "Open your eyes," he commands coldly. "That is not a person." The illusion shatters, revealing a grotesque, snarling demon in the woman's place. "You are under an illusion," Deculin explains, as Ephorine freezes in terror. With a sudden shove, he throws her back, ordering, "Don't interfere and get lost." A powerful force sends her flying to safety as Deculin prepares to face the monster alone. "Now then it's time to hunt," Deculin declares, facing the snarling demon alone. He easily dodges its lunge, sensing its fury at having lost its prey, Ephorine. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashes his own devastating counterattack. A storm of magical blades descends, overwhelming the creature in a completely one-sided assault. The demon lets out a pained shriek, unable to defend against the relentless barrage. It retaliates with a desperate strike, only for Deculin to block it effortlessly. He calmly floats above, analyzing the monster with an unnerving, predatory gaze. Its illusions are useless against him. A power he knows comes from his resolute nature. But a primal rage suddenly ignites within him, his blood boiling with an ancient fury. The legendary Yahello hostility toward demons awakens, ensuring this monster will not leave the forest alive. His eyes glow with a murderous red light as the ancient hatred of his bloodline takes complete control. Fueled by this pure rage, he meets the demon's desperate lunge head-on. In a single, blinding flash, the battle is over. With the demon dead at his feet, the system rewards him, unlocking the true power of his family lineage. But this victory isn't a relief. He knows the appearance of this demon signals the true beginning of the game's deadly plot. This is the start of the main scenario, but this time, there is no player to save the world. Meanwhile, back at the university's infirmary, a new day dawns. Ephorine slowly awakens, her body aching, and her mind a complete blur. She jolts awake with a scream as a nurse calmly informs her she's finally conscious. "What happened?" she asks. But the nurse reveals her memory of the horrific encounter is completely gone. "Last night, a demon appeared," the nurse explains, revealing Ephorine was caught under its bewitchment and passed out. Found unconscious, she was brought to the clinic as the magic tower locked down the entire mountain for investigation. But the one who saved her, was Professor Deculine, sparking a wave of pure frustration. Damn it, not him again. She learns she's been out for 36 hours. A day and a half completely lost to her. A glance at the clock confirms her fear. If it's Wednesday, then she's in huge trouble. With a sudden scream of panic, she realizes she's incredibly late for something vital. Meanwhile, in a packed lecture hall, other students are already waiting for class to begin. She bursts through the doors, gasping for air but whispering to herself, "I barely made it." A friendly voice cuts through the noise as her friend Julia waves her over. "Effie, over here." Concerned, Julia asks if she's all right, but Ephraim insists she's perfectly fine after all that rest. But upon arriving, Ephraim and her friend find the classroom strangely rearranged, sparking confusion about a special lesson. Just then, the imposing Professor Deculine makes his entrance, followed by his assistant Alan carrying a box of materials. Ephraim stares at the unfamiliar face beside the professor, wondering aloud, "Who's that?" Deculine cuts straight to the point with a shocking announcement. "This is Alan. He'll be my teaching assistant." The students erupt in hushed disbelief, knowing the professor was infamous for always teaching completely alone. This was an unprecedented move, a career-making opportunity no one believed the cruel Deculine would ever grant. The news strikes a painful chord with Ephraim, reminding her that her own father's career stalled because he could never become an assistant. So why would Deculine suddenly elevate a mage she's never even seen before? Ignoring the tension, the professor begins the class with a simple task, a 3-hour problem based on learning by experience. As the challenge begins, Ephraim glances at her father's glowing bracelet, a mysterious inheritance that has now become her vessel. Ephraim is haunted by the past, desperately wondering why Deculine destroyed her father without giving him a single chance. But his recent kindness only confuses her more, her mind racing with questions as she struggles to focus on the spell. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence. 25 minutes and 15 seconds. "I'm done," leaving everyone stunned. The class erupts in disbelief. It's Sylvia, the prodigy, who has solved the impossible problem in less than 30 minutes. She presents her flawless work to Professor Deculine, who examines it with his usual cold, unreadable expression. After a tense moment, he gives a single, chilling verdict. "Perfect. You may leave." A flicker of triumph crosses Sylvia's face as she rises from her seat, her superiority now undeniable. She walks past Ephraim, casting a quick, dismissive glance at the girl still struggling with the first steps. The gap in their power is laid bare, Sylvia's effortless smile contrasting with Ephraim's burning frustration. As Sylvia exits, Ephraim grits her teeth, her humiliation turning into a fierce resolve to solve it too. As the sun sets, Deculine dismisses student after student who completes the grueling test. 3 agonizing hours pass, and soon the lecture hall is empty, save for one struggling soul. A wave of pure despair washes over Ephraim as she realizes, "I'm done for." She collapses onto her desk, her mind screaming for a solution that just won't come. The memory of Sylvia's effortless victory haunts her. She was the only one who failed completely. Crushing self-doubt consumes her as she questions if she's simply too stupid to succeed. Her dreams of revenge now feel like a pathetic joke. She can't even compete, let alone win. Suddenly, she looks up, realizing nearly 6 hours have passed since the test began. But a cold voice cuts through her thoughts. "How long do you intend on making me wait?" To her utter shock, she sees Professor Deculine, who has been waiting for her this entire time. "You had a breakdown over an easy assignment." Deculine's voice cuts through the silence as Ephraim can only whisper her apology. He continues his lecture, his words sharp and unforgiving. "Even if someone laughs at you, even if someone is ahead of you." He pauses for a split second, his gaze hardening with an unspoken conviction. But all Ephraim can think is that the very man she resents is standing right before her. "You must be cold and logical at all times," he commands, his aura radiating an overwhelming pressure. He turns his back on her, declaring, "You will never get to my level with such a weak mind." His final words are a dagger. "I'm disappointed, Ephraim. I thought you were better than that." And with that, he leaves her utterly alone in the vast, empty classroom. Yet in the crushing silence, her despair begins to transform into something far more dangerous. In the silent classroom, the clock ticks mockingly over her failed attempt. Suddenly, Ephraim slams her fist on the desk, her frustration finally erupting. His final words echo in her mind, a cruel dismissal. "I thought you were better than that." But as her hand trembles and clenches into a fist, something inside her shifts. "So what?" she mutters, a spark of pure defiance igniting in her gaze. "I can do this," she vows, her magic flaring, "even if someone like you is disappointed in me." She pushes past her limits, blood dripping from her nose as she grits her teeth through the immense strain. "I'll do it," she screams, unleashing a blinding torrent of raw, untamed power from her very soul. Her eyes burn with absolute resolve as she roars. No matter what it takes, Deculine calmly assesses the situation, confident that his plan is working. He reflects on the 6 hours spent on Ephorine, a necessary investment for the coming storm. The demon's appearance was a grim omen, a sign that the world's main quest is about to begin. In the coming era of overflowing evil, a fully developed Ephorine will be a crucial piece on the board. But he knows her potential is a double-edged sword, as her overwhelming growth could become a threat to him. Fate is for the weak, he thinks, his resolve absolute. The only thing I believe in is myself. His pride would never allow a mere debutante to get the drop on him, but he still senses a presence. Suddenly, the door bursts open as Ephorine storms into his office, her face a mask of determination. She marches down the long, empty hall, her footsteps echoing with unspoken purpose. But from the shadows, Deculine watches her every move with an unreadable, calculating gaze. Deculine watches as the last traces of magic fade from the flower, his intricate work finally complete. He silently reflects on the student's assignment, a complex mix of flaws and unexpected brilliance. 6 hours and 25 minutes, task complete, he notes with cold satisfaction. His pen begins to move, first noting the chronic weaknesses of her non-academy background. However, his assessment takes a sudden turn as he recognizes something truly extraordinary. The quality is undeniable, worthy of first place, and a system notification confirms his side quest is complete. With his work done, he decides it's time to return to the mansion for the night. But as he walks through the empty grounds, a fellow professor calls out his name. A chilling laugh cuts through the silence as a man named Zeit appears. "It's been a while, Professor." Why is he here? Deculine thinks, his composure shattered by the arrival of this dangerous, unknown variable. This man is Zeit, the head of the Freyden family and Julie's older brother. He was the very person who pushed for their now broken engagement, a powerful figure pulling strings from the shadows. More terrifyingly, he ranks third in early combat power, a monster even stronger than Ganesha. Deculine's mind races, realizing this must be about the snowflare stone he took from Julie. Is this another death flag? He thinks, knowing he has no way to counter a monster of this caliber. But Zeit's approach is disarmingly friendly, mentioning he was concerned about the rumors between Deculine and his sister. He proposes a dinner meeting, and for a moment, Deculine feels a sliver of relief that he's acting civil for now. With no other choice, Deculine clenches his fist and agrees to the dangerous invitation. Bold decisions, I like that. Zeit booms, promising to take full responsibility for the meeting. But as he leaves, his smile twists into a predatory grin, promising to see the professor very soon. Deculine walks away, realizing Zeit's invitation left him no room to refuse. He corrects himself. Against a monster of that caliber, refusal was never an option. He knows Zeit prioritizes family above all else, making any interference a potential death sentence. With no other choice, he accepts that the meeting is unavoidable. Meanwhile, the next day at the Freyden estate, a furious argument erupts. "We fought," Julie shouts, refusing to see Deculine while she's busy training her knights. Her brother Zeit scoffs, asking if she's just sulking because Deculine took the snowstone. But Zeit continues to press the issue, trying to reason with his stubborn sister. Why else would he buy that medal, he asks, suggesting Deculine intends to gift her a sword. But if he does, she vows with cold fury. At that moment, I will announce our annulment. Zeit's patience finally snaps as he glares down at his stubborn sister. His immense pressure explodes as he commands, "Julie, think carefully." He reminds her of her own cold logic that annulment is foolish and emotions have no place in their world. "Do you have feelings for someone else?" he demands, but she can only whisper, "There is no such person." He presses further, asking if Deculine's reputation is the issue, but she denies it without explanation. Frustrated, he gives a final order to show up at the meeting place and settle it there. But a sudden memory of a peaceful walk with Deculine flashes through her mind, confusing her resolve. The conflicting emotions instantly curdle into pure rage as she clenches her fist. A violent aura erupts around her as she draws her sword, preparing to unleash her power. With a furious scream, she pours all of her frustration into a single, devastating sword swing. The training ground cracks as Julie unleashes a devastating wave of pure, chaotic energy. Her emotional outburst doesn't go unnoticed, as a dark-cloaked knight suddenly appears behind her. "Your sword swings are rough today, my lord," he calmly observes, his voice cutting through the silence. This is Baron, a loyal knight of Hidakane and Julie's own subordinate. She apologizes for her shameful display, but he simply replies, "No, I understand, my lord." He tries to console her by calling Deculine unworthy, but she furiously cuts him off with a sharp, "Enough!" Talking behind others' backs is not fitting for a knight, she declares, turning away with cold resolve. With her decision made, she walks past him, leaving her subordinate to contemplate her words. She forces a fragile smile, thinking, "Don't let yourself be tainted because of me. I'm fine." Baron can only watch in silence as the woman he serves chooses to carry her burdens completely alone. Julie departs with a final command. Make preparations, leaving her loyal knight behind. Baron's eyes narrow as he watches her go, a dangerous thought beginning to form within him. "My lord," he whispers, his voice filled with a mix of loyalty and deep sorrow. But she has found her answer, a way to finally prove her loyalty as his knight. Baron, however, believes he has found his own path, something only he can do. A memory of Deculin's past promise flashes through his mind. "I will be the one to bring you happiness." Meanwhile, at the foreboding Berkt Elder Hall, a grave announcement is made: a demon has appeared in the Dark Mountain. Since magic was first created to eradicate demons, the council knows they cannot sit idly by. The order is given to send a letter to the powerful 12 great mage houses. A sealed summons is dispatched, demanding they respond to Berkt's urgent call to war. Back at his estate, Deculine finishes sorting the powerful items he acquired at the auction. He equips himself with mana-boosting artifacts, securing the rest in a high-security vault as Ganesha advised. But there's one critical problem: his most powerful acquisition is completely unresponsive. The legendary Snowstone, the very item he outbid Julie for, refuses to yield to his will. No matter how much psychokinetic force he applies, the crystal remains stubbornly inert, a silent challenge to his power. Its immense mana actively resists his magic, a puzzle he never encountered in the game he created. Suddenly, a flash of insight strikes him as he recalls a forgotten piece of lore. He remembers a passage he read in the library, a clue hidden in plain sight. A legendary sword requires a process of taming, the text had said. That process is called resonance. Realizing he must understand the item itself, a new path to unlocking its true power finally opens before him. Deculine pours his very soul into the stone, unleashing a torrent of pure mana to tame it. His hand makes firm contact, forcing a connection with the legendary artifact's overwhelming power. But the cost is immense. After using 2,000 mana, he's only achieved a meager 0.1% understanding. Realizing this will take at least a year, he prepares for a more pressing appointment. He glances at his calendar, his schedule laid out before him. His eyes land on the circled date, the dinner that Zeit arranged for today. A grim expression crosses his face as he considers the dangerous variables at play. But another event looms, a memorial day set in motion by the original Deculine. Later that evening, he arrives at the luxurious restaurant Von Meschel. Julie is already waiting inside, Zeit informs him, leading the way into the lion's den. Zeit greets his sister. "Oh, you dressed up so nicely, you look radiant." And there she is, Julie, looking absolutely breathtaking outside of her usual knight's armor. The stunning sight leaves even the stoic Deculine completely speechless. Her brother remarks that it's no wonder Euclid would fall for her now. Deculine internally smirks, thinking to himself, "Of course, I put a lot of effort into this." But his attention is suddenly stolen by another unexpected guest, Julie's other sister, who casually greets him. He realizes with a jolt that he was so distracted he didn't notice her, thinking, "I didn't expect to meet you here." A name flashes in his mind with a sense of pure dread: Josephine. This isn't just a protective older sister. She's the most dangerous named character he could possibly face. She is a true sociopath, the hidden ruler of the Shadow Guild, and a powerhouse on par with Zeit himself. Deculine knows Josephine's only weakness is her sister Julie, and hurting her is a fatal mistake. And he clearly felt that danger, a silent threat confirming his worst fears. The moment he stepped into this room, the atmosphere was charged with hostility. He sensed the pure killing intent Josephine directed at him, the manifestation of a villain's fate. This death flag is incredibly dangerous, and his only escape is to prove his sincerity to Julie. Cutting through the tension, Zeit gets straight to the point, asking, "Professor Euclid, when shall the wedding take place?" Julie gasps in shock, trying to intervene on his behalf. But her sister coldly silences her, declaring this a conversation between the family elders. Deculine, however, remains unfazed, calmly telling her, "Go ahead, speak freely." A confident smirk crosses his face as he prepares to shatter all their expectations. Josephine smirks, confident that Deculine is trapped in her web of intrigue. But he shatters her expectations, declaring, "I will leave this decision entirely to Julie. I am prepared for an annulment." Zeit leans forward, shocked by his casual mention of annulment, questioning his sudden change of heart. Julie trembles as her brother insists the family elders would never allow it, completely unable to comprehend this sudden turn. Finally snapping, she screams out, "My lord, Her voice filled with desperation. She turns to her siblings, pleading, "Please, allow us to be alone for a moment." To everyone's surprise, Zeit calmly nods in agreement, granting her unexpected request. With a final taunt to have a nice conversation, Josephine and Zeit exit the room. A heavy silence hangs in the air as Deculin sits opposite a stunned Julie. Her voice trembles with suspicion as she finally asks, "What are you planning to do this time?" Her voice trembles with suspicion, demanding to know his true intentions. But just outside the room, a dangerous shadow lingers, her presence a silent threat. Deculin immediately senses her, realizing his every word is being judged. "What exactly do you want?" Julie asks again, completely unaware of the hidden audience. His eyes narrow as he confirms his suspicion. Josephine is listening. From beyond the door, the powerful spymaster hangs on every word. She only pretended to leave, setting a clever trap to eavesdrop on their private conversation. But for Deculin, this isn't a trap, it's a golden opportunity. If he can make her believe he truly loves Julie, he might just avoid his fated death. Taking a breath, he begins his performance. "Julie, I only spoke my true feelings," Deculin states, his expression carefully neutral for the hidden listener. But Julie's trust is shattered, her voice dripping with scorn. "True feelings, you say?" She reminds him that they've come too far, and neither of them can simply annul the engagement as they please. Her suspicion explodes as she demands, "Are you planning to torment me again with petty tricks?" She recounts his past villainy, how he manipulated her family elders to force her into this very situation. He can only utter her name, Julie, as the weight of his predecessor's sins is laid bare. His false concern echoes in her memory, the excuse he used to control her. Battle is dangerous. She slams the table, accusing him of forcing her from the Imperial Knights, only to spread vicious rumors when she refused his control. With tears of rage and betrayal, she asks if he's just going to start the same cruel game all over again. But Deculin's response is a chilling internal admission. Her accusations aren't wrong, they're common knowledge. He admits his past was a devilish obsession, trying to destroy everything around her, so she had no choice but to stay. Because of that, he understands her hatred better than anyone, but Julie's fury is absolute. He promises he won't do it anymore, but she screams back, "I won't fall for it." Then, he calmly admits to binding her all this time, leaving her utterly speechless. "I'm saying that I have done wrong," he confesses, a statement so unbelievable she can only stare in shock. But he then pivots, pointing out that her own family is just as extreme in their control over her. "If they're not extreme," he asks, "why are they stopping your annulment for the sake of family honor?" The question hangs in the air, leaving her with no answer. "Besides," he continues, cutting his meal with cold precision, "how do you know that?" she gasps, as he reveals her secret dream of becoming a guardian knight. Deculin makes a shocking confession. "Julie, I am neither honest nor faithful." She's completely stunned, unable to process what he's suddenly saying. He insists he's not the man for her, and as she demands he get to the point, he reveals there's only one thing he can do. He drops a bombshell. They will remain engaged but never marry, claiming political ties prevent him from truly setting her free. Instead, he offers his name as a shield, promising to wait until she's ready to pursue her dream. Utterly bewildered, she demands to know what he's plotting and why he's doing this now. He claims he expects nothing in return, but then pauses, admitting there might be just one small thing he wants. His one condition is almost unbelievable. "Show me your smile once a month. That is all I ask for," he declares, his expression unreadable. His bizarre, almost gentle request leaves her completely speechless and blushing. Julie's face erupts in a deep blush, completely stunned by his absurd request. "Huh?" she stammers, grabbing his arm while he looks on with a calm, almost curious gaze. In his mind, Deculin admits he only said those things to avoid a critical death flag. But as he watches her, an unexpected thought begins to form. He can't help but find her flustered reaction endlessly adorable. A look of solemn realization dawns on his face as he's forced to admit the truth to himself. The original villain's lingering love for Julie has now become his own genuine emotion. Overwhelmed, Julie coughs awkwardly, trying to hide her embarrassment from his intense stare. But from the shadows, Josephine watches, wondering if these cringy yet heartfelt feelings are actually real. As she decides to observe them a little longer, a system notification confirms his success. A death flag has been overcome. 3 days later, a lone car speeds through a quiet forest road. Inside, Deculin reflects on the time that has passed since his tense encounter. He's on his way to a mysterious event left behind by his predecessor, the scheduled Memorial Day. His destination is revealed to be a sun-drenched, overgrown cemetery. Standing among the graves, he's overcome with a strange sense of sentiment he can't explain. The fading light soaks into the cracked tombstones, a silent testament to forgotten lives. He feels an undeniable pull, as if his heart had arrived here long before his body ever did. The reason becomes clear: his memories are buried in this very place. But these aren't the memories of Deculine Eucline, the villain he inhabits. They belong to the person buried under this single, solitary gravestone. The memories are not of the villain Deculine, but of his creator, Kim Woojin, and a woman he once knew. Late one night, he decided to add a secret Easter egg into the game he was developing. His ex-girlfriend and team leader excitedly suggested adding a special setting just for the mid-boss, Eucline. But he shot the idea down, complaining that it was unnecessary work when the team was already pulling all-nighters. Why, she insisted. This is important, but he still couldn't understand what she meant. She explained it was about putting the creator's heart and soul into their creation, a piece of themselves. Annoyed by her cryptic words, he finally relented, telling her to just do whatever she wanted. She smiled, knowing her idea was clever, and that it definitely wouldn't be a waste of time. Her idea was to give Eucline a deceased ex-fiancé, a tragic backstory that now haunts him in reality. And with that, a simple game setting, a throwaway line of code, became his inescapable, heartbreaking destiny. To understand the prank she left behind, he had no choice but to seek out the traces of his past life as Kim Woojin. He wonders if her hidden message was brilliant, or a cruelty that went too far. But the name on the tombstone stops him cold. Yuara, the one who was always grateful to you. Why did you, he whispers, realizing with dawning horror that she inscribed her own name on this tombstone. She had modeled the villain Eucline after him, and then made herself that villain's deceased fiancé. And of all things, why did the inscription say she was grateful to him? The question echoes in his mind, shaking the very foundation of his memories. As his hand touches the cold stone, a strange power flows from the inscription. Just a single touch stirs emotions throughout his entire body, a feeling that isn't entirely his own. It's as if he can hear her whispering voice as forgotten memories of their past pour out endlessly. He remembers her shy smiles and the warmth of her coat on a cold winter night. He recalls her embrace and the words that picked him up when he was struggling. For 7 long years, she was the one who was always by his side. All these memories of a woman who shouldn't exist in this world come flooding back. But a sudden presence shatters his grief as footsteps approach from behind. A man with a face twisted in pure hatred snarls, "I finally found it, you filthy mage." A blinding flash of light erupts, signaling an imminent, deadly attack. But just as quickly, Deculine's cold personality takes over, erasing all emotion. He turns to face the threat, his shadow casting a menacing silhouette. But it's not an assassin. Instead, he finds a familiar face from the university. Deculine calmly identifies his attacker, the infamous Rokak, who is shrouded in a menacing purple aura. The killer is stunned, snarling. "A conceited and arrogant mage dares to speak to me?" But Deculine knows exactly who he's facing, the notorious wizard killer Rokak. This isn't just any assassin. He's a mid-boss from the game whose entire power is built on magic nullification. A powerful spell is launched to test this legendary ability. But the nullification trait is a cheat-level power, shattering the attack before it can even connect. Rokak's ability requires no special conditions or contact to activate, as no one can use magic within his immediate radius. He laughs maniacally, mocking his opponent. "Stupid mage. Magic doesn't work on me." With all magic sealed, the killer rushes in for what should be a physical, one-sided slaughter. The killer unleashes a flurry of physical blows, moving too fast for any mage to track. This raw power is why mages fear him, but something is wrong. Rokak screams, lunging for the final, fatal strike. His fist smashes into Deculine's chest with a sickening crunch of bone. But it's the assassin who is sent flying backward, his attack utterly useless. Lying on the ground, he stares up as Deculine calmly states, "It means nothing to me." You bastard, Rokak seethes, unable to comprehend what just happened. The truth, however, lies in a secret preparation made a few days ago. Deculine had finally saved enough points to purchase mana quality enhancement from the system shop. This new power was so dense, he had to completely readjust his control just to lift a simple chair. Deculine realizes his new mana quality enhancement produces far greater power with the same amount of mana. Days ago, he discovered this upgrade was more potent than he ever imagined, preparing him for what was to come. Now, the wizard killer is completely stunned as his arm is caught in an unbreakable grip. "What's happening?" the assassin stammers. But Deculine coolly explains his very human quality has been fundamentally improved. With a single motion, he slams the killer into the ground, a system notification confirming another death flag has been overcome. He smirks, realizing the true secret to his victory. The mana quality enhancement also applies to his innate traits. His iron body alone would have been enough, but with the enhancement, the fight was easier than he could have possibly imagined. But as the assassin escapes, Deculin clenches his fist in frustration, cursing the mages who interfered. Suddenly, a memory flashes through his mind, a zealot screaming over a fallen mage, "Cursed scum, heretics who betrayed God." He now understands the source of the assassin's broken ability. An intense, almost religious hatred for all mages. Deculin stares down at the defeated assassin, his voice cold as he reveals an impossible truth. "Rokak, you are." The killer's eyes widen in pure shock as Deculin finishes the sentence, a member of the fallen clan. Trembling on the ground, Rokak can only stammer in disbelief, unable to process how this man knows his deepest secret. "How do you know that?" he thinks, as Deculin's impossible knowledge shatters his entire worldview. The truth is rooted in ancient lore. The Bloodshroud race, born from demonic bloodlines to defend against the demons of ages past. For centuries, they've hidden their identities, living as the natural enemies and polar opposites of all mages. This ancient conflict, a war between magecraft and the Bloodshroud, was a central pillar in the very creation of this world. And for Deculin, the game's creator, it was one of the main plotlines he himself had written into the story. This is why Rokak's people are hunted, their lives endangered simply because of the blood that flows through their veins. A grim realization then dawns on Deculin somewhere out there. A cleansing of this ancient race could be happening right now. Deculin looks down at the defeated assassin, offering a surprising statement of understanding for his people's suffering. But he warns that killing innocents makes one a monster, prompting the killer to scream, "Shut up, just kill me." Deculin calmly counters that the Bloodshroud race is also innocent, a revelation that completely stuns his captive. The assassin explodes in disbelief, unable to comprehend how a mere mage could know his people's greatest secret. With immense pride, Deculin declares his identity as a Ucline, a family line that has never lost its dignity. Lockhart scoffs at this, seeing it as nothing more than pretentious posturing before an execution. "The only time I've lost dignity," Deculin begins, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper, "is when I faced a demon," he reveals, a vision of a terrifying entity flashing before Lockhart's eyes. He explains that the Ucline bloodline has an ancient, unbreakable instinct to hunt demons, a fire that burns in their very veins. Deculin then poses a world-shattering question. "Did I lose my composure in front of you?" leaving the assassin utterly speechless. "Did I waver at your provocations?" Deculin asks, his calm demeanor shattering the assassin's composure. He reveals the simple, world-breaking truth. "You are humans." With absolute conviction, he declares, "This is a true noble's dignity." Suddenly, he offers a hand, telling the assassin, "You can trust me," as guards are heard approaching. But it's a trap, and a single, brutal kick sends the wizard killer flying through the air. "Then stay still, and let yourself be arrested," Deculin commands, leaving his foe utterly broken on the ground. Just then, Inspector Ropa arrives on the scene, saluting sharply to the esteemed professor. The inspector praises the incredible kick, but Deculin coldly tells him to simply leave the murderous bastard be. With the situation handled, a powerful blue aura begins to swirl around Deculin's hand. He then unleashes a massive blast of energy, erasing any trace of their secret conversation. Inspector Ropa is stunned by Deculin's power, murmuring, "To think magic can be this impressive." Deculin reveals the assassin's secret, handing over a steel wire since magic cuffs are useless against him. The inspector, surprised by his early arrival, asks if Deculin was patrolling the area, but Deculin denies making the report, deducing that someone else must have heard the commotion. With a curt "good work," he turns his back on the scene, leaving the authorities to handle the rest. As he walks away, he thinks to himself that it's a relief he could end things without seeing blood. But a lingering sadness remains as he remembers the person whose traces still haunt this place. Under the full moon, he reflects on his true desire. "I didn't want to hurt someone." The very next day, a meeting is called at the Ucline estate for the first time in 15 years. His sister Yahello interrupts his training, questioning why she had to deliver a parchment herself. Deculin calmly justifies his actions, stating it's his duty as the residing head to care for his family. But Yahello reveals a demon appeared at the Mountain of Darkness, triggering a new main quest, Birch's Call. She informs him he'll be traveling in 1 week with only a single guard. When she suggests a former mercenary as his guard, Deculin instantly dismisses the idea with a curt, "There's no need." He scoffs at the suggestion, mocking the man as nothing more than a driver now. Still, Uriel insists he can't go unguarded, showing genuine concern for the danger. "The journey to Bercht is one where your life can't be guaranteed," she warns, highlighting the extreme stakes. He teases her about being worried, but she flusters, shouting she just needs him alive to take over the family. Despite her harsh words, her flustered reaction betrays her true feelings. Finally, she takes charge, declaring, "Leave the guard issue to me. I'll commission it to a trustworthy place." At the order of Freeheim's post, knights clash steel in a brutal training session. Their captain, Julie, pushes them harder, her voice ringing out, "Nice. That's the right attitude. Maintain focus." But later, she stands in troubled silence, her gaze fixed on a subordinate knight. Her vice captain approaches, clearly conflicted. "What should I do?" he asks, sensing the tension. Suddenly, a dark presence looms behind him, the knight Baron, his eyes burning with a chilling intensity. The vice captain jumps, startled by Baron's silent approach. "At least make some noise when you move." He confesses his dilemma. A major commission has arrived, but something about it feels deeply wrong. Baron cuts straight to the point, revealing the unthinkable mission. The commission is to guard Deculine. The vice captain trembles with rage, realizing they've been tricked into protecting the man their captain despises. But Baron's decision is cold and absolute, his voice leaving no room for argument. "That commission, accept it." Baron argues that guarding the train will bring their order immense fame and fortune. But the vice captain protests their captain's history with Deculine, only to be silenced by Baron's cold glare. He desperately argues their captain is too professional to let personal feelings interfere with a mission, right? With the decision made, Baron turns away, declaring, "Then I'll go and mention it to the captain." His expression is unreadable, hiding a chilling and absolute resolve. Meanwhile, in the frozen north lies Berkt, the sacred dwelling of the legendary Elder Mages. Its authority is absolute, a place whose decisions bind even the powerful floating island of mages. This pillar of the magic world holds a summoning assembly only once every several decades. To be summoned is the highest honor, a recognition of one's status as a sorcerer of great renown. Yet, this prestigious summons is also known by another, more terrifying name, a mage's grave. At the Grand Station platform, the train to Bercht awaits, its destination a place of both honor and dread. Julie's subordinate reassures her that all preparations are complete, but her expression is still laced with concern. Suddenly, a knight announces, "He's coming," and Julie's gaze snaps towards the entrance, her composure breaking. Deculine arrives with his assistant Alan, the biting cold of the north a stark contrast to his usual environment. His assistant formally thanks him for undertaking such a long journey, but Deculine's expression remains impassive. He's informed that the Order of Freeheim will be his guard, and his eyes land on their captain, realizing with a jolt, Julie? His former fiancée, now his sworn protector, stumbles through her formal duties, her face burning red with embarrassment. A memory of his past request echoes in her mind, a simple plea for her to smile for him just once a month. Now, trapped by that old promise, she panics internally, desperately trying to figure out how to force a smile she doesn't feel. Her subordinate watches in awe, realizing that despite her hatred for the man, she is still trying to honor her word, a testament to her knightly honor. A knight steps forward to intercept Deculine's party, addressing his captain. "Captain, I shall handle." He introduces himself with a cold gaze. "My name is Varan," but another, more imposing knight with long dark hair reveals he is the one truly tasked with guard duty. His subordinate boasts loudly, declaring this man is a skilled warrior recognized by their entire order. Deculine's eyes narrow slightly, intrigued by the claim of a skilled man. The knight, Baran, secretly activates an ability, his eyes glowing as he scrutinizes the professor. Yet, he senses no special energy, wondering if he's just overthinking things. Baran then formally states he will take personal charge of the professor's cabin on the train. With the introductions made, Varan wishes them a safe trip and departs. As Julie walks away, Deculine is left on the platform with his new, mysterious protector. Varan's final words leave Julie completely bewildered at the train station. His comment instantly sends her into a flustered, embarrassed rage. Her mortified gaze falls upon her own captain, who has witnessed the entire exchange. Meanwhile, Deculine observes the scene with a cold satisfaction, noting that a promise was fulfilled. Several hours later, the train steams ahead, carrying them toward their dangerous destination. Inside the rattling train car, a fragile peace settles among the passengers. Noticing his assistant's fatigue, Deculine calmly tells Alan to get some sleep. The wheels thunder along the tracks, pushing them ever closer to the unknown. Alan immediately succumbs to exhaustion, leaving the professor alone with his thoughts. But Deculine's mind is elsewhere, contemplating their destination, a place with two faces, known only as the Mage's Grave. He knows this journey is plagued by a recurring, deadly event known as the train attack. To survive, one must choose the single safe train out of many, a deadly game of wits. The easy way out is to buy information from dark connections, a path of cowardice and corruption. He muses that the original Deculine, the man he replaced, would have definitely taken that route. But that's impossible now, because he severed all those shadowy ties the moment he took over this body. Instead, he made his own preparations, even as he watches his assistant, Alan, sleeping soundly beside him. A few days ago, he had offered Alan a choice. "Will you come to Burst with me? You're free to refuse." Overwhelmed with honor, the assistant burst into tears, only for Deculine to coldly warn, "If snot starts dripping, I'm not taking you." Back in the present, Deculine is still surprised by his loyalty, wondering if there's more ambition to the boy than he thought. And as the train thunders on, the impending danger barrels closer with every passing moment. The train rumbles onward, pulling away from the last vestiges of civilization. Inside, Deculine sits calmly, his assistant sleeping soundly while their new guard, Baron, watches from the back. With only Burke Station left, he wonders if he miscalculated. Did I pick the right train? He recalls his thorough preparations, using his Midas touch to unleash the hidden defensive potential of his own suit. His senses are on high alert, ready for the slightest disturbance. He even strengthened the wood steel shuriken he'd secretly spread throughout the train car as hidden traps. Even Alan's robes were enhanced, turning them into a powerful protective garment without the boy's knowledge. But all this power came at a cost. He's used so much mana that he's nearly empty, a dangerous state to be in before a major battle. No, he concludes, his resolve hardening. It would be best for nothing to happen. Deculine lets out a sigh of relief, hoping his journey continues peacefully. But as his train speeds across a treacherous mountain pass, that peace is about to be shattered. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts from the bridge in a direct attack on the train. Just a few days earlier, another mage was also preparing for a journey to the very same destination. Her father asks about her studies, a simple question that hides a deeper tension between them. She admits to missing classes, though he reassures her that she's destined to become an archmage. "If I don't even do that much," she states with resolve, "how could I become an archmage?" Her true regret, however, was missing the chance to hear more of Deculine's lessons. Puzzled, she asks her father why they had to leave for Birch's assembly so early. He offers no answer, his silence hinting at a dangerous secret he can't reveal. Her father asks if she knows the trip to Birkt is called the Graveyard of Mages, a question she dismisses as a ghost story. But he gravely confirms, it's not, shattering her naive perception. He reveals that every summons results in death, with 11 mages perishing 15 years ago alone. While being chosen is a mark of prestige that engraves a family in history, the stakes are impossibly high. Failure to attend means permanent expulsion, creating a vacancy for a rival family to seize. As she realizes the horrifying truth, he confirms her darkest suspicion about how to drag prestigious families down. The journey is a deadly game, where aspiring sorcerers hunt the established elite to take their place. She's left speechless, the cruel reality of their world crashing down on her. "That's the reason we're rushing," he confesses, revealing intelligence of a planned attack on the later train. He then resolves to explain this harsh truth to Sylvia, who must also face this world's cruelty. A father reveals a shocking truth. If someone needs to be punished for this, it should be all the sorcerers. He coldly states that for mages on this journey, death is considered a natural death, simply part of the game. Meanwhile, on the train, Deculine sits in quiet contemplation while his assistant sleeps, completely unaware of the coming danger. Suddenly, the hiss of an incoming projectile cuts through the air, aimed directly at their carriage. A massive explosion erupts, tearing through the side of the train in a blast of fire and shrapnel. While his guard Baron is startled, Deculine remains utterly unfazed, as if he expected this all along. His eyes flare with a brilliant blue light as he instantly activates his prepared defenses. A powerful magical barrier materializes, shielding the carriage from the devastating impact. The violent tremor jolts Alan awake, his face pale with shock and confusion. He scrambles to the window, screaming, "Professor, look at this, the train," as he witnesses the chaos outside. The entire train is impossibly suspended in midair, held aloft by an overwhelming blue aura. But inside, Deculine simply sighs in relief, completely unfazed by the catastrophe he just averted. He had already memorized elementary telekinesis, a foresight that proved to be their only salvation. With the immediate danger handled, he rises to his feet to face the true threat. On the roof, the assassins are stunned by this absurd display of power, questioning if head professors are even human. Their leader quickly rallies them, promising a great reward if they can just push through this unexpected defense. With their resolve hardened, the cloaked figures begin their assault, leaping towards the damaged carriage. One of them smashes through the wall, shattering wood and metal to breach their defenses. The assassins land inside, surrounding their target in a deadly formation, ready for the kill. Deculine looks down on the intruders with utter disdain, his only response a single, chilling word: morons. Shards of pure energy suddenly materialize in the air, crackling with immense power. Unfortunately for you, I've already expected this much, Deculine declares as the assassins are instantly impaled by his magic. The surviving attacker can only stare in utter disbelief, his mind unable to process the one-sided slaughter. Beside him, Alan panics, screaming, "Professor, it's an attack!" completely unaware of his master's overwhelming power. But before he can do anything rash, Deculine calmly tells him, "Rest for a bit, Alan," as a swift blow knocks him unconscious. The professor turns, his expression unreadable as his loyal assistant slumps over, safely removed from the coming battle. He then orders his knight, "Veron, was it? Take this kid and move him to a safe place." Without a word, the knight leaps from the ruined train car, carrying the unconscious Alan on his back. Now, alone, Deculine stands amidst the wreckage, the true battle only just beginning. Yet something feels off his sensitive senses, telling him the very metal of this train is far too soft. Deculine dismisses any other concerns, deciding to finish the fight before anything else. He unleashes his power, coldly reminding the assassins, "You guys started this, so you must be aware, right?" The assassins can only stare in terror as he continues his chilling promise. "That your deaths here are natural deaths, too," he declares, his aura exploding with overwhelming pressure. Meanwhile, his knight Baron follows his orders, carrying the unconscious Alan to safety. The knight glances back, stunned by the sheer scale of the power his master is about to unleash. With a single thought, Deculine's magic engulfs the entire train car, containing the chaos within. In an instant, the fight is over, leaving nothing but a room full of corpses. Deculine sits amidst the carnage, admitting to himself that the battle was more draining than he anticipated. His mana reserves are almost completely gone, the cost of fighting and protecting the train simultaneously. Deculine stands exhausted amidst the carnage as his knight, Baron, returns to the blood-soaked train car. "I've moved all the other passengers to a safe place," Baron reports, and Deculine begins to give his next command. But a strange tension hangs in the air, a chilling premonition that stops him cold. He notices Baron's gaze is suddenly different, holding a predatory intensity that wasn't there moments ago. Deculine tries to dismiss his unease, thinking the knight must simply be shaken by the attack. Suddenly, his eyes widen in shock as a sinister, crimson energy erupts from the man he trusted. A system notification flashes before him, revealing the knight is afflicted with the dreaded villain's fate. "I let my guard down," Deculine realizes, understanding he's been played from the very beginning. Baron's sword ignites with a menacing glow as he mockingly says, "It's a relief you survived. Because I have to kill you myself," he declares, lunging forward for the final, devastating blow. "I've safely evacuated the other passengers," Baron states coldly, his true intentions finally revealed. "So it is now your turn to die," he snarls, his blade radiating a deadly crimson aura. Unfazed, Deculine calmly asks, "Are you acting like this because someone is ordering you to do so?" But the moment he starts to mention Julie's name, Baron explodes with a furious, "Stop! If you dare utter my master's name, I shan't forgive you," he roars, fiercely defending her honor. The knight's conviction is absolute as he declares, "You will die by my hand for master." Deculine instantly realizes this betrayal is unrelated to Julie, seeing the knight's genuine reaction. With only 10 mana left, he knows he can't defeat a trusted knight in his current, exhausted state. Then, "My guard duty ends here," Baron shouts, lunging forward for the killing blow. Cornered and out of options, Deculine grits his teeth, realizing this is the only way. Cornered and out of options, Deculine makes a shocking choice, leaping from the train as Baron watches in disbelief. "Cancel telekinesis," he commands, releasing his hold on the massive structure and everyone inside it. The entire train plummets into the snowy mountains, a fiery tomb to escape a single traitorous knight. Meanwhile, in a quiet room, a blonde mage dismisses an offer of ice cream, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Her guard knight, Sirio, innocently asks if their entire party has gathered for the mission. She confirms everyone is present, except for 2 key figures, Euclane and Rewind. Though she quickly denies waiting for anyone, her troubled expression tells a different story. After her knight leaves, she sits alone in her room, lost in thought. Deculine, she whispers his name, a mix of fear and longing in her voice. A memory surfaces of a moment she wasn't supposed to see, revealing a deeper connection between them. A bouquet of white lilies rests on the cold stone, a silent offering at a forgotten grave. The inscription marks the final resting place of Isilia von Elemen Illidae, mother to the young mage Sylvia. On what should have been a normal day, Sylvia visits her mother, asking quietly, "How've you been, Mom?" As she walks through the cemetery, she can't help but complain about the terrible Professor Deculine and his endless assignments. But a sudden rustling sound from the bushes shatters the peace, making her freeze in place. She whips her head around, peering into the dark woods as her heart begins to race. Her eyes widen in utter disbelief at the impossible figure she sees emerging from the shadows. It's a man who should never be here, Deculine. Even with his back turned and his posture crumpled, his noble aura is unmistakable. But she can't comprehend it, wondering why a man like him would ever be at a place like this, mourning the dead. Sylvia watches in disbelief as Professor Deculine stands before a grave, his shoulders slumped in sorrow. She's completely stunned, realizing the cold-hearted professor has a pained expression she's never seen before. The man who was always so cold and haughty was shedding tears. As she flees, a fascinating thought hits her. Even he had memories of losing a loved one. The image of those tears, like shooting stars, kept plaguing her mind long after she left. She stands alone, lost in thought, unable to shake the memory of his grief. Her father's chilling words echo in her mind. "I received intelligence that there's a group scheming to attack the train." The warning bothers her deeply, a dark premonition she can't ignore. But after hearing Deculine's lecture, she realized there was something she wanted to try. Clutching a mana stone, she wonders if she can use it as a medium to test her new theory. Inspired by Deculine's lecture, Sylvia focuses her unique primary color magic through a mana stone, attempting the impossible. "I did it," she whispers in awe as a glowing bird of pure energy materializes in her hands. A true act of creation. She gently holds her new familiar, bestowing upon it a name. "From now on, you are Swift." The magical creature chirps, forming an instant, silent bond with its master. With a new purpose, she releases it into the sky, commanding it to fly and be her eyes. But elsewhere, the aftermath of the foreseen attack is grim, revealing a train car utterly demolished from the inside. A battered Deculine struggles to his feet within the wreckage, having somehow survived the brutal impact. The train itself hangs precariously over a snowy abyss, saved from a complete fall by sheer luck. He knows his Iron Man trait will heal his broken bones, but the physical pain is nothing. And as he rises, a cold, murderous rage begins to boil over, promising a terrible retribution. Fueled by pure rage, Deculine unleashes a devastating magical strike against the traitorous knight, but he can only watch in disbelief as his attack is completely nullified. He's still fine? The knight, Baron, effortlessly parries the blast with his glowing sword, revealing an unexpected power. It's a technique Deculine didn't anticipate, a wall of pure protective chi. "You sure are persistent," Baron sneers, his eyes glowing with a menacing red light as he prepares his counter. He retaliates with a ferocious, overwhelming the injured professor with raw, unstoppable power. Deculine is thrown back, forced to admit the knight's overwhelming strength. He realizes that even at his best, Baron's far stronger than I am now. However, a rare trait called Resolute activates, hardening his unbreakable will to fight on. Elsewhere, Julie grips her sword, knowing with absolute certainty that Deculine would never bend in a situation like this. Baron's overwhelming sword strike descends, aimed to finish the professor once and for all. The traitorous knight grits his teeth, pouring every ounce of power into the blow, while Deculine struggles to endure. With a deafening crack, Deculine's desperate magical defense shatters into nothing. Bloodied and cornered, the professor can only curse his dire situation. As the blade falls, he wonders if this is it, a true game over, or a return to his old life. A sickening slash and a spray of blood seem to seal his fate. Meanwhile, a golden familiar soars above the plummeting train, a silent witness to the chaos below. Back inside, the final, fatal blow is about to connect with its target. "It's over, and Baron begins to gloat, confident in his complete victory. But a strange power suddenly erupts from Deculine, stopping the knight cold. Baron freezes as the very space around him begins to warp and distort. He looks down in utter confusion, his sword hand suddenly bleeding and numb. In a flash of impossible speed, Deculine is behind him as the knight's severed hand plummets to the floor. A raw scream of agony erupts from Baron as he clutches the bloody stump. This is my chance, Deculine thinks, pushing through the pain for one final, desperate attack. With his mana nearly depleted, he lunges forward, a blade of pure energy piercing the traitor's defense. The knight can only choke as the attack lands true, his body seizing from the impact. Deculine follows through with a brutal kick, sending the traitor flying across the carriage. Baron smashes through the train window, plummeting into the snowy abyss below. Alone and bleeding, Deculine clutches his arm, having barely survived the impossible fight. Plummeting into the abyss, The traitorous knight desperately stabs his sword into the cliff face to save himself. With a final surge of will, his blade bites into the frozen rock, halting his deadly descent. But just moments before, inside the falling train, the knight could only stare up at the man who had utterly defeated him. Even on his knees, Baran clutched his sword, his eyes burning with a defiant hatred. "What did you just do?" he demanded, unable to comprehend the impossible power that had crippled him. Deculine coldly deflected. "I don't know either. More importantly, why are you trying to kill me?" The knight's motive has finally revealed a twisted justice for the evil deeds Deculine committed against his liege. "Are you really saying this is for Julie's sake?" Deculine scoffs, questioning the knight's unsanctioned crusade. He presses further, demanding to know what gives this man the right to act in her name. With a look of pure conviction, Baran declares, "You would never understand, Deculine. A noble family thanks Julie profusely, saying things could have been disastrous without her." "Of course," she replies coolly. "I just did my duty as a knight." But the captured boy struggles wildly, screaming that he's innocent, and the other guy started it. The noblewoman fiercely defends her son, only for the boy to snarl back with a murderous glare. "Do you want to die?" Julie's cold voice cuts through the chaos. "Oh? Have you still not learned your lesson?" She warns him that he should be begging for forgiveness before she hands him over to the authorities. Suddenly, the noblewoman turns on Julie herself, threatening her with charges of assault and trespassing. Julie pauses, catching one specific accusation. "Hold on a bit, madam. Did you say he trespassed?" As the woman confirms, Julie's gaze drifts towards the impossibly high walls surrounding the estate. She watches the skinny boy still fighting his captors, a new mystery forming in her mind about how he ever got inside. Julie offers to take the boy to the police herself, dismissing the noblewoman. As she drags him away, he screams his innocence, insisting he was only defending himself. In a shocking act of defiance, the boy suddenly sinks his teeth into her arm. He rages that the noble's family is infamous, snarling that he's telling the truth. But his protests are cut short, as Julie's patience finally snaps with a dark glare. She smacks him down, coldly stating, "You still shouldn't hit people." The boy is stunned into silence, the fight completely knocked out of him. Then, she makes an unexpected offer. "If you follow me, I'll teach you how to control yourself." His eyes widen, a flicker of hope appearing in his desperate gaze. A memory surfaces of their first meeting, where he simply asked, "You're gonna feed me, right?" He recalls the day he became a part of the Night Order. But because of his past, he was a complete outcast, unable to get along with anyone. Then, the only person who ever took care of him finally reached out her hand. It was his captain, Julie, who gently asked, "Varan, are you having a hard time with anything?" And in that moment, he knew everything was all right as long as he could be beside her. He watched her lead from the front, a fearless warrior who never backed down. She was a hero who always helped the weak and the elderly without hesitation. And she never once negotiated with injustice, striking down corruption wherever she found it. His respect and admiration for her grew beyond simple loyalty. And soon, that admiration blossomed into a deep, unspoken love. Baran plummets. Admitting his love for Julie is a burden he must bear. But he believes Deculine is fated to destroy her, making this murder a necessary evil. And Deculine knows it's true. The original villain's actions have poisoned this world. But with a new soul in control, he declares, "However, you're wrong." He vows to rewrite the villain's destiny and prevent the tragic ending he himself designed. So, with a sudden burst of speed, he grabs hold of the falling knight. He makes a desperate promise. "Hold on, Baran. I will not harm Julie, no matter what." He begs the traitor to trust him, a plea that hangs in the frozen air. Then, Deculine reveals a glowing stone, a hidden trump card he's kept secret, and as its power surges through him, his mana erupts with terrifying, crimson intensity. Deculine's grip tightens as he realizes the traitor's conviction. Hissing, "You!" He sees the unyielding hatred, knowing the knight doesn't intend to change his mind. Baran confirms it with a chilling vow, "I will kill you, no matter what." But Deculine's power shifts from crimson rage to an icy calm as he calls him a fool. He warns that this foolish choice today will have devastating consequences. A massive shard of ice manifests, as Deculine declares this act will torment Julie forever. Meanwhile, far from the battle, a knight captain suddenly flinches, struck by a dark premonition. Julie notices his distress, asking if he's unwell, but he quickly dismisses her concern. She laughs it off, completely unaware of the tragedy unfolding in her name. And in his final moments, Baran's only thought is of his liege, wishing for the happiness he just destroyed. A lone magical familiar soars over the desolate train wreckage, a silent messenger bearing witness to the chaos. Through its eyes, Sylvia watches in horror as she learns Deculine killed his guard, sending him plummeting into the abyss. But she quickly corrects herself, realizing it was a desperate act of self-defense against a traitor's blade. Her knight interrupts her thoughts, urging her to return for the upcoming assembly. Still, she can't shake her worry, wondering if Professor Deculine will even make it back in time. Meanwhile, Security Bureau Vice Chief Lilia Fremian arrives on the scene, her presence commanding immediate authority. She's briefed that while there was an attack, such incidents are common near the high-stakes Birched assembly. When asked about casualties, the initial report claims there were no injuries among the passengers. But then comes the chilling update. 2 people are missing: a guard named Veron and Professor Deculine. To get the full story, the Vice Chief is directed to the only key survivor who can explain what truly happened. The key witness is identified as Alan, who appears to be unconscious from the shock of the incident. He recounts a bizarre story of the train being held in midair before it fell, suspecting a second attack. As proof, he presents a shocking photo he took, showing the entire train impossibly suspended in the sky. The Vice Chief stares in disbelief, wondering, did he raise the entire train with magic? She immediately dismisses the notion as completely absurd, unable to process the scale of such power. But then, her subordinate delivers another bombshell. Veron is dead, and Professor Deculine survived the assassination attempt. Suddenly, Lilia gasps, receiving a strange telepathic message from an unknown source. She scans the crowd of survivors, trying to make sense of the conflicting reports and impossible evidence. Just then, a guard shouts as a lone figure is spotted walking toward them from the snowy wasteland. It's the man who should be dead, a battered but very much alive, Professor Deculine. Deculine admits that if not for a strange phenomenon, he would have been killed by a nameless knight. He knows that without the help of some unknown person, he would be the one lying powerless at the bottom of the cliff. His mind races with a single, burning question. Just who helped him? But his thoughts are cut short by Lilia Fremian from the Security Bureau. Ignoring her completely, he coldly asks, "What time is it?" and learns it's 3:30. "I have 6 hours left," he declares, turning his back on the investigation and the wreckage. She tries to stop him, asking if this train is the only route to his destination. Flustered, she admits there are other ways, like the road and sea routes. "Let me ask you again," she insists, trying to question him about the traitorous knight who was with him. But she whips around in shock, realizing he's already vanished down the tracks. The security guards are left baffled by Deculine's sudden disappearance, suspecting he used acceleration magic. Lilia Fremian is stunned by his power, questioning how much mana he could possibly have left. She smirks, finally understanding this is the very same Deculine that Lockhart had warned her about. Meanwhile, at the secretive Birched assembly, the world's most influential figures gather in a grand hall. Sylvia and her father watch the time tick down. It's almost 9:53, the time the stars gather. But a single ornate chair remains ominously empty, its intended occupant still missing. A hooded figure takes the stage, beginning the proceedings with a formal greeting to the summoned members. Suddenly, an overwhelming torrent of purple mana explodes from the speaker, shocking the entire assembly. This immense pressure comes from Dezektan, a legendary elder once considered the top candidate for Archmage. A red-haired mage grits her teeth, realizing this is the terrifying level she must surpass. The great elder begins the roll call, and mage after mage responds, until he calls for Deculine of the Eucline family to a silent, empty throne. Sylvia notices his absence, whispering, "Eucline isn't here yet?" The elder raises the stakes, declaring that if he doesn't respond to 3 calls, he'll be eliminated from the 12 sorcerers forever. Sylvia realizes the gravity of this threat, a major event for a group first summoned 2 centuries ago. But the other mages just laugh, mocking how Deculine's current capabilities are nothing compared to his powerful ancestors. They call him pathetic, wondering how he lived his life to have not a single person worried for him. Sylvia glares, the cruel mockery clearly bothering her. Ignoring the whispers, the elder begins the second call for Eucline as residing head, Deculine. The assembly erupts in smug laughter, confident the famed professor is about to be cast out in disgrace. But as the elder begins the third and final call, Sylvia's eyes suddenly widen in absolute shock. Just as the final call is made, the grand doors burst open with a blinding light, stunning Sylvia. She whips her head around as the entire assembly gasps in disbelief at the impossible sight. A lone figure stands in the doorway, his silhouette silencing every last mocking voice in the room. Deculine. His name echoes through the hall as he makes his grand, impossible entrance. He calmly adjusts his tattered suit, completely unfazed by the hundreds of eyes now locked onto him. A declaration rings out, confirming the unbelievable. Deculine von Grahan, Eucline is here. With heavy, deliberate steps, he walks down the aisle, his powerful presence dominating the entire chamber. Taking his seat, the announcer confirms, Eucline's residing head has arrived, and all opposition instantly crumbles. The meeting begins in tense silence, immediately turning to the first agenda. A demon appearing in the Black Mountain. A high-ranking mage gravely explains the serious implication, proposing they dispatch forces to the suspected areas at once. The first agenda passes without issue, a brief moment of calm before the real storm. As a short recess is called, the tension in the hall remains thick enough to cut with a knife. But inside, Deculane is on the verge of collapse, remembering the desperate race that left him utterly drained of both mana and stamina. Yet, he maintains his perfect, unshakable composure, a mask of aristocratic pride held up only by the villain's sheer force of will. During the break, the mages begin to mingle, unaware of the internal struggle of the man who just shocked them all. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the noise. "Professor!" And Deculane looks up to see his assistant. It's Alan, his loyal assistant, tears streaming down his face as he asks, "Professor, are you all right?" Deculane calmly reassures him, but his mind is racing, unable to see the boy in the same light. I can no longer see this child as purely as before, he thinks, now aware of the hidden identity lurking behind that innocent face. The question burns in his mind. Why is Alan here, and for what dark purpose is he hiding his true self? Deculane's mind drifts to a famous quote from his original world, a perfect strategy for his current predicament. He looks at his assistant and gives a simple, chilling order. "Alan, from now on, just stay by my side." He'll keep his enemy closer, vowing that one day he will figure out exactly who this boy is. Back in the assembly hall, the break ends and the mages retake their seats for the next session. The Great Elder presents the next agenda item, a topic far more dangerous than the last. It concerns how the Mage Order will respond to the reviled and feared Fallen Clan. Deculane instantly realizes this sensitive issue won't go as smoothly as the previous one. Suddenly, a fist slams down on the table, shattering the chamber's tense silence. The Fallen Clan is like a plague of cockroaches. Baton of the Bayarad family roars, demanding action. But Esenil of the Brand family calmly challenges him, asking, "On what basis do you say that?" Baton demands the Fallen Clan's eradication, but Esenil immediately fires back. "Watch your words, Baton." Deculane watches silently, noting that, as expected, opinions are already fiercely divided. Baton rages on, claiming the Fallen Clan is gathering under a mysterious leader and plotting a conspiracy. "That is pure speculation," Esenil retorts, refusing to accept his baseless fear-mongering. An elder chimes in, disgusted by the very thought of a hidden leader gathering followers. Baton screams, reminding them of the countless mages who died 60 years ago because they were too soft. The heated argument echoes through the chamber, as the two factions refuse to back down. Amidst the chaos, another mage thoughtfully strokes his chin, pondering the deadlock. He then turns, silencing the room by asking, "Then, what does Deculane of Uckline think?" All eyes fall on Deculane, the master exorcist, who is now forced to give his verdict. Deculane knows this pattern well. Blind hatred always leads to unnecessary tragedy. He resolves to delay their persecution, knowing it's crucial for the upcoming main quest. After all, the Fallen Clan isn't the true enemy lurking in the shadows of this world. Facing the assembly, he begins his defense, stating that while they were once enemies, the truth is more complicated. It all stemmed from misunderstandings, he declares, shocking the furious Baton. Deculane calmly confirms his statement, holding his ground against the entire room. He recounts a 7-year-old incident where a false accusation led to a bloody, widespread persecution. Then he exposes a 60-year-old conflict as a political land grab, only to be accused of hypocrisy since his own family led the slaughter. Baton explodes, screaming that they are a bloodline tainted by dark magic and must be exterminated. Uckline's tradition is hunting demons, Deculane coolly replies. But Baton roars back, "The Fallen are demons." Baton trembles with rage, his hatred boiling over at Deculane's words. Even his loyal assistant seems shaken, asking, "Can you take responsibility for those words?" But Deculane's gaze is like ice as he delivers a chilling warning. Those who call others demons can become demons themselves. His argument stuns the assembly, ending the session without a conclusion and postponing the issue. Later, Sylvia and her father discuss Burke's strict one-person-per-room policy, forcing them to separate. Her father warns her about the strange phenomena caused by the high mana concentration at night. Alone, she glances at the hotel's cryptic guidelines, written in an ancient script. Dismissing the rules as childish, scary stories, she decides to simply go to sleep. But as she rests, a mysterious golden light suddenly appears in her darkened room. Her eyes snap open, sensing a presence that shouldn't be there as her peaceful night is shattered. Ignoring the warnings, Sylvia gets out of bed, simply stating, "I'm thirsty." She stumbles through the dark room, but a growing sense of unease makes her freeze. Suddenly, she whirls around in shock as a strange energy begins to fill the air. An ominous purple mana erupts, twisting reality itself around her. The floor vanishes beneath her feet as she's violently thrown into a distorted space. Her room has become a strange hallway, and she wonders, did I do something wrong? A wave of terror washes over her as the gravity of her situation finally sinks in. She remembers the hotel's cryptic warning, "Don't get out of bed until morning." She realizes the elder's immense mana must have amplified this dangerous phenomenon. I was too complacent, she thinks, desperately trying to calm her racing heart. The oppressive purple mana crushes down on Sylvia, paralyzing her with fear. She whips her head around, her instincts screaming that she's not alone in this twisted space. With no other choice, she runs blindly down the endless, distorted hallway, desperate for an escape. Suddenly, a grand staircase appears before her, a direct violation of the hotel's most terrifying rule. Another warning echoes in her mind, never look inside any open doors she might find. She forces herself to stay calm, believing there must be a way back to her own room. But her resolve shatters as she pounds on a door, screaming for help, breaking another deadly warning. Her cries echo into the suffocating silence of the spectral hallway, answered by nothing. Collapsing to the floor in utter despair, her pleas turn into a final, desperate whisper. Just then, a door creaks open, and a calm voice cuts through the darkness, asking, "Have you lost your way?" The man is none other than her professor, Deculine, who recognizes her instantly, asking Sylvia, overwhelmed with relief and shock, she can only stare back at her unexpected savior. He calmly invites her into his room, and she timidly accepts, stepping out of the terrifying hallway. Inside, she apologizes, explaining how she was suddenly transported from her own bed. Deculine explains that such magical phenomena are common in Berkt, chiding her for not reading the hotel's rules. Sylvia wonders if it was his unique, unwavering nature that allowed him to defy the hotel's deadly curse. But suddenly, a pained growl escapes her lips as she clutches her arm in agony. A sinister purple energy begins to seep from beneath the door, crawling into the room. The energy explodes into a horrifying spectral monster, lunging directly at the terrified girl. Yet Deculine doesn't even turn around, his voice cutting through the chaos with a simple command. "Stay still." Deculine's power flashes through the room in a blur of blue energy. The spectral horror is instantly overwhelmed, its dark form torn apart by the overwhelming force. With a final groan, the monster dissolves into nothingness, its threat erased in a heartbeat. Sylvia is left speechless, surrounded by the remnants of his power, unable to comprehend what just happened. "It is simply a type of specialized magic that can only kill," he states, dismissing his incredible feat. He calmly explains that magic was never meant for such a purpose, revealing a glimpse of his complex philosophy. His words leave her stunned, her fear replaced by a deep and blossoming admiration for her professor. Turning the terrifying moment into a lesson, he conjures a vortex of fire, naming it Flowing Flame. As she watches in awe, he simply confirms her understanding with a quiet, "correct." He then tests her on lightning and metallization, praising her knowledge as his power fills the room. Sylvia pouts in frustration, holding a ball of mana he barely glanced at. Deculine acknowledges her effort with a simple, "You've done well," while manipulating pure light. However, he adds, his voice hinting at a critical flaw he's already found. He points out a hidden instability in her magic, causing her to flinch as her spell wavers. Desperate for an answer, she asks, "Then what's my weakness, Professor?" He coldly replies she must find it herself, but she retorts, "But you told Ephraim what hers was." "Ephraim found that out by herself," he states, his words cutting deeper than any blade. His comparison leaves her speechless and utterly dejected, the gap between them feeling immense. But just as she despairs, his voice cuts through the silence. "Cease your impatience, Sylvia." He finally looks at her, offering a rare piece of advice. "Time is on your side." He offers her a final piece of advice, telling her to work towards her goal one step at a time. His words strike her with unexpected weight, as he declares she's one of only 3 people with her level of talent. All her life, she's only heard insincere compliments about her fated greatness, words that felt hollow and stale. But she wonders why his praise, unlike all the others, feels real and carries so much weight. Later that night, under the glow of a full moon, a new opportunity awakens. Sylvia lies awake in her bed, his words echoing in her mind and changing her entire perspective. Meanwhile, Deculine is studying when he suddenly slams his book shut, sensing a disturbance. What's this energy? He wonders, a strange and powerful aura catching his complete attention. Without a moment's hesitation, he ventures deep into the dark, forbidden mountain path. A system alert has guided him here, revealing a chance to obtain a rare item far sooner than he ever expected. He follows the strange energy deep into the forbidden woods, ignoring the ominous purple aura. Suddenly, a massive, shadowy monster erupts from the darkness, its presence overwhelming. But the creature seems utterly confused by the man who dares to stand before it. It lunges forward with its terrifying claws, attempting to crush the intruder instantly. Yet, its attack simply crumbles into dust before it can even touch him. Unfazed, Deculin calmly asks, "Did you see an item possessing a lot of magic, perhaps?" The monster lets out a terrified shriek and flees for its life, vanishing into the night. Deculin is left alone, merely wondering what could have spooked the beast so badly. Ignoring the bizarre encounter, he finally locates his prize, declaring, "I found it." He holds the purified mana tree fragment, a material far greater than he ever anticipated. Holding the fragment, Deculin reflects on his past, knowing this artifact will finally accelerate his growth. This gain is far greater than he ever imagined, a power that could reshape his entire future. Back at the assembly, the debate rages as Baton calls the clan demons, but Deculin coldly retorts, "What a joke." The other mages are left completely bewildered, questioning why the ruthless professor would ever defend the Red Sins. Even Sylvia's father is deeply suspicious, wondering what grand scheme Deculin is secretly plotting. But Sylvia knows they're all mistaken, believing everyone sees only selfish ambition in the professor's actions. She alone understands the truth. He isn't scheming, he's just stating the obvious facts no one else will. Frustrated and defeated, Baton can only shout enough, bringing the argument to a grinding halt. With no conclusion reached, the matter of the Red Sins is tabled until the next meeting. And just like that, after days of bitter political maneuvering, the long and arduous assembly finally comes to a close. As a furious Baton storms off, Deculin remains completely unfazed by the animosity he's created. He knows this is all for the upcoming main quest, even if it means making more powerful enemies. The very next day, he and Alan arrive in the bustling Burst Market District with a new mission. Surrounded by rare magical components, Deculin searches for the perfect materials for his next weapon. "I need to craft a staff," he states, suddenly asking his assistant for advice on a secondary material. Caught completely off guard, Alan can only stammer, unsure how to answer his brilliant professor. But then, he urgently calls out, "Professor, Professor," pointing towards the shop's entrance. "That's my savior," he exclaims. "Thanks to her, I made it here safely." Deculin's gaze follows, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he sees who Alan is pointing to. It's the deputy director of the security bureau, Lilia Freemian, and she's calling his name. As a token of gratitude, Deculin treats Lilia Freemian to a meal for bringing his assistant back safely, but the pleasantries are cut short as Lilia presses him to wrap up her investigation. He's dead. Deculin lies coldly when asked about the escort knight, Baron, killed in the attack. Alan, oblivious to the chilling tension, continues to thank his savior for her help. Deculin's mind flashes to another killer, Rokak, sensing a deeper, more sinister connection. Meanwhile, at the Imperial Security Bureau, a traitor is sentenced to the worst prison imaginable for his crimes. The traitor is none other than Baron, who remains utterly silent as he faces his questioners. Lilia scoffs at his defiance. "So your lips are sealed only in the interrogation room, huh?" He finally breaks his silence, confused, as she gives a strange and sudden command. "Turn on your ability," she demands, determined to witness the power that nearly killed a Eucline. Baron smirks as a sinister energy begins to leak from him. A violent surge of demonic power erupts from the traitor, blasting Lilia back in her chair. His eyes crackle with an otherworldly purple light, a power far beyond that of a simple knight. Lilia struggles against the pressure, a containment device barely holding the room together as she grits her teeth. With a clenched fist, Baron demonstrates the terrifying force he's kept hidden all this time. "You Fing idiot," she snarls, her fury boiling over, not from fear, but from his recklessness. Her mind flashes back to a stern warning from a white-haired man. "I told you clearly not to act recklessly." He had even threatened her life, revealing, "I was planning to kill you, to protect their clan's secrets." They had debated their very survival, questioning if they could truly stay hidden within the Empire. "We were born with demonic talent," he had declared. "They fear that very thing." The clan leader's questioning cuts deep. "One more thing. Why did you mess with Deculin?" He stares her down, demanding to know if her true intention was to kill him. Lilia coldly admits they might kill him if he acts like a madman, but her leader commands, "Don't." He defends the professor, insisting, "He's a true noble. There's no need to kill him." But Lilia scoffs at the idea, retorting that she has a bucket list of his crimes. A memory of Deculin's unwavering gaze flashes by. A man who judged humans, not demons. The leader reveals a shocking truth. Deculine knew he was a red sin, and still spared him. She erupts in fury, questioning how he could defend a man whose ancestors led their people's massacre. Lilia argues that treating Deculine differently just because of his bloodline validates the world, calling them demons. She challenges how long he can stay hidden, but he answers with chilling confidence, forever. The leader dismisses concerns about their clan's diet, coldly stating, "Then just don't eat them." He reveals the Emperor's condition is worsening, forcing them to wait and see how the new king will treat the Red Sins. With a final, chilling command, he orders her to stay quiet and rot in Rekordak, ending their meeting. Meanwhile, a female knight scoffs at the idea of a true noble, dismissing them as just another annoying bastard. Suddenly, a figure walks past her, their presence barely registering as she stews in her frustration. She recoils in disgust from the sudden, overwhelming smell of booze that follows in their wake. The man is revealed to be Deculin, who turns coldly, stating, "I don't really have anything to say to you." But he's interrupted by a new voice calling out to a man named Ehelm as a smug blonde man enters the scene. The blonde man grins menacingly, demanding Deculin reveal that dark secret inside you, escalating the tension to a breaking point. At that very moment, the scene cuts away to the imposing headquarters of the Freyheim Knights. Inside the Freyheim Knights' headquarters, Julie's voice is laced with ice. "What did you say?" "Say that again." The knight captain looks away, unable to meet her gaze as he struggles to speak. The devastating words finally land. Baron was killed during the mission, and her world shatters. Slamming her gauntlets on the desk, she roars, "Prepare yourself at once." Meanwhile, at a tense meeting, the group agrees to wait for Deculin's explanation upon his return. The blonde man smirks, clearly enjoying the drama as the female knight watches on in silence. She realizes with a shock that the head of the Rewind family is present, wondering what is happening. The blonde man confronts Deculine directly, questioning why he's being so reckless around another magic family. His eyes narrow, trying to understand the professor's true intentions, asking, "Just why? Are you siding with the Bloodshrouds, Deculine?" The female knight is left speechless, her mind reeling from his question. The blonde man presses his advantage, sneering, "You said you wanted to annihilate them before, did you not?" Deculin remains silent, as his accuser reminds him of the paper condemning the very people he now defends. The man's taunts escalate, asking if he found a Bloodshroud slave, causing Alan to erupt with a cry of "How insolent!" But Deculine simply raises a hand, calmly telling his assistant, "I am fine." He then coldly dismisses his opponent's logic, stating his brain is akin to rotten cheese. The blonde man just smirks through his anger, accepting the insult with a simple, "Sure." He then issues a challenge, declaring they'll see if Deculin's talk is just for show at the upcoming research presentation. As the man walks away, the knight is left to process the impossible situation. Her thoughts spiral into a single, dangerous question. Is Deculine truly siding with the Bloodshrouds? The knight's doubt deepens, but Alan tries to reassure her, saying, "Don't worry." Her mind races back to a single name, Lockhart. Standing outside a pub, she's left to question if anything she heard was true. The next day, Deculine moves on to his next objective. He reveals he commissioned a powerful wand from a master craftsman before leaving Bursht. A system window suddenly appears, confirming the completion of a hidden quest he never knew existed. With his business concluded, the train begins its long journey back through the snowy mountains. On board, he finds himself sharing a carriage with the openly hostile Vethan. Despite the man's burning hatred, the tense journey proceeds without incident. As the trip finally ends, Deculin simply turns a page, completely unfazed by the world around him. As the snow falls, their long journey finally reaches a new station. Deculine steps onto the crowded platform, another leg of their trip finally complete. His assistant Alan stretches dramatically, relieved to be off the cramped train for a moment. "Professor, there's one transfer left," he begins, but his words trail off as he notices someone. Standing before them is the last person they expected to see, the Knight Commander, Julie. "Julie," Deculin says her name, his expression as unreadable as ever. "I've heard that you were ambushed," she says, her voice filled with genuine relief. "I'm glad you're safe." He thanks her coolly, assuming she heard the news from Veron, but he knows the rumors are twisted, with whispers asking why only he survived the attack. "I read the news," she continues. "It said you worked with him to save the victims." Julie's voice trembles as she finally asks, "I'd like to ask you something." Her eyes meet his, full of worry. "How was he?" She stares at him, desperate for an answer, but Deculin remains silent, lost in thought. As they walk through the bustling station, he wrestles with what he should say. He had planned to tell her everything. He would reveal that her own knight tried to kill him, forcing a brutal fight for survival. But now, standing before her, he can't bring himself to speak the words. He wonders if he should tell her, knowing the truth is far too cruel for her to bear. Her ironclad conviction would shatter, and she would certainly blame herself for her subordinate's betrayal. And so, he makes a decision. The right thing to do is to protect her from the truth. Deculine makes his choice, deciding to bear the burden alone even if he receives the ire of others. As the final call for the train to the Empire echoes through the station, their time together runs out. He and his assistant turn to leave, walking away from the conflicted knight. When she presses for answers about the traitor, he simply deflects, muttering, "It's difficult to say." But Julie senses the truth, realizing he was far more emotional than his cold exterior let on. With a formal bow, she thanks him and says she must now go, leaving the professor to his journey. He watches her walk away into the snowy station, a heavy silence falling between them. Overwhelmed, she admits to herself that she can't possibly comprehend the feelings Deculine must have had. Meanwhile, aboard the train, Alan notices the disdainful stares from other passengers, thinking them rude. He points out they were victims too, but Deculine dismisses them as foolish, prompting Alan to ask a critical question. "Why did you hold back?" Just as Alan questions his master's motives, a familiar face appears at the station, his prized student, Sylvia. She marches right up to Deculine, demanding an answer, but he coolly deflects, asking, "Hold back what, exactly?" Instead of an explanation, he presents her with a mysterious book, simply stating, "Here, a gift." Stunned, Sylvia clutches the book and wordlessly flees, leaving the two men behind. Alan asks what the gift was, but the professor gives a chillingly vague answer, "I do not know." Deculine sighs, utterly drained by the endless betrayals and just wanting to go home and rest. "Alan, let's make haste and return," he declares, as their train prepares to depart from the station. Meanwhile, Alan's official testimony recounts the horrific details of the two attacks that sent their train plummeting off a cliff. The report concludes that while they tried to manage the crisis, Knight Veron was likely killed in the second, more devastating assault. Having recorded the entire harrowing account, an Imperial official takes the statement and offers a simple, formal, "Thank you." Julie stands with the Knight Captain, solemnly accepting the news of her subordinate's death. She demands to know who was behind the attack, only to be told that on this route, no one is ever held accountable. Steeling herself, she walks off alone into the desolate, snowy mountains. On a lonely cliffside, she mourns her fallen knight, lamenting that she's lost a reliable right-hand man. Her grief twists into a bitter whisper as she looks out over the abyss. "You fool." Meanwhile, back at the Eucline estate, a furious scream shatters the peace. Deculine. His sister Yahello is enraged, accusing him of using the clan's funds yet again. "We can't even last 2 months, she rages, calling him a wasteful head of household. But Deculine remains perfectly calm, assessing the dire financial situation, and realizing he must take action. He coolly interrupts her panic with a shocking proposal. "I have a way to secure the finances." Inside the Grand Eucline estate, the tension is about to boil over. Deculine stands before his sister, surrounded by the very artifacts he squandered their fortune on. "What are you trying to do?" she rages, pointing to the expensive junk from the auction. But he coolly tells her to wait, reminding her to speak with the dignity of a future family head. His audacity leaves her speechless, fuming that the one who bankrupted them is now lecturing her on etiquette. Deculine recalls his past, admitting that at first, he didn't understand the reason for his own actions. He only saw that these auction items radiated a strange golden aura of a wealthy tycoon, but his recent journey revealed the truth. These items weren't just for show, they were keys to attracting immense wealth. With a surge of power, he activates his hidden ability, a skill known only as the Midas Touch. His sister can only stare in disbelief, calling him an idiot as he stands there with his hand outstretched. "It's done," Deculine declares, ordering the items to be immediately re-auctioned, leaving his sister utterly stunned. Yahello explodes in rage, screaming that they'll lose a fortune by reselling so soon, but he simply commands, "Silence, Yahello." He calmly instructs his servant Roy to move the items, completely ignoring his sister's frantic protests. Deculine stands with unshakable confidence, his mysterious plan already in motion. Suddenly, the true power of his Midas touch is revealed as a simple vase is transformed into a legendary artifact that can create powerful potions. He smirks, realizing the 2.5 million elm vase is now priceless, far too valuable to simply sell off. As servants carefully carry the enchanted item away, Uriel can only watch, completely baffled by his actions. She accuses him of trying to bankrupt them, but he just brushes her off, saying it's time to head to work. Leaving the chaos of his mansion behind, He arrives at the grand university building. His destination is not his office, but the unassuming door of the Ordinary Magic Exploration Club room. Inside the Ordinary Magic Exploration Club, a group of students are locked in a tense game of cards. Suddenly, Ephorine slams down her hand with a victorious cry, revealing a K-full house. The others groan in defeat, realizing she's won 3 times in a row and is now free from cleaning duty. Laughter fills the room as the losers make excuses, but the friendly banter continues. For Ephorine, this simple moment of joy feels like an impossible dream she never thought she'd experience. She remembers her lonely past, facing doors covered in hateful graffiti from other students. It wasn't just her peers. Even the professors looked down on her with cold disapproval. She endured countless incidents and hardships, forcing her to grit her teeth and push forward alone. Yet despite all the pain and isolation, she has finally arrived at this moment. Here she is, doing club activities with friends, a future she never imagined would come. As one of her friends gushes about their new club, Ephorine can't shake a feeling of unease. Suddenly, their peace is shattered by an angry stomp and a voice sneering about lowly brats. An enraged professor storms in, his voice booming. What the hell kind of club is this supposed to be? He complains bitterly about commoners occupying tower space, turning to his smug colleague for support. Ephorine's eyes narrow in recognition. These are the very professors known for tormenting commoner students. The man scoffs at their club's name, dismissing it as completely baseless and absurd. Though the intrusion is unwelcome, Ephorine steels herself, knowing this confrontation was inevitable. She stands tall, calmly informing them that their club is official, with a fully approved proposal. The professor is left sputtering in disbelief, demanding, "Who in the world approved this kind of club?" His rage then turns to recognition as he points a trembling finger. You're that rebel who got disciplined." Ephorine's eyes burn with fury, recognizing the same professor who has tormented her before. "How dare you stare at a professor like that?" the man sneers, disgusted by her defiance. Her friend tries to hold her back as the professor screams, "You punk! Lower your eyes." Meanwhile, his cowardly colleague trembles behind a door, too afraid to get involved. The professor storms off, declaring that no sane faculty member would ever approve such a worthless club. But just as Ephorine is left speechless, a new voice cuts through the tension. The professor gloats, thinking he's won, certain that no one would dare support them. Suddenly, a cold voice echoes through the room. "That would be me," as the man is sent stumbling. Deculine appears, grabbing the professor with an iron grip and asking, "I approved it. Got a problem?" Ephorine can only stare in disbelief, as her most hated professor becomes her unexpected savior. Deculine's cold gaze cuts through the room, his patience clearly worn thin. "I approved it," he declares, his voice dripping with ice as he confronts the stunned Professor Relin. He then turns his attention to the students, questioning if he needed permission to intervene on their behalf. Internally, he seethes, remembering how his sister Yahello already ruined his morning before this new annoyance appeared. The terrified professor stammers an apology, but Deculine is only disgusted by the pathetic man's sweat. Trying to save face, Relin quickly changes his argument, suddenly complaining that the club room is far too shabby. He claims his outrage was only because the university's mages deserve better equipment and furniture. Cornered, Relin promises to personally take responsibility and replace everything with something better. Deculine's voice is laced with sarcasm as he commends the professor's sudden generosity, forcing him to agree. With the situation handled, Deculine simply turns and walks away, leaving the humiliated professors in his wake. Deculine scoffs, his thoughts dripping with contempt. Lowly cockroaches will always act like cockroaches. With a final, dismissive "I'll head out first," he turns his back on the humiliated professors. Professor Relin is left standing in stunned silence, completely outplayed and seething with rage. Sometime later, a new day dawns at the academy, the sunlight streaming through a classroom window. Inside, students gossip about Professor Deculine's long absence and wonder what could have possibly happened at Berkt. The infamous train incident is on everyone's mind, with Sylvia recalling the insane reports of it floating in the air. As they wonder if he'll reveal the truth, a hand slams down on the desk with a sharp command. "Silence, everyone." Deculine stands before them, his expression unreadable as he announces, "I will now begin the lecture." He immediately dives into the day's topic, pure elements and magic interference. He explains it as one mage's spell being disrupted by another's intervention, a lesson that feels deeply personal. Deculine calmly announces a warm-up exercise before the lecture even begins. With a single snap of his fingers, he unleashes a torrent of glowing magic stones that fill the entire classroom. The students can only stare in utter shock at the sudden, overwhelming display of mana. Even the most talented mages like Sylvia are left speechless, realizing the sheer gap in their power. The professor then raises the stakes, coldly stating, "These magic stones cost 3,000 eln apiece." He issues a challenge to the class. Try to snatch one by interfering with his telekinesis. As he declares, "If you can take it, it's yours." Ephorine's eyes blaze with pure, unadulterated greed. But just as she lunges for the prize, her friend grabs her face, desperately trying to stop her reckless impulse. Deculine explains that blocking interference is a vital skill, daring them to try despite the defender having the advantage. He then effortlessly manipulates the stones, demonstrating a level of control that seems completely unbreakable. The entire class erupts with mana, every student desperately trying to break through the professor's defense. But for Deculine, this isn't just a lesson, it's a chance to master the basic telekinesis he only recently memorized. He's curious to see how his power holds up against 150 mages, a perfect test of his own limits. The true battle begins as the top-class talents, Sylvia and Ephorine, unleash their full power. With her funds nearly drained, Ephorine grins, declaring, "I'll gratefully take one." Deculine. Sylvia watches intently as her classmates try and fail, analyzing the impenetrable wall of force. She recalls that Ephorine is self-taught, a fact that only fuels her own competitive spirit. With a fierce cry of "I can't lose," their magical auras clash in a desperate struggle for the prize. But one by one, the weaker students are violently thrown back, their magic completely nullified. Even the more capable ones can only grunt in frustration, unable to even touch the floating gems. A student stares in awe, admitting that against 150 opponents, the professor left no openings for them to interfere. Even Deculine is taken aback, admitting he didn't expect every single student to fail so spectacularly. But suddenly, one of the floating gems shatters, breaking his seemingly perfect magical interference. Sylvia pants heavily, having finally broken through the barrier to claim her prize. At the same time, another powerful aura erupts as a second student makes her move. Sylvia, having secured her gem, watches the unfolding chaos with a determined gaze. "Good work, Sylvia," Deculine acknowledges calmly. "You're the first." She clenches her fist, a silent declaration of her victory and ambition. Internally, he admits he expected nothing less from the talented prodigy. But as he asks, "Is there no one else?" The remaining students continue to struggle and fail against his power. If not, Deculine muses, his gaze cold and calculating as he watches his students struggle. But he suddenly senses another success as Sylvia looks on in complete disbelief. Ephorine, battered but triumphant, clutches the glowing crystal, laughing, "I did it, my 3,000 eln." Sylvia glares, her brief moment of victory now tainted by her rival's shocking achievement. Meanwhile, the other students are completely overwhelmed, crying out in pain as they fail the brutal test. Deculine finally raises a hand, putting a stop to the chaotic scene. "That's enough. Pathetic brats," he scoffs, ordering them to clean up the mess themselves during a short break. The lecture hall is left in disarray, with exhausted students scattered across the room. Her friend asks how she managed the impossible feat, admitting she almost passed out just from sharing the burden. But Ephorine, with a bloody nose and fierce eyes, reveals she had a profound realization during the struggle. Ephorine tries to explain her breakthrough, saying it felt like she pierced through something, making her friend jealous. But Sylvia is consumed by doubt, questioning how the last-place student could suddenly rank second in the class. She remembers the rumor that Deculine resigned his post just to secretly tutor Ephorine, fueling her suspicion. The thought enrages her as she wonders, "Did Deculine lie to me?" Her jealousy hardens into resentment as she mutters about the arrogant Ephorine. Meanwhile, back in the lecture hall, Deculine addresses the class to reveal the true purpose of his brutal test. He explains that while they all struggled with magic interference, there was a far simpler, more elegant solution. His gaze falls upon the two prodigies who succeeded, acknowledging they may have already caught on. With a chilling intensity, he finally reveals the name of this legendary method, mana interference. It's a well-known but master-level technique that doesn't just block a spell, but completely disrupts the casting itself. A student immediately points out the technique's major flaw. It's only useful if you already know countless magic circles. Deculine confirms this, admitting you can only interfere with spells you truly understand, which is why most mages just use barriers. But he insists, without hardship, there's no growth, urging them to use this opportunity to truly understand the concept. The key, he explains, is identifying the core circuit within any magic circle, regardless of its type. By targeting that specific circuit, a mage can completely unravel the casting process itself, making it a gateway to even greater power. "Now, I'll teach you," he declares, his own mana flaring as he prepares to demonstrate this advanced technique. He conjures a destruction spell, the Gale Blade Drill, explaining how its circuits spread explosively from the center. As he moves on to support magic, every student in the room frantically takes notes, desperate to keep up. 2 grueling hours later, the intense lecture continues without a single break. Deculine, however, shows no signs of stopping, his gaze fixed as he prepares to reveal the next concept. There's still more to cover, but time's already up, Deculine states, leaving them to imagine the rest on their own. He announces that midterms are coming, warning them to master what they've learned before the public practice session. With a final, "That's all for today," he slams the door, leaving the entire class completely stunned. The students erupt in frustration, furious that he stopped the lecture right at the most critical moment. But Ephraim feels a profound change, realizing she's learned something fundamental even if she can't yet put it into words. As she leaves, a sharp voice suddenly calls out her name, stopping her in the hallway. A smug rival student blocks her path, clearly looking to start trouble with her and her friend. "Beck," her friend snaps, "why are you picking a fight with us again?" Ephraim calmly asks why Beck is so desperate to mess with them lately, reminding her of the last incident. But Beck just smirks, her jealousy boiling over as she demands, "What the hell did you do to jump from last to second place?" Ephraim tries to dismiss the taunt, telling her friend to just ignore them. But Beck's eyes blaze with jealousy as she accuses Ephraim of bribing the professor, since she has no family backing. "What the hell did you just say?" Ephraim snaps, her composure finally breaking. Beck smirks, claiming everyone knows she's getting private lessons from Professor Deculin. Her friend furiously denies the rumor, but the accusation hangs heavy in the air. "Then explain it," Beck screams, questioning how a half-wit could suddenly improve her grades so drastically. She cruelly suggests the professor pitied her, perhaps giving her a magic stone to pass. Another student piles on, sneering that she has no home or parents to support her. A dangerous green aura explodes from Ephraim as she snarls, "Say one more word right there." Unfazed, Beck challenges her directly. "You think I won't hit back? Then go ahead, try it." A nearby student watches in stunned silence as the insults fly. But just as Ephraim is about to explode, a hand desperately grabs her shirt. "Hold it in, Ephraim," her friend pleads, trying to stop the fight before it can even begin. She warns her about the risk of another disciplinary hearing, a consequence she can't afford. Suddenly, a lesson echoes and the explosive tension drains from her body, leaving her friend completely bewildered by the sudden calm. With a gentle smile, she thanks her friend Julie, admitting she got a little too worked up. She calmly declares she's come to her senses, leaving her accuser, Beck, seething in disbelief. Completely ignoring the bully, Ephraim invites her friend to get food, turning her back on the entire conflict. Beck is left utterly humiliated, slamming her fists on the desk as her targets simply walk away. Sylvia, the academy's prodigy, watches with a look of cold, calculating suspicion. Back on the sunlit campus grounds, a new storm is brewing between rivals. Ephraim stomps in frustration, her rage from the last confrontation still burning hot. "I'm so angry," she seethes. "I don't think I'll be able to just walk past him anymore." But her anger finds a new target as she mutters about that stuck-up noble brat. She freezes, realizing the very person she was thinking of, Sylvia, is standing right before her. With an unnerving calm, Sylvia makes a simple demand. "You. Talk with me for a moment." The air grows heavy as the two mages finally face each other directly. Ephraim scoffs, warning her that now is not the time to pick a fight. But Sylvia cuts straight to the heart of her jealousy, asking, "Are you getting private lessons from Deculine?" Ephraim explodes in rage, screaming, "You don't know anything." But Sylvia calmly watches the outburst, her suspicions seemingly confirmed by the fiery denial. She dismisses the argument and pivots, catching Ephraim completely off guard with a new line of questioning. "Deculin hasn't stepped into his lab for the past 3 years, she reveals. "Not since your father died." Ephraim scoffs, confident that without her genius father, the professor was completely helpless. But Sylvia shatters that confidence, revealing that 3 months ago, Deculine suddenly started going to the lab every single day. He didn't just return, he revitalized the entire facility, hiring new staff and bringing in advanced equipment. The horrifying implications crash down on Ephraim as she whispers in disbelief, "No way." Her mind races with a terrible suspicion. Is he trying to steal her father's research again? But a flash of his cold resolve reminds her that something about the man she thought she knew has fundamentally changed. Sylvia casually dismisses the topic, asking Ephraim, "And what does that have to do with me?" A smug, knowing smile spreads across her face as she enjoys the chaos she's created. "Just wondered if you knew," she says coolly, turning to leave, Ephraim completely stunned. The horrifying possibility leaves Ephronine frozen, her mind racing with suspicion and doubt. A few days later, the students are gathered for Deculine's next lecture in a grand hall. A nervous murmur ripples through the crowd as they wait for the infamous professor to arrive. "What's Deculine planning this time?" Ephronine whispers, unsettled by the unusual location. Suddenly, she's shoved from behind by a familiar face in the dense crowd. "That guy again," she seethes, but her friend quickly holds her back, telling her to calm down. Just then, a commanding voice cuts through the noise. "Quiet. I'll begin the lecture. Today is the final practice session before midterms," Deculine announces, his voice echoing through the hall. With a dramatic gesture, he declares that today's class is something entirely different. The scene instantly shifts to a massive, open-air arena. A public demonstration, he reveals, as the camera pans over a colossal crowd of spectators. Ephronine and her friend can only stare in shock, wondering how many people are even here. "All of you will engage in magical combat training," he commands, sending a wave of panic through the students. He lays out the rules. They must use at least 3 different elements, and only the process matters, not victory. Professor Relin will prevent any serious injuries, so they are ordered not to hold back their spells. "First up, Eurojon," he calls out, telling the terrified student to come forward and choose his opponent. The 2 chosen students now stand alone in the vast, intimidating arena as the entire academy watches. Deculine watches with a cold, calculating gaze as the true test begins. With his declaration, "The battle will now begin." The magical duels proceed, filling the arena with elemental chaos. Students immediately unleash powerful spells, shattering the ground as they clash for the first time in a real combat scenario. While Professor Relin panics at the sheer scale of the magic, Deculine remains completely unfazed, observing every detail. Though awkward at first, the students quickly find their focus, their hands igniting with fierce determination. Explosions rock the arena as their raw power is finally unleashed without restraint. Deculine calmly announces the outcome of one such brutal match. Sylvia wins, but victory brings out the worst in others, as 2 students mock the defeated commoner for even daring to attend the tower. Ephronine glares at the nasty jerks, knowing they'd never have the guts to challenge a prodigy like Sylvia themselves. Meanwhile, her friend rushes to the fallen student, shouting words of encouragement. "It's okay, you did great, Ferret." Deculine calmly calls the next challenger to the stage, the arrogant student, Beck. He gives her a simple command: "Choose your opponent," as she scans the crowd with disdain. Without hesitation, she points, her voice echoing with a single name: Ephronine. But instead of fear, Ephrine's eyes narrow with resolve, thinking to herself, "Even better." The 2 rivals finally face each other in the center of the ruined arena, the tension palpable. Beck immediately starts her psychological warfare, sneering, "You sure about this, Ephronine?" Ephronine fires back, dismissing the accusation as garbage and questioning her noble etiquette. Stunned, Beck lashes out, mocking her for poorly copying Professor Deculine's style. A brilliant green aura erupts around Ephronine as she vows, "I'll make sure everyone sees your magic sucks just as bad." Enraged by the insult, Beck screams, "What'd you say, you damn bug?" as the real fight is about to begin. Beck unleashes a devastating golden spell, sneering, "I'll personally help you reunite with your parents." A massive explosion engulfs Ephronine as her friend screams her name in terror. Beck smirks, confident in her victory, muttering, "Huh. You fool," as the smoke clears. But the supervising professor suddenly looks confused, sensing something is completely off. His protective magic was never needed, as Ephronine stands untouched within her own powerful green aura. Calmly, she recalls a saying she's always remembered since coming to the tower, that nobles are weak to a good beating, she declares, unleashing an overwhelming wave of mana. The attack sends Beck flying helplessly into the air, as Ephrine's friend cheers her on. Her rival crashes to the ground, utterly defeated and unable to comprehend what just happened. Ephronine stands over her, coldly asking, "So? How does it feel to get wrecked by a bug?" As Ephronine is declared the winner, a defeated Beck can only curse the lucky commoner from the ground. Nearby, a silver-haired prodigy complains that the duels were too fast, failing to impress their honored guests. She approaches the head professor, boldly asking, "May I have just one more chance?" Her opponent was so weak, she explains, that the duel ended instantly, leaving her skills completely unevaluated. Deculine agrees it would be unfair, calmly granting her request. "Very well, then pick anyone here to duel." Without a shred of hesitation, she points directly at the professor himself. With a confident grin, she makes an unbelievable declaration. "Professor, I would like to duel you." The challenge hangs in the air, her finger still aimed at the most untouchable mage in the tower. Her words echo again, A shocking demand from a mere student to her legendary teacher. The crowd erupts in disbelief as Professor Rellin screams, "You brat! What nonsense are you spouting?" The silver-haired prodigy watches the chaos she created, a silent glint in her eyes. She thinks to herself that she expected this uproar. She's not an idiot, after all. This is her one chance to face Deculin, and she'll seize it, even if they call her a lunatic. Deculin, however, observes her silently, his expression completely unreadable. He calmly tells the panicked Professor Rellin to compose himself, effortlessly taking control of the situation. With a commanding gaze, Deculin shocks everyone by announcing, "Very well, I permit it." He confirms he will be her opponent, as he never specified any restrictions. But he sets an impossible condition: he won't attack, and she wins if she can make him move even slightly. A confident smile spreads across her face as she simply agrees to the terms. And so, the duel begins. A lone student against the untouchable professor. Her heart pounds like crazy, realizing the thing she wished for so desperately is finally happening. It's a duel with Deculin, and with a single word from the professor, it begins. She immediately unleashes a torrent of green magic, a furious opening salvo. But she knows the power gap is immense, admitting she can't truly do anything to him now. This duel is reckless, a fact she's fully aware of as she pushes forward. Still, she has to measure it while she has the chance. She must gauge the strength of the opponent she will one day defeat. The gap between you and me, she thinks, gathering all her power for one final attack. With a furious cry, she unleashes a massive inferno, a spell meant to test his absolute limits. But Deculin simply watches the flames, a flicker of interest crossing his face as he utters a single, unimpressed sound. Deculin is swallowed by a raging inferno, a spell meant to test his absolute limits. But his opponent isn't finished, screaming, "I'm not done yet," as she summons the power of Earth. The flames intensify, a roaring vortex of destruction that should incinerate anyone caught within. Yet from the heart of the blaze, Deculin walks forward completely unscathed, the fire parting before him. The other professors and students can only watch in stunned silence, their minds unable to comprehend the sight. The silver-haired mage's confidence shatters as she witnesses the impossible, her eyes wide with disbelief. With a deafening crack, her ultimate spell shatters like glass against an unbreakable wall. Deculin stands perfectly still, not a single speck of dust on him, his expression one of utter boredom. His opponent stumbles back, the backlash of her own magic and the sheer shock of his defense overwhelming her. Refusing to give up, she unleashes a new barrage, screaming "Ricochet mortar!" in a final, desperate assault. Deculin calmly points out a critical flaw. "Your magic has a habit." He explains that the bigger the spell, the more obvious her weakness becomes to his mana interference. Gritting her teeth, she desperately tries to launch her next attack, but her body lurches as the spell completely fails to activate. "No way," she thinks in horror. "Did he see through all my spell circuits?" Deculin coldly informs her, "You will no longer be able to cast magic in front of me." A flicker of defiance returns to her eyes as she finds a new resolve. "The magic battle isn't over yet," she screams, charging forward to close the distance. She throws a punch, boasting that she's far more confident in hand-to-hand combat. But her fist is stopped cold, inches from his face, leaving her utterly speechless. Ephornie is sent flying by a powerful blast, her body ragdolling through the air. Deculin watches impassively as she crashes hard into the stone courtyard below. He lets out a small grunt, a flicker of acknowledgement crossing his stern face. Internally, he praises her impressive magical sense, combining wind, fire, and earth into a dust explosion. But he knows that without the raw power to control the elements, her talent is incomplete. The key to her sudden growth, he realizes, is her unique talent known as Vessel. It's an ability to control all elements, one of the most prized talents in the world. He muses that even the original villain he replaced would have been jealous of such potential. Though the duel's outcome was decided from the start, a thought lingers in his mind. Looking down at the defeated student, he admits to himself it wasn't bad at all. Ephorine is left completely stunned by the professor's rare acknowledgement. With the lesson over, Deculin dismisses the class, his back turned to the shocked students. The crowd erupts in whispers, amazed that Ephorine not only fought well but earned his praise. One unimpressed student, however, scoffs that the whole affair was rather anticlimactic. But Ephorine can only smile, a single, powerful thought beginning to form in her mind. Did I just get recognized? She wonders, as her friends rush in shouting, "You're our pride." Meanwhile, at a distant port, a group of adventurers watches as a ship finally comes into view. A man in a mask steps forward to greet his returning comrades, Leo and Carlos. A woman named Ganesha rushes past them, throwing her arms wide to welcome a quiet, dark-haired girl. "Didn't you miss me?" she asks, and the girl can only shyly reply, "A little?" But this shy girl is Yuria, a vessel for the soul of Kim Woojin's real-life ex-girlfriend. Ganesha squeezes her tight, exclaiming how much she missed her, but the girl just complains, "Captain, that hurts." After a quick apology, the girl falls silent, a strange, distant look on her face. Suddenly, her mind flashes back to a blinding light that completely engulfed her old world. She remembers that brilliant radiance swallowing her whole as all sound disappeared. When she finally opened her eyes, the world she belonged to had completely changed. She was surrounded by familiar faces, the very characters from the game she helped create. An adventurer with a distinct helmet approaches. "Hey there. I'm Ganesha. You're Rhea, right?" The sea breeze, the scent of this place, she realizes she's trapped inside her own game's setting. "Yes," she finally answers, accepting her new fate inside the world she created. "I'm Yuria." Ganesha's party rushes through the streets, shouting at a boy named Leo Carlos to stop running around. Rhea knows this woman is the world's greatest adventurer, and her only key to survival. With cold resolve, she vows to endure this world and find a way to return home. Meanwhile, inside a grand mansion, another power is being unveiled. "Finally, it's here," Deculine says as he receives a long-awaited package. It's the legendary Eucline staff, an exclusive artifact that stores a staggering 500 mana. "Beautiful," he murmurs, his aesthetic sense trait activated by its flawless design and self-learning ability. He continues to inspect the staff, completely captivated by its incredible item traits. Even the Blood of Eucline trait is perfect, making the 9 million eln cost feel insignificant. A knock interrupts his focus as his butler calls him to dinner, but Deculine's mind is already elsewhere. At the Eucline estate, a feast of impossible extravagance is laid out on the table. Deculine sits in stoic silence, observing the lavish spread before him. "I'm sure I heard our finances," but their aide reveals the antiques Deculine suggested they sell had an excellent response. The moment the items were listed, bidders flooded the auction house, creating an unprecedented frenzy. To their shock, they earned enough not just to cover the deficit, but to run the clan worry-free for years. The aide then explains this entire meal is Lady Uriel's way of showing her thanks. Deculine quietly takes a bite, considering the gesture. "It's delicious," he says simply, causing his sister to look on in surprise. Uriel smirks to herself, begrudgingly admitting that her brother's mysterious plan worked perfectly. The tense meal concludes in the grand dining hall, a rare moment of peace between the siblings. But Uriel can't help but fume internally. "Ugh, come on, that's not how you hold a knife." A little later, back in the solitude of his towering office, Deculine gets to work. He uncovers stacks of old documents, the previous exam questions created by his past self. Sifting through the papers, he realizes with disgust that it's a complete mess. "Pathetic Deculine," he scoffs, utterly disappointed in the villain's legacy. His current task is to create the questions for the upcoming midterm exams. To find inspiration, he's gathered all the tests the original Deculine once made. He quickly discovers every single one was designed with a single purpose: to trample debutantes. The questions were nothing but a reflection of the original's cruel arrogance, screaming "taste my test" in despair. Deculine scoffs at the trashy personality revealed in his predecessor's exams. The old questions were nothing but a petty display of superiority, designed to crush students. "But I won't be like that," he resolves, determined to create questions that truly teach. He envisions a test that is difficult, yet leads to a magician's enlightenment. Hoping for a clue, he opens the very last box of old documents. He pulls out a single sheet of paper, his expression immediately shifting. A jolt of surprise hits him as he realizes this one is completely different. The feel of the problem and the handwriting are completely unlike the rest. It feels written by someone else, and a strange vision of a frustrated Sylvia flashes before him. Though just as difficult, this problem sparks an undeniable and immense interest. He realizes that if one truly comprehends this mysterious problem and infuses the answer directly into a magic exam paper, the simple sheet erupts with a torrent of raw elemental energy. The sheer scale of the magical reaction is unlike anything he's ever seen from a mere test. Visions of fire and ice flash through his mind, the pure essence of the elements themselves. Suddenly, a breathtaking spectral figure of pure mana materializes right before his eyes. He understands that solving it correctly reveals a picture as the result. Each color represents an element, and their perfect harmony inspires true awe. It's the ideal problem for a subject on understanding pure elemental magic. But a sharp, instinctive jealousy grips him, a beauty the original Deculine could never create. But wait, Deculine thinks, a sudden, chilling realization dawning on him. He stares at the spectral figure born from the magic, demanding, "Who is this woman?" Meanwhile, at the prestigious Birched Assembly, a critical meeting comes to a close. A decree is signed by the Grand Elder, officially postponing the dangerous red track discussion. This outcome is noted as interesting, a direct result of Professor Deculine's powerful opposition. A mysterious blonde woman smirks at the news, finding the professor's interference a strange and amusing turn of events. Her sharp eyes scan the room as she addresses the gathered council. "All of you as well," she says with a chilling smile, her gaze sweeping over the elders. "This is Adrian, the powerful chairwoman of the Magic Tower and the most promising Archmage candidate. But despite her immense power, her personality is revealed to be surprisingly light and playful. Back at the Magic Tower, whispers and gossip fill the halls as two women share a secret. The chairwoman Adrian's ears perk up, her mind racing with scandalous rumors about Deculine and a knight. But this love for gossip is tied to a deep secret. She is a half-fairy, the source of her playful nature and immense power. And even a being like her has been waiting for a day just like this one. During the monthly professors' meeting, she muses over Deculine's recent political maneuvering, finding it all so interesting. As always, one seat remains empty, with Deculine's arrogant words echoing in their minds. Who do I need to impress? But this time, a comment made in his absence changes the entire atmosphere of the room. Lord Luina will be attending this mage conference, a professor suddenly announces, shocking Adrian. Her mind flashes back to Luina, the rival who once competed with Deculine for his position before being forced to resign. Why now? She wonders aloud, as another professor cynically suggests a powerful position has been secured for his return. The professors praise Lord Luina's past accomplishments, seeing his return as a huge gain for the Magic Tower. One even compares him to Deculine, who only defends the red track, subtly questioning the current chief professor's value. The sentiment spreads as others agree to reconsider things if Luina truly returns to the fold. But Adrian cuts the meeting short, reminding everyone to submit their exam questions before abruptly leaving. Alone, she grips her mug, thinking to herself that Deculine has been acting far too strange lately. She recalls the exam problem he submitted, a work so brilliant she suspects someone else must have written it for him. A wicked smile crosses her face as she imagines the chaos when his sworn enemy, Luina, finally appears. "Kya, that would be so fun," she exclaims, giddy with anticipation for the coming drama. A few days later, the midterm exam for understanding pure elemental magic finally begins at the Grand University Tower. But inside, the students are in an uproar, completely baffled by the exam's absurdity, as some already prepare to give up. Alan attempts to calm the panicked students, insisting the bizarre exam format is exactly as stated. He then drops a bombshell. The midterm for understanding pure elemental magic will last for 10 entire days. Each student will be confined to a private room where the test paper can never leave. To make matters even more confusing, he announces the grueling 10-day ordeal is completely open book. Ephorine and her friend are left speechless, wondering just how impossibly difficult this exam must be. But Alan isn't finished, revealing a final message directly from the absent professor. "If you get a perfect score," Deculine had declared, "I'll write you a letter of recommendation under the chief professor's name." The classroom erupts in a frenzy, as a prize of that magnitude could change a mage's entire future. After all, the path to becoming an archmage is a brutal climb through 11 distinct classes, and each rank requires a promotion test so difficult it crushes the spirits of countless aspiring mages. A recommendation from a 4th-rank monarch class mage is a wild card, a guaranteed promotion that could change anyone's life. But for Ephorine, the thought of her mortal enemy endorsing her is so repulsive it almost kills her motivation entirely. Then a dangerous idea takes root. What if she actually earned that perfect score and forced his hand? She fantasizes about a glorious future, where Deculine is the one groveling at her feet, begging for mercy. With a wicked grin, she vows to achieve the impossible, declaring, "Just watch me, Deculine. I will get that perfect score." Her friend can only stare, confused by the strange, intense noises coming from the newly determined girl. 4 days into the grueling exam, the tower stands silent, holding the struggling students within its walls. Ephorine is already at her breaking point, screaming internally at the sheer, mind-numbing difficulty of the test. Hours bleed together as she realizes the problems only get harder, stacking impossible calculations one after another. Yet through the exhaustion, she can't help but admit that the questions are absolutely, undeniably brilliant. She realizes the solving process is pure suffering, yet reaching the solution feels like a kind of enlightenment. The joy of discovery makes it impossible to stop, even through the sheer agony of the exam. With renewed determination, she vows, "Just wait, Deculine. I'll earn that damn recommendation of yours." But soon after, she hits a wall, admitting to herself, "But this one I have no clue." Frustrated and stuck, she decides she needs fresh air before the pressure makes things worse. Meanwhile, another top student, Sylvia, takes a break on a sunlit bench in the gardens. Whew, I finally solved it, she sighs, revealing it took her 30 agonizing hours for a single question. She thinks back to Deculin's promise of a recommendation for a perfect score. It's a meaningless favor, as anyone capable of acing this exam wouldn't need his help to pass the next one. But she still wants that perfect score not for grades or a recommendation, but for herself. She sees each problem as a beautiful key, believing that solving them all will lead to a breakthrough. I'm sure I'll grow a level as a mage, she thinks, her resolve hardening. Suddenly, a voice calls out her name, interrupting her quiet contemplation. She turns to find her rival, Ephraim, standing right behind her. A flicker of rivalry crosses Sylvia's face as she wonders about Ephraim's progress. But it's Ephraim who asks first, cautiously inquiring, "Which question are you on?" The air grows thick with tension as both students hesitate, the unspoken competition hanging between them. Sylvia finally breaks the silence with a quiet, devastating answer. "I'm on number 8. Ephraim recoils in shock, but Sylvia clarifies she's still working on it. "Still, that's fast," Ephraim admits, clutching her head in frustration. "I got stuck on question 7. Sylvia's suspicion boils over as she wonders, is she lying right now? Ephraim snaps back, frustrated that this is no time to be finishing the exam as Sylvia turns to leave. "Wait, are you getting up because of me?" she asks. But Sylvia coolly replies she was just taking a break. Meanwhile, as the grueling exam continued under the pale moonlight, a far greater storm was brewing elsewhere. In his study, Professor Deculine sensed at first a great upheaval was on the horizon. A secret report lands on his desk, its cryptic text heralding a new era as he declares, "Now, it truly begins." The chilling news is confirmed. Emperor Krabaim, the pillar of the empire, is in critical condition. The once gentle and mild-mannered ruler, who sought peace above all else, now lies on his deathbed. His entire reign was a delicate balance of power, a time where even the dreaded blood shrouds were kept in check. But the real problem is the new king crowned after his death, a figure Deculine knows is the world's most dangerous variable. The new empress, Sophian, ascends to the throne, promising that the world will soon go through a big change. Meanwhile, back at the Imperial University, the sun sets on a monumental event. It's the last day of Deculine's brutal midterm, a marathon exam that broke countless students. The test was so difficult it created a clear distinction between the higher and lower-ranked mages. Yet, the students who survived bragged about completing the exam as if it were a medal of honor. Instead of celebrating their freedom, they began to reflect on what they had truly learned. The exam's reputation grew so legendary that even the Magic Tower's professors were desperate to see the questions. But as the dust settled, only 2 students remained to attempt the final question. Number 8. Ephraim stares down the impossible problem, vowing, "This damned 8th question, I'm going to solve it." Fueled by an absurd amount of coffee, she knows she can't give up now. Struggling with the final question, Ephraim suddenly has a shocking breakthrough. But at that exact moment, a golden flash confirms an answer has already been submitted. Alan rushes to Deculine, exclaiming, "Professor," only for him to calmly confirm the news. Deculine already knew who it would be, a faint smirk playing on his lips. He approaches a private room, the sound of the doorknob turning echoing in the hall. Stepping inside, he finds the student who conquered his impossible test waiting for him. His posture is calm, his hand relaxed, as if this outcome was always preordained. "I knew you would solve it," he states plainly, offering his congratulations. The victor is revealed not as Ephraim, but the genius prodigy, Sylvia. Her solution isn't just written, it's a breathtaking explosion of pure elemental magic. Deculine marvels at the magical art, a dazzling display of warmth within cold, and hope within darkness. He stands amidst the swirling energy, recognizing it as a true masterpiece that has surpassed its creator. He admits that even though he wrote the question, his own limits prevented him from manifesting such beauty. But the question held a secret, the soul of Kim Woojin, an untalented artist who never gave up his dream. In this moment, the beauty-loving Deculine and the aspiring artist Kim Woojin find a shared sense of comfort. He turns to the emotional Sylvia, his voice steady as he says, "Well done, and thank you," he adds, leaving the young genius completely stunned by his unexpected gratitude. Without another word, Sylvia turns and leaves the room, his praise echoing in her mind. But as she walks away, she realizes she felt the exact same way, wanting to thank him too. Back in her own space, a brilliant aura erupts around her as her power and resolve reach a new level. Sylvia recalls the crushing weight of expectation, the endless voices demanding she become an archmage. The legacy of her family, a line of archmages, felt like a golden cage she had to break. but she found her own path, realizing, no magic in itself is plenty beautiful. Back in the present, the 10 grueling days of the legendary exam finally come to a silent end. Ephornie is jolted from her trance as Alan announces, Debutante Ephorine. Time is up. With a bittersweet smile, she accepts her failure on the final question, whispering, "What a shame." Alan reassures her, "You did very well, Ephorine. Only 2 of you made it to the end." But she has to know, asking with bated breath, "What about Sylvia? Did she solve everything?" Alan's words confirm the genius's complete victory. Ha, she's a monster, sparking a jealous fire in Ephorine. Yet, instead of despair, that jealousy forges into a steely gaze of pure determination. She recalls a time when everything she worked for, even Deculine himself, had all but vanished, leaving only her inquisitive nature and burning desire for knowledge as a mage. It was a drive to answer everything, to prove herself beyond all doubt, and though Alan reminds her the exam has finished, the question still remains. With a fire in her eyes, she declares, "I'm going to solve this question." A giddy, almost manic laugh escapes her lips as she embraces the impossible challenge. Alan simply watches her, a quiet smile of understanding on his face. "Good luck," he says. "I'll be cheering for you," and with a firm yes, she accepts his support. Exhausted from the 10-day ordeal, she trudges out of the exam hall, every step a heavy burden. But the fatigue is nothing compared to the gnawing regret of not achieving that perfect score she so desperately craved. Ephorine laments that the only thing waiting for her after a tough exam is a door marred with hateful graffiti and a cold, empty room. But suddenly, a familiar voice calls out her name, startling her from her dark thoughts. "Guys!" Her friends appear from the woods, a brilliant smile on their faces. They declare it's standard procedure to unwind together, insisting they go eat something delicious. Overwhelmed by this simple act of kindness, Ephorine can only choke out her friend's name as tears begin to fall. "What's wrong, Effie?" Julie teases. "Was the test that hard?" Her friend's warm, genuine smile is a stark contrast to the loneliness she felt just moments before. Julie then playfully declares that since this was all for her, Ephorine will be the one buying. A few days later, back in her room, she finally solves the problem, unleashing a blinding sphere of pure magical power. Staring at the result of her hard work, Ephorine can only whisper one word, "Beautiful." Her friend Julie calls out, snapping her from her trance and asking if she's ready to leave. While enjoying a rare moment of peace, the two celebrate the end of exams, looking forward to their upcoming membership training. But Ephorine can't help but reflect on the grueling test, admitting it was the best magical experience she's ever had. Suddenly, Julie asks if she's heard the news, a serious look on her face. The news is about Professor Deculine, whose infamous exam questions are apparently causing a huge stir. She then reveals the shocking truth. The professor has been summoned to the legendary floating island. Ephorine is stunned, barely able to process the name of such a mythical place. A magnificent marvel of magical engineering, the island floats eternally 1,500 meters above the ground, a community of the world's greatest mages. It's a place of pure innovation said to hold all knowledge, an autonomous district beyond the reach of any kingdom on the ground. Deculine's exam paper becomes the hottest topic on the floating island, praised as a completely new kind of magical experience. And so, the professor himself is summoned to the legendary island to give a special lecture on his groundbreaking questions. He didn't expect the exam to be so popular, but a new event quest makes it a lucky break. Plus, the lecture fee is considerable, about 1 billion won, making him consider this a new path for growth. He prepares his notes, ready to face the greatest magical minds in the world. Stepping onto the grand stage, he calmly greets the assembled mages. He is introduced not just as a professor, but as a powerful monarch-class mage who governs the elements. The topic is his infamous midterm exam, a lecture that will run for a full 2 hours. Before diving into the questions, he begins with a brief explanation of pure elements. But in the audience, a voice of dissent whispers a shocking accusation. It's plagiarism. There's no way Deculine wrote such a brilliant question himself. Among the attendees is the imposing figure of Rowena von Schlott-McQueen, a woman of immense authority. Deculine's lecture proceeds flawlessly, his mastery over the elements captivating the entire hall. Even the most skeptical mages are completely engrossed by his novel and systematic explanations. He transitions to the infamous question 6, the core of his groundbreaking exam. But just as he begins, a sharp voice cuts through the silence. "Question. I have a question." A blonde mage in a large hat stands, her hand raised in a bold challenge. She questions his distinction between pure element and type, twisting his own words against him. To prove her point, she unleashes a dazzling and complex magic circle that stuns the audience. How should we combine elements for the best destruction-type magic? She demands, putting him on the spot. Deculin remains unfazed, his thoughts drifting to the Chancellor's presence, realizing her true purpose for being there. Deculin realizes the Chancellor is testing him, suspecting his work is ghost-written. Deciding to play along, he prepares to demonstrate his overwhelming knowledge with a simple flick of his wrist. He projects a perfected magic circle that instantly solves the problem, leaving his challenger completely stunned. As he calmly explains the simple fix, the flustered mage can only stammer her thanks in defeat. She continues with a barrage of questions, but Deculin answers every single one with effortless precision. Under the scornful glares of the entire audience, the challenger, Adrene, is forced into a humiliating silence. With only 10 minutes left, Deculin announces he must skip the final question due to the disruption. But just as he's about to conclude, another hand shoots up with one last, piercing question. The voice echoes from the upper balcony. Did you personally come up with question 8? The challenger is none other than the Chancellor herself, putting his very authorship on trial before the world. With a cold gaze, Deculin demands the Chancellor clarify her meaning. Rowena doubles down, bluntly asking if he truly wrote the legendary question 8 himself. The audience erupts in shocked whispers, the scandalous allegation of ghostwriting spreading through the hall. Deculin calmly admits that it's common to draw inspiration from others. However, he says, his voice dropping as an immense pressure fills the room. In an instant, an impossibly complex and dazzling golden magic floods the entire lecture hall. With a wave of his hand, he declares with absolute authority, "This entire work is wholly my own." The crowd is left speechless by the improvised spectacle, calling it beautiful and incredible. His gaze locks onto the stunned Chancellor, who can only watch in silence from her balcony seat. He smirks, delivering the final blow. Was that a sufficient answer, Professor Rowena? The Chancellor can only grit her teeth, utterly defeated by his display of absolute power. With the room still silent, Deculin calmly announces, "That concludes the lecture." As he walks away, a system notification confirms his victory, granting him a boost in mana. He knows his rivalry with Rowena is just beginning, sensing a major incident is on the horizon. Later, he reflects on how chaotic his life has become since possessing this body. But his moment of peace is shattered when he senses a sudden presence behind him. He turns, confused. Huh? Who is that? They look familiar even to me. It's his half-sister, Yahello, her face a mask of cold fury. What's with that sour face? He asks, his own expression hardening. The two siblings stand off in the empty hall, a tense confrontation about to begin. Yahello's eyes narrow as she suddenly remembers the woman's identity, a former classmate of Deculin's. It's been a while, Charlotte, Deculin says, extending a hand, but she only stares back in confusion. She recoils, coldly stating, "I don't think we're close enough to call each other by name." He ignores her rejection, leaning in to ask a single, shocking question about the mysterious Princess Maho. But his true motive is clear. He doesn't care about Charlotte, only the princess she is sworn to protect. He knows Emperor Krabaim will soon die, a cataclysmic event that will become a major turning point in this world. And the one person who must survive the coming chaos is Maho, a key character he helped design. She's a tragic princess with a complex bloodline, a magnet for bloodshed and political conspiracy. Currently safe while studying abroad, she will be plunged into mortal danger the moment the Emperor falls. His probing question cuts deep, and Charlotte glares back, spitting. "You're still good at provoking harsh words, Deculin." Deculin materializes a glowing orb, offering it to a confused Charlotte. "Don't get worked up," he says calmly. "I'm just offering a lifeline to an old classmate who chose a death trap." She takes the orb, her face a mask of conflict as she stares into its light. It's a communication crystal, a direct line to his aid if she ever breaks and asks for it. But her pride erupts in fury. "You want me to beg for help from a bastard like you? Don't be ridiculous." His chilling words hit her hard, reminding her that time is running out for the princess she protects. He remains utterly unfazed by her outburst, his expression cold and calculating. "Well, then that's that," he declares, turning his back on her and walking away without another word. Left alone with the impossible choice, Charlotte can only sigh in defeated frustration. The weight of the world crashes down on her as she realizes just how dire her situation has become. Inside her room, Princess Maho greets her guardian with a gentle smile, but the facade quickly drops as she tells Charlotte not to bear their burdens alone. She reveals the chilling truth. "Soon my brother's retainers will come, either to use me or get rid of me." The constant danger of the succession war has left her utterly nerve-wracked. She reminisces about fleeing to the Empire, the one place she ever felt truly safe. But with the new Emperor's rise, she knows that time is over and they must leave quickly. A quiet determination hardens her expression as she resolves to act. She suddenly presents a heavy suitcase to a stunned Charlotte, offering all the money she's ever saved. Charlotte immediately refuses, insisting she'll manage, but the princess knows she can't afford proper mercenaries. Don't carry the burden all on your own, Maho commands, leaving her loyal knight speechless. This is for everyone, Princess Maho declares, insisting her sacrifice is not a waste at all. Her loyal knight Charlotte is left completely stunned and at a loss for words. Reluctantly, she accepts the funds, vowing to hire more mercenaries despite her shame. She reaffirms her vow to protect the princess no matter what, but a sudden sound shatters her concentration. "Who's there?" she shouts, spotting a shadowy figure fleeing from the building below. From a higher vantage point, she watches the intruder escape into the night, her mind racing. Already, she mutters, realizing the danger is far more immediate than she ever anticipated. Her pride crumbles as she admits that without the help of the man she rejected, they are doomed. Meanwhile, in a grand moonlit mansion, the very man she's thinking of resides, completely unaware of her plight. Professor Deculin sits calmly in his study, engrossed in his research, a picture of untouchable power and control. Uriel approaches Deculin in his study, surprised by his sudden interest in reading, a habit he never had before. She awkwardly waits for a reaction, clearly hoping for some kind of feedback from her stoic half-brother. Changing the subject, she brings up his lucrative lecture on the floating isle, hinting at the massive payment he received. Deculin immediately shuts down any hope of her getting a cut, coldly stating, "Don't expect any crumbs to fall your way." She then presents an official request for the Academy to use their estate, but Deculin instantly rejects it with a flat no. His mind flashes to a chaotic, drunken party, revealing his utter disdain for what he considers unsanitary student gatherings. "MTs are unsanitary," he declares, leaving Uriel completely baffled by his bizarre and extreme reasoning. She desperately tries to reason with him, explaining it's a chance to showcase their magic tower, as his hand ominously reaches for the letter. But his patience has run out, and he coldly dismisses her, demanding she leave his presence immediately. With a final chilling command, "Go," his piercing gaze leaves no room for argument, ending the conversation entirely. Stunned, Uriel finally relents, muttering, "Fine, I got it." She storms out of his office, grumbling under her breath about her impossible brother. But Deculin's attention is already elsewhere, his focus suddenly shifting to an unseen presence. A glowing communication orb activates in his hand, pulsing with an urgent message. "Speak, my old classmate," he says, his voice as cold and steady as ever. On the other end, a desperate Charlotte reveals their time has completely run out. Her pride shattered, she makes a plea he never expected to hear. "Help me, Deculin." He agrees without hesitation, but on one condition. She must follow his plan without question. He reveals there's only one escape route for the princess, a path so dangerous no one would ever expect it. The destination is a place of certain death for most, the Crevasse Ravine. Charlotte is horrified by his suggestion, calling it a treacherous land overflowing with miasma. But Deculin coldly asks, "Did you really think you could escape death by taking a normal path?" His voice is firm as he commands her trust, declaring they will cross the Crevasse Ravine together. This is a perilous, unclaimed land so dense with miasma that some even call it a demon's lair. Yet, he insists this is Princess Maho's only route to the safety of the Duchy of Urin. She had considered the path, but never imagined a man of the Ukline family would ever be involved. The true shock comes when he reveals his intention. "Don't worry, I'll guide you myself." Charlotte is left speechless, stunned by his unprecedented offer to personally lead the mission. She has to ask why he's going so far for a trip that offers him no clear benefit. With infuriating arrogance, he simply states that his political insight far surpasses her own. Deculin coldly clarifies his motives, stating this is business, not goodwill. He then presents a glowing orb, setting the time and place for their secret rendezvous. 3 days later at the Crevasse entrance, he waits with a chilling ultimatum for Charlotte. She accepts his challenge, hoping his skills match his arrogance as a new quest triggers. Meanwhile, a crowd of students arrives at the beautiful city of Hidakane, buzzing with excitement. This is the capital of Ukline territory, a place Deculin has always forbidden the Academy from using until now. His sister Uriel immediately confronts him, questioning his sudden change of heart about the filthy students. He reveals his true plan. The city is conveniently close to the Crevasse Ravine, allowing him to slip away. Defeated by his cold logic, Uriel can only ask about the lodging arrangements for the debutantes. He calmly states he's reserved an entire floor of a luxury hotel, leaving her completely silenced. As the Lord of Hidakane, Deculin gives the students minimal guidance. He declares he won't interfere with their fun, believing the event should be free-spirited. However, his expression darkens as he warns that if they dirty his territory, their tower life is over. He then spends his time meticulously preparing Hidakane to become a forward base. Using his naked eye ability, he assesses the local mages, easily spotting the talented ones. With cold efficiency, he gives 2 arrays and fires another on the spot, leaving them speechless. Before he knew it, evening arrived, and the students gathered for a festival around a roaring bonfire. Suddenly, Sylvia unleashes her magic, sending a brilliant pillar of light soaring into the sky. It erupts into a breathtaking display of fireworks that illuminates the entire night. The judges are completely stunned by her flawless creation, awarding her a perfect 10 points. While other students present their work, Ephraim complains about the sudden fireworks assignment during their trip. She forces a laugh, clearly unenthusiastic about the whole ordeal. Soon, it's her group's turn to present their creation to the judging panel. As she begins explaining their magic, Deculin sharply cuts her off with a single word: enough. She freezes in shock, completely caught off guard by his sudden interruption. Spare me the boring explanation, he commands coldly. Just fire it. With no other choice, her team nervously launches their firework into the sky. It erupts in a massive, chaotic, but undeniably beautiful explosion of color. The other students murmur in appreciation, admitting that Ephraim's group also did well. But Professor Relin scoffs, giving them a measly 6 points, complaining that the explosion was far too loud. Another judge coldly gives them a failing grade of 4 points. Ephraim is completely crushed by the harsh scores as her friend tries to console her. But then, a calm, authoritative voice cuts through the silence, delivering a shocking verdict: 10 points. The other judges are stunned as Deculine praises the perfect balance of their magic. Ephraim stares in disbelief, unable to process the perfect score from her harshest critic. Later that night, under the cold light of the full moon, a secret mission begins. Deculin waits alone by the desolate crevasse ravine, the true purpose of the Academy event, now clear. Good, he murmurs, preparing to leave while wondering if his contact made it safely. Suddenly, a familiar voice stops him, questioning if he's there because of guilt. He whirls around in shock to find Ephraim, demanding to know what she's doing there alone. Ephraim confronts him with a desperate plea, asking if his cruelty is because of her father. But Deculin coldly dismisses her, saying, "Find out yourself," before turning away. He rides off without a second glance, leaving her abandoned in the desolate ravine. Suddenly, she screams after him with a shocking declaration: "I'll apply to serve under you, Professor." Tears streaming down her face, she vows to discover why her father was forced to kill himself. "I'll surpass you, no matter what," she cries, her voice filled with a burning new resolve. Now alone on the dark path, her decision is made. She finds a secluded clearing, the first step on her new, difficult journey. With a final burst of determination, she begins to run, embracing her fate. Meanwhile, Deculin rides on, a smirk playing on his lips as he realizes the villain's fate has not been triggered. He's haunted by the possibility that the original Deculine committed an unforgivable sin against Ephraim's father. Arriving at the miasma-choked rendezvous point, he dismisses his mount, ordering it to return at noon. Inside the desolate ravine, he prepares to contact the fugitives, wondering if Charlotte's party has arrived. A weary voice cuts through the silence, as Charlotte finally appears before him, simply stating his name. Deculine acknowledges their struggle, noting they've had a difficult journey to reach this place. And indeed, Charlotte's party is battered and blood-soaked, protecting the young Princess Maho between them. The two groups finally meet, in the dead of night, the fate of a royal hanging in the balance. As he steps forward, the young princess flinches, intimidated by his overwhelming presence. But he simply introduces himself with absolute authority, declaring his name and title as head professor. With his promise to secure her escape, a wave of relief washes over the princess, who can only whisper, "Thank you." The journey here must not have been easy, Deculin notes, observing their tattered state. He questions the note she hands him, a message from the adventurers who scouted ahead. His expression hardens as he silently absorbs the grim contents. "Truly disgusting," he scoffs, crushing the paper, while Charlotte asks if he'll be all right. "Of course," he answers coolly, telling the frightened princess to simply follow him. With his decision made, he gives the final command. "Then, we'll depart." Under the cold moonlight, Deculine leads the small, battered party through the dangerous forest. The princess, unable to shake her fear, quietly asks Charlotte what the note said. She recalls the professor's cold fury, remembering he didn't look pleased at all. The horrifying truth is revealed. They're being hunted by 37 assassins and a mysterious entity called a Dianant. "Yes," Charlotte confirms, explaining the Dianant is a hybrid ghost and demon, making it incredibly difficult to fight. That's unbelievable, the princess gasps, realizing this new threat is far worse than the assassins. Charlotte reveals the grim truth. The creature is a product of a forbidden contract. It's summoned through black magic, using human body parts and demon horns as components just to chase them. But as the princess despairs, Charlotte offers one hopeful point. Their hope lies in the Eucline bloodline, a family renowned for exorcism and purifying demonic forces. Unfazed, Deculine strides confidently through the oppressive darkness of the forest. As expected of the crevasse ravine, he thinks, knowing it didn't earn the name Demon's Den for nothing. The miasma is so thick that ordinary people would find it painful to even breathe. But for me, it's advantageous, he smirks, as the miasma temporarily boosts his mana quality to an incredible tier 4. Mana quality is the ultimate measure of a mage's power, a single tier capable of defining their entire class. While tier 7 is for knights, the legendary tier 2 is reserved for mythical figures, and tier 1 is a concept meant only for gods. And with his mana now temporarily boosted to an incredible tier 4, Deculine knows he can easily handle the Dianette hunting them. But as they traverse the dangerous ravine, a desperate Charlotte urges him, "Deculine, can't we go a bit faster?" He coldly rebukes her impatience, warning that rushing will only lead to them being consumed by the deadly miasma. His words silence her, leaving her to ponder the weight of their precarious situation. Suddenly, Princess Maho steps in to reassure her guardian, "Charlotte, everything will be fine, so don't be too anxious." Charlotte looks up in surprise, touched by the princess's unexpected words of comfort. She realizes the princess has a truly warm heart, a beacon of light in this dark place. Despite being the most terrified of them all, the princess is still putting on a brave face to comfort those sworn to protect her. Charlotte vows to risk her own life, swearing she will never allow harm to come to the princess. But suddenly, Maho screams in terror, pointing at a new danger emerging from the darkness. A massive, demonic swarm of bats descends upon them, threatening to overwhelm the group. Yet Charlotte's fear turns to resolve as she whispers, "It's here at last." Just then, Deculine steps forward, his voice cutting through the panic. "I'll handle it." He effortlessly summons countless shards of razor-sharp ice, preparing a devastating counterattack. His eyes glow with immense power as he focuses his mana for the kill. With a single gesture, he unleashes a torrent of overwhelming elemental energy. The attack rips through the swarm, instantly annihilating the demonic beasts in a flash of light. In the blink of an eye, the threat is gone, leaving only a chilling silence in its wake. With a calm declaration, "I'll handle it," Deculine stands as the sole protector against the darkness. His allies can only watch in awe, whispering, "Professor Deculine is amazing," as he walks away from the carnage. But the moment of relief is shattered, as a sinister purple energy suddenly fills the ravine. Deculine's eyes narrow, instantly sensing a far more dangerous presence lurking in the shadows. A monstrous beast appears only to be immediately vaporized by an unseen force, letting out a piercing shriek. As Charlotte fends off lesser creatures, she notes the true threat they feared has yet to reveal itself. Deculine glances back, utterly unconcerned by the ongoing skirmish or her worries. "You're no gentleman," Charlotte scoffs, clearly unimpressed by his cold attitude. He stops and issues a chilling warning to everyone present. "If you come closer without reason, I'll tear you limb from limb." The princess and her guardian freeze, stunned by the professor's brutal and unexpected threat. Deculine's expression remains utterly cold, even as the air crackles with killing intent. Suddenly, a footstep echoes through the ravine, announcing the arrival of their hunter. A masked figure emerges from the shadows, mocking him. "You're sharp for someone about to die." The assassin's eyes glint with malice as he continues his ominous threat. He reveals a whole squad of killers perched on the cliffs, promising a swift end. But Deculine simply turns his back on them, ordering Charlotte to take the princess and go. He scoffs at her hesitation, calling her concern completely unnecessary and a waste of time. "Look over there," he commands, pointing towards the source of the real danger. The assassins raise a powerful magical staff, its light illuminating the entire canyon. With a deafening roar, they unleash a cataclysmic blast meant to annihilate everything in its path. The assassin's ultimate attack is met with overwhelming force, tearing them apart in a flash of blue light. Deculine stands unfazed, coldly telling Charlotte her only job is to get out of there quickly. His former classmate is left completely speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief at the sheer power gap. But the princess suddenly cries out in terror. "Look over there, Charles." Charlotte's shock turns to pure horror as she sees what the princess is pointing at. In the distance, a far more sinister presence begins to stir in the darkness. A terrifying shadow monster with glowing purple eyes emerges, its grin promising only death. "Damn it, it's a Dianette," Charlotte curses, recognizing the legendary creature of nightmares. Yet Deculin's orders remain unchanged as he tells her to take the princess and go. "I'll be the one to kill him," he declares, as his assistant Alan appears to ensure their escape. Charlotte hesitates, torn between her duty and the impossible odds. But Deculin simply tells her to go, promising she can repay the favor to his family later. He summons crystalline escorts with a flick of his wrist, giving his final order, "Now go." With a look of grim resolve, she finally makes her choice. Charlotte grabs the princess and flees, shouting their destination as a promise to meet again. The Dianette sneers, sending its minions after them, confident they won't get far. "Worry about yourself," Deculin calmly states, standing as the last line of defense. The creature mocks him, boasting that its body cannot be harmed by steel or magic in this miasma-filled ravine. Yet Deculin remains completely unfazed, his gaze fixed on the seemingly invincible foe. He coolly acknowledges the monster's power, knowing that ordinary attacks are indeed useless against it. Deculin reveals his own advantage in this domain, his mana quality surging to an impossible new level. He secretly layered his level 5 Midas's hand onto his constructs, creating a space where his mana recovery is endlessly amplified. As the Dianette lunges forward with terrifying speed, Ephraim can only watch, frozen in fear. But Deculin is ready, unleashing a condensed sphere of pure energy with a single command. Now, the monster is blasted back, its intangible body pierced for the first time by an overwhelming torrent of light. "Not yet," he grunts, pouring even more power into the attack as the Dianette struggles against the relentless force. The beam slams the creature into the ground, shattering the very bedrock of the ravine with its sheer destructive power. But even after a direct hit, the Dianette's glowing eyes reappear, its shadowy form beginning to warp and shift. Impossibly, the creature splits into two identical entities, effortlessly dodging the aftermath of the blast. While Ephraim panics that the monster just multiplied, Deculin simply scoffs. "Don't make a fuss. Just keep beating it until it dies," Deculin declares, his strategy brutally simple. With a flick of his wrist, he summons a storm of crystalline spears, their chilling blue light filling the ravine. His eyes narrow with cold focus as he channels an immense amount of mana into the attack. The spears converge on the twin shadow monsters, pinning them in a vortex of pure energy. An explosion of light erupts, completely overwhelming the creatures and shaking the very ground. But in that blinding flash, a new assassin lunges from the darkness, blade drawn. Ephraim screams in horror, powerless to stop the sudden, deadly ambush. Deculin's magic instantly shifts, his ice spears changing targets to intercept the new threat. It's too late, however, as a blade sinks deep into flesh with a sickening sound. Charlotte gasps, a fatal wound blooming on her chest as she's impaled from behind. Charlotte rushes to the princess's side as she stumbles, sick from their harrowing escape. "It's an early symptom of miasma poisoning," Charlotte explains, confirming they've finally made it out of the deadly ravine. But Maho's eyes suddenly widen in shock as she sees a familiar figure emerge from the trees. "Granduncle," she cries, recognizing the Minister of the Interior who was meant to be their salvation. The two exhausted escapees finally stand before their long-awaited rescue party, seemingly safe at last. He expresses his relief, but Maho, ever the princess, graciously accepts their help, understanding the danger. The minister then turns to her guardian, thanking Lady Charlotte for escorting the princess here all on her own. A shadow crosses Charlotte's face as she corrects him. "Not at all, there were others who helped us." She glances back toward the treacherous ravine, her thoughts clearly on those they left behind to face the monsters. "Minister," she requests firmly, "please allow us to wait here briefly for our companions." The sun sets on the treacherous ravine, a silent witness to the battle raging within. Charlotte and Maho wait anxiously, their eyes fixed on the path where they left their saviors behind. "Is the professor really okay?" Charlotte asks, her voice laced with a doubt she can't shake. She recalls his selfless act, how he threw himself in harm's way to protect the princess. But the minister insists they leave. "Maho, let's head back now," pulling the princess away from the dangerous precipice. Suddenly, they hear something and sprint back towards the ravine's entrance. Hope and fear warring in their hearts. Their faces twist in utter shock as two figures finally emerge from the twilight shadows. A familiar voice cuts through the tension. "You made it safely too, I see." As Deculin stands before them, battered but unbroken, his loyal assistant Alan stumbles forward, laughing with relief. "Haha, we made it back alive." Overwhelmed with gratitude, Princess Maho bows deeply to the man who risked everything, acknowledging a debt that can never be repaid. Despite Charlotte's pleas for him to rest, Deculin coldly dismisses her concern, declaring he's leaving immediately. She's left utterly speechless, watching the man who just saved them act as if it were nothing. Her mind races, trying to reconcile the villain she thought she knew with the hero she just witnessed. She recalls their first tense meeting, admitting, "At first, I thought he was picking a fight." But then she remembers how he faced down assassins alone, risking everything to ensure their escape. Determined to acknowledge his sacrifice, she calls out his name, stopping him in his tracks. With genuine gratitude, she offers her hand and a simple, heartfelt, "Thank you." But he brutally rejects her, slapping her hand away with a disgustingly arrogant insult. Humiliated and furious, she trembles with rage, his cruel words cutting deeper than any blade. And without a second glance, the enigmatic professor walks away, leaving her alone with her anger and confusion. As his name is called out, Deculine can only think, "Good grief, what a bother." But Ephorny and Charlotte wave goodbye, promising to repay this impossible debt. He watches them go with a cold, unreadable expression, his duty finally done. As he turns away, a system notification declares his independent quest complete. Later, Charlotte arrives at a minister's grand estate, announcing her presence. She steps into the lavish office, her tattered clothes a stark contrast to the room. The minister calmly gestures for her to take a seat. Her heart pounds as she wonders what he could possibly want to discuss. She dismisses the idea of a conspiracy, remembering Deculine had every chance to harm them before. "Charlotte," the minister begins, and she braces herself for the unknown news. The minister's voice is grave as he warns Charlotte, "What I'm about to say, don't be too shocked." He then reveals the earth-shattering news. The Grand Duke wishes for Princess Maho to be his successor. Charlotte freezes, the weight of his words rendering her completely speechless. After a long, stunned silence, she can only manage a single disbelieving word. "What? Are you saying Her Highness could inherit the Grand Duchy?" she demands, her voice trembling. The minister confirms this was the Grand Duke's intention all along, having lost faith in his own grandson. He stresses that this is a top secret, known only to the three of them for now. Her mind reels with the impossible question, can this really be happening? Just a while ago, they feared for Maho's life a powerless princess with no claim to anything. And now, by simply taking refuge, she's suddenly become the heir to a grand duchy, changing the fate of the kingdom forever. A single, chilling question forms in Charlotte's mind. "Minister," she asks, her voice tight, "is there perhaps one more person who knows about this?" He immediately denies it, insisting that's absolutely not possible since he just heard the news himself. But Charlotte can only mutter, "I see," as a terrifying realization begins to dawn on her. She remembers Deculine's cold dismissal, claiming his help was purely business, not kindness. He had told her to repay the favor to his territory once the princess had power. Then what was that? She wonders, realizing he spoke as if he knew this would all happen. His arrogant claims of political superiority suddenly made terrifying sense. He had predicted this exact outcome. A shiver runs down her spine as she whispers in disbelief, "What a monster!" And far away, the man himself walks on, his shadow looming large, a testament to his unseen, absolute control. A chilling realization shatters her perception of the man she thought she knew. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Estate, someone wonders if the monster, Deculine, ever made it back safely. Unaware of the turmoil he's caused, Deculine lies asleep in his opulent chamber, recovering from his ordeal. But his rest is unnaturally short, as his eyes snap open in the darkness. "Did I sleep for about 2 hours?" he wonders, sitting up with a start. He glances outside to see the sun hasn't even begun to rise. It's all thanks to his iron body trait, a powerful ability that erases all fatigue with just a moment's rest. His perfectly refreshed body forces him from bed, the shadows of his violent past looming behind him. With no time to waste, he immediately begins his psychokinesis training, levitating crystals with a flick of his wrist. But his training is cut short as a sudden, intense focus takes over his expression. Deculine sits alone, filled with a deep sigh of regret. If only I had been like this earlier. His mind flashes back to the brutal routine that forged him, a life of constant training and fighting against overwhelming threats. It was the villain's unyielding willpower and competitiveness that made such an efficient life possible. But this power only deepens the regret of his past self, Kim Woojin, who can only think, if only. Suddenly, he's back in that painful memory, watching his ex-girlfriend stand at the door, her question hanging in the air. She turns away without another word, leaving him stammering as she walks out of his life forever. He's left completely powerless, clutching his head in frustration as the memory consumes him. The sound of the door slamming shut echoes in his mind, sealing his lonely fate. He knows if he'd been this strong back then, she never would have left him. But now, back in the present, his powerful iron body won't even grant him the simple escape of sleep. For someone like Deculine trapped in a game, every single day feels like an unbearable eternity. Meanwhile, a train whistle screeches, announcing its arrival at a bustling station. A group of adventurers disembarks, happily chatting about their trip and wanting to return soon. Their excitement turns to curiosity as they notice a crowd gathering for the famous mages from the university tower. But one of them, Ria, senses something is wrong, asking her leader, "But why are we hiding, Ganesha?" Ganesha nervously dismisses her concern, but Ria's expression only hardens with suspicion. From the shadows of her hood, Ria's eyes narrow as she spots an all-too-familiar figure in the crowd. Damn it, she thinks, her heart sinking as she realizes Professor Deculine is here. Her party leader knows it's too dangerous to be seen with someone from a past commission, no matter how much he's changed. But still, a flicker of unresolved conflict crosses Ria's face, hinting at a connection she can't simply ignore. From the shadows, Ria can't resist a peek, thinking his face is just too handsome to ignore. But the alley is far too crowded, and she quickly decides, "I'm going out." Just as she turns, a familiar voice calls out in utter disbelief. "Ah, no, Ria." Deculine stands frozen in shock, watching the impossible woman from his past walk away. Her heart plummets as she realizes with a gasp, "He saw me." Her party leader looks on, completely bewildered by her sudden, silent panic. "Deculine?" she whispers, the name itself triggering a cascade of forgotten emotions. Suddenly, Deculine is slammed by memories that aren't his own, a life, a love, and a painful goodbye. An intimate moment flashes before his eyes, leaving him to wonder why this unfamiliar scene feels so real. And as his mind reels in confusion, a system window materializes, displaying his own profile as if he were nothing more than a game character. Ria tries to convince herself he's just a game character, but as she walks away, she can't escape the question, so why does it feel like I miss him so much? Meanwhile, Deculine stares, realizing the man from his memories looks just like him. A phantom image of a smiling woman he shouldn't know flashes in his mind. The name echoes through his soul as they stand worlds apart in the silent hall. You Ara. An impossible distance now separates two people who were once intertwined in another life. He's struck by a memory of a shared gaze, a moment of intimacy that never happened in this world. The shock hits them both at the same time, a forgotten connection breaking through the walls of reality. Ria's mind races in denial, believing she's losing her grip over a simple game character. "Get a grip," she desperately tells herself, trying to force the past away. That's just Deculine. Panicked, Ria is dragged away by her companion, her mind reeling from the impossible encounter. She remembers the original Deculine's absurdly strict nature, a man who would punish people for simply dropping food. Hiding, she questions everything. He definitely saw me. Has he really changed? Is that Deculine? A few days later, a luxurious car cuts through the city streets, carrying its passengers to a momentous event. Inside, Uriel trembles with anxiety, earning a cold remark from her brother. "Calm down, Uriel. Stop shaking like a wet dog." "But we're on our way to see the new emperor," she protests. But he calmly dismisses her fears about the coronation. He then hands her a thick document, simply stating, "Take this." "What is this?" she asks, learning it's a detailed analysis of the new emperor, a guide to navigate the treacherous political future. His thoughts reveal the truth. 12 days ago, the former emperor died, and with the new one crowned, the world's main quest will accelerate. With this perfect foresight, he knows that if Uriel follows his plan, the immense difficulty of the coming trials can be greatly reduced. Skeptical, Uriel watches his car depart, muttering, "What are you, some prophet? I'll be watching to see if you do it properly." At the coronation venue, a guard directs the arriving nobles, announcing, "The Eucline clan is this way." Deculine scans the sea of faces, unfazed by the immense gathering of power as he notes the crowd. Suddenly, his gaze locks onto a familiar figure, a woman with striking white hair standing apart from everyone else. It's Julie, his former fiancée, her expression a mask of cold resolve and unspoken turmoil. Without a word, she turns and walks away, a heavy silence hanging between them. He watches her leave, wondering to himself, are they still struggling because of Baron? As they proceed, Uriel glances back, the tense encounter leaving a palpable unease in the air. Just then, a magnificent golden carriage arrives, signaling the entrance of the most important figure in the empire. Inside, attendants prepare the new emperor, Sophian, the woman whose reign is fated to plunge the world into chaos. The new ruler steps forward, her golden shoes gleaming against the crimson carpet. She walks the long path to the throne, the weight of an empire on her shoulders. As she passes, even the great Professor Deculine bows his head in solemn respect. She finally ascends the steps, approaching the seat of absolute power that awaits her. Before the entire court, the high priest presents the sacred symbol of her reign, A golden crown is placed upon her head, sealing her destiny. Drums thunder and the people cheer, hailing the dawn of a new era. And thus, Emperor Zophine Aikata August von Gefrein is born. But in this moment of ultimate glory, the new emperor simply yawns. Deculine watches in disbelief, realizing the chaotic reign he predicted has already begun. The new emperor Sophian has claimed the most noble position, yet she is always bored. She possesses the greatest talent in the world, able to become an archmage or a guardian knight, but nothing truly interests her. Deculine, however, knows there is an even bigger reason for her apathy. Suddenly, a sharp jolt of awareness runs through him. What? He thinks, a cold sweat forming as he realizes, I feel a gaze. He desperately wonders who on earth could be looking at him with such unnerving focus. His eyes widen in shock as he finally identifies the source of the stare. From high upon her throne, the Emperor's crimson eyes are locked directly onto him. His sister whispers that Her Majesty is simply scanning the nobles. But Deculine knows better. She is definitely looking at me right now, he realizes, a chilling premonition taking root. The new Emperor's gaze burns into Deculine as she wonders why he wears such an unnerving expression. She recalls the ceremony, an extremely boring affair where she'd hoped for at least an attack. Speaking to her guardian knight, Charon, she admits her disappointment wasn't absolute. Still, there was one interesting fellow, she muses, her thoughts returning to the crowd below. She brings up a controversial test from the mage tower he once gave her, asking if he remembers. Her knight confirms the connection, stating simply, I saw its creator. And so, she admits, she just looked at him, curious about the man behind the public uproar. But he looked as if he knew her, a familiarity that went far beyond her royal status. No, he was different, she insists, certain he was sizing her up from the inside. And even after he noticed her staring, his eyes didn't waver at all. That amused me, the new emperor muses, feeling she's finally met someone of her own kind after a long time. A chilling resolve settles over her as she leans back on her throne, a new plan forming. Now that I'm emperor, she declares, I'll start with the long-standing unwritten rule. A wicked glint in her eye reveals her true intentions are far from simple. Her target is the tradition of imperial tutoring, a move that will shake the very foundations of the academy. Meanwhile, Professor Deculine strides through the university halls with his usual arrogance. He scoffs at the unchanged stupidity of the new students, much to his assistant's dismay. As he passes, the other students can only watch in a mixture of awe and fear. But they're stopped by a massive crowd gathered outside his office, a completely unexpected sight. When questioned, Deculine simply smirks, his cold reply, a chilling who knows. The door to Deculine's office suddenly creaks open, interrupting the tense atmosphere. Standing before them are not students, but the imposing imperial knights, their presence silencing the entire hall. He instantly recognizes the imperial crest, wondering why the court would ever seek him out. A letter from the imperial court, the lead knight declares, as Alan immediately drops to his knees in respect. The emperor herself has granted him the honor of an audience to discuss his vast magical knowledge. But it's more than a simple meeting. He's been selected as a candidate for the tutoring mage. The news hits him like a thunderbolt, a mixture of shock and confusion washing over his face. The emperor wants me? It's an ancient tradition for the new ruler to learn from the empire's greatest minds through a series of tests. To prove his worth, he must now solve a complex magical problem prepared by the court mage himself. This event was never part of the original story, a dangerous new variable that sparks a cold, calculating interest within him. Deculine realizes that quests from the imperial court offer enormous rewards he simply can't refuse. But more than that, a cold curiosity burns within him. This is his chance to finally understand why the new emperor, Sophian, was watching him so intently. The knight captain challenges him. If your skills are lacking, you may withdraw. But Deculine's answer is unwavering. I will attempt it. He is handed the magical examination, a complex problem designed by the court's greatest minds. With a dismissive, that is all, the imperial knights turn to leave, their duty done. They walk away, leaving the professor alone with the impossible test. Elsewhere, the court mages scoff, certain the problem will take the infamous Deculine at least 3 days to solve. But just as the knights leave the hall, a terrifying explosion of pure mana erupts behind them, shaking the palace to its core. As the mana settles, Deculine calmly examines the impossible test. A magical projection of Jorg, an imperial court mage, explains that solving it within a day would be considered fast. But before the knight can even turn around, he's met with a shocking, "You've already solved it?" Deculine nonchalantly claims it was a difficult runic problem he was fortunate to solve, leaving the knight speechless. His calm demeanor only makes his feat more remarkable, earning him stunned praise for his genius. But what they don't know is that in his past life, He was the game designer who created this very runic font, combining that old memory with his comprehension skill. A problem of this level is nothing to him. With his qualification proven in mere seconds, Deculine walks forward, his place among the candidates secured. The Knight Captain can only announce the inevitable. Deculine von Greyhan. Eucline, you have been selected. Deculine offers a simple thank you before turning to leave, his place now secured. Back in the throne room, the Emperor is in disbelief over the report. Solved in 5 minutes? With her mind made up, she declares, we choose Deculine, but her knight advises they observe him longer. She slams her fist on the desk, cutting him off. What more is there to observe? That's enough. Her crimson eyes narrow with irritation, her patience wearing thin with her subordinate's hesitation. She scoffs at his preference for the other candidate, Ruina, who took 4 hours to solve the same problem. The difference is clear, the knight admits, acknowledging the overwhelming gap in their power. But he argues that Deculine's dark rumors make him a dangerous choice for the imperial palace. The Emperor lets out a sharp, exasperated sigh, utterly unimpressed by his political concerns. Do not speak to me of rumors, the Emperor declares. I trust only what I see with my own eyes. Her decision is final. Deculine will be the tutoring mage, and no further objections will be heard. She then brings up a new problem. The knight meant to examine the candidates, Vice, Commander Isaac, is on medical leave. This means the tutoring knight selection has stalled, and she impatiently asks if there are any other suitable candidates. Suddenly, her loyal knight has a flash of inspiration, a perfect solution coming to mind. A wicked smile spreads across her face as she gives him a new order to carry out at once. Meanwhile, at the Frenheim Knight Order, Commander Julie pushes herself to the absolute limit in her training. Her subordinates watch with concern, remarking that at least she can hold a sword now, unlike before when they thought she would collapse. They whisper that the only thing that could restore her spirit is news that Baron's body has finally been found. A messenger sprints across the training grounds with an urgent dispatch. Commander, he yells, rushing past the other knights who can only watch in confusion. He finally reaches Julie, bowing low to present the official summons. The contents of the message leave the stoic knight commander utterly shocked. It's an imperial order addressed directly to her. Julie von Dea Frieden. She has been granted the honor of being a candidate for the tutoring knight, to instruct the Emperor himself. With a fire reignited in her eyes, she accepts the challenge with a resounding yes. Far away, a lone figure trudges through a desolate, snow-covered wasteland. The traveler is revealed to be Ephraim, shivering but resolute on her own secret quest. Julie arrives at a clandestine meeting, her expression hardening as she steps into the room. Before her sit the other candidates for tutoring night, a gathering of the Empire's strongest warriors. One of them greets her with a familiar smile. Long time no see. Seniors, breaking the tense silence. They casually discuss the mysterious test, but the air is thick with unspoken rivalry. The Knight of the Sacred Star, Gwen, cuts through the chatter with a cold warning. I won't go easy on anyone. Her sentiment is echoed by the hulking Knight of Might, Rafel, who declares they're all prepared for war. A heavy silence descends upon the room as the true stakes of this competition become clear. Suddenly, Julie gasps, her attention snapping towards the front of the room. The examiner's seat is empty, and with the vice commander injured, no one knows who is coming to judge them. The tense silence among the candidates is shattered by a sudden knock at the door. Slowly, the handle turns and the door creaks open, revealing a figure shrouded in shadow. Julie's head snaps around, her instincts screaming that something is terribly wrong. A pair of polished shoes step confidently into the examination room. Her eyes widen in utter disbelief at the impossible man who has just arrived. Greetings, he says coolly. I am Deculine, your acting examiner. The room freezes as every knight recognizes the infamous professor standing before them. Deculine's gaze sweeps over the stunned warriors, his expression unreadable and cold. A mage examining knights? Julie can only wonder, what are you plotting this time, Deculine? The air crackles with tension as Deculine faces the 4 elite knights. Immediately, the Knight of Might leaps to his feet, shouting, You're the proctor? How dare someone like you? But Deculine calmly takes a seat, admitting, Of course, I'm a mage, not a knight. He then shuts down all dissent by reminding them he was chosen as a royal tutor, a task assigned by the Emperor himself. The knights are stunned into silence, realizing the weight of his appointment. Still, one of them can't help but ask if the test will even be fair under a mage's watch. Julie remains silent, her expression filled with a deep, unspoken worry. Deculine dismisses their concerns, telling them the real test begins tomorrow and to get some rest. As the knights leave, they grumble that he couldn't even promise a fair test. But Deculine knows the truth. This selection process hasn't been fair from the start, but not for the reasons they think. Deculine's cold eyes narrow as he reveals his true purpose. I am here to make sure Uriel fails. Later that night, under a silent, starry sky, the candidates settle in. But from his window, Deculine hears the unmistakable clash of steel on steel. Outside in the snow, Julie and the Knight of Might are already sparring fiercely. A rare, competitive smile breaks across Julie's face as she deflects a powerful blow. Deculine watches them silently, his mind on the true, hidden stakes of this entire selection. He accepted this absurd proposal for one reason. Uriel must not set foot in the Imperial Palace, because deep within its basement lies a monster, his death flag, and a cursed artifact known only as the Mirror. Until that mirror is shattered, he vows internally, I will never let you reach the palace. The next morning, Deculine's resolve to protect Uriel hardens, leaving Julie stunned by his sudden intensity. He announces the first test, designed to evaluate their observation skills and persistence. I will assign each of you an item, he declares to the 4 candidates. Your task is to retrieve it. With a surge of purple mana, he conjures their targets out of thin air. Each knight is assigned a fragile artifact, but there's a catch. It must be returned completely pristine. Furthermore, Deculine adds with chilling confidence, I will not move a single step from this spot. He gives them one last chance to object, warning them there won't be another. The knights exchange determined glances, silently accepting the impossible challenge. With their agreement secured, he roars. You have 24 hours, start. Without a moment's hesitation, Julie bursts out into the blizzard, beginning the hunt. Julie steels herself, knowing her target is the rare and fragile ice flower that blooms for only a day. But a flicker of doubt crosses her mind. Is this test really just about following the Emperor's orders? Suddenly, her eyes widen with triumphant realization as she spots her prize. High on a desolate cliff, the impossibly beautiful flower glows, waiting to be claimed. Here it is, she thinks, holding the perfect, crystalline bloom. She returns to the waiting Deculine, presenting the flawless artifact with confidence. His cold, calculating eyes inspect her prize without a hint of emotion. It's defective, he states flatly, shattering her hope as she cries out, What? She stares in horror as a tiny, almost invisible crack becomes apparent on its surface. In an instant, the pristine flower crumbles into dust, her victory turning to absolute failure. That was careless of me, Julie whispers, blaming herself for the critical oversight. Undeterred, she turns to leave, declaring, I'll go back and get another one. But before she can move, a new, perfect ice flower materializes from thin air. Deculine effortlessly plucks the conjured flower, his expression unreadable as ever. This was the second flower she had found, having already braved the harsh blizzard once before. During that perilous climb, she slipped and fell, desperately clinging to her prize. It was that fall that created the tiny, fatal crack, leading him to declare it defective. Back in the present, another knight questions the test's fairness, asking if there are truly so many flawed items. As her rival clenches his fist in frustration, Julie can only shiver, the cold of failure seeping into her bones. But Deculine's cruelty knows no bounds, coldly stating, Food is only given once the task is completed, or if you forfeit. Deculine stares down at her, his voice devoid of emotion as he asks, Do you wish to give up? But Julie's spirit is unbreakable. No, she declares with newfound resolve. I will go one more time. She plunges back into the raging blizzard, her body pushed to its absolute limit against the freezing winds. Suddenly, through the blinding snow, she spots a faint glimmer of hope. Her resolve hardens as she focuses on her one and only goal, ignoring the biting cold. With frozen fingers, she finally grasps the precious ice flower, her mission seemingly complete. She trudges back through the storm, carrying the proof of her grueling trial. Yet, back before the examiner, Deculine holds up her prize and delivers a single, crushing word, defective. That's impossible, she cries out, her exhaustion turning to pure, desperate disbelief. He coldly points to an imperceptible flaw, revealing, there is a tiny scratch on the petal. Julie questions reality itself, unable to understand how the perfect flower became flawed. A sudden noise snaps her out of her confusion, her eyes widening in alarm. Deculine stands before her, his cold gaze cutting through the warm air of the cabin. Without a word, he callously tosses her hard-won prize directly into the roaring fireplace. She can only watch in stunned silence as her grueling effort is instantly turned to ash. One last time, he says, turning his back on her devastation. I'll be back. He walks away, leaving her completely alone to face the crushing weight of his judgment. His mind is already made up, his expression unwavering as he considers his next move. Regardless, his voice echoes with finality. you still won't be passing this test. Outside, the brutal blizzard howls, waiting for her to challenge its impossible trial once more. The other knights wait anxiously, wondering if Julie will make it back in time. Just then, the door bursts open as she triumphantly announces, "Examiner, I brought the ice flower." From his chair, Deculine calmly commands her, "Bring it in, Julie." But before he can even inspect it, she turns to leave again, vowing, "This time it won't be defective." She finally understands the trick. The fireplace was the real test, and she now knows the answer. But as she moves to leave, Deculine's single, cold word stops her dead in her tracks. No, he hasn't moved an inch, and she realizes with horror, "You never intended to pass me from the beginning." He callously explains it's her fault for not observing the room's conditions before the test began. Defeated, she can only whisper in agreement, "That is indeed my fault." Yet her spirit remains unbroken as she declares, "But I will not give up here," catching the cold-hearted examiner completely off guard. Refusing to be broken, Julie storms back out into the blizzard. She unleashes a torrent of mana, her eyes blazing with raw determination. The other knights jump to their feet as a chilling power washes over the lodge. With a pained cry, she pushes her abilities to their absolute limit. Her mana explodes outwards, completely engulfing the entire building in a dome of ice. The very stone walls crack and freeze under the immense pressure of her magic. Deculine observes calmly as the warmth instantly vanishes, realizing she's wrapped the lodge in mana. But through the pain, she forges a perfect ice flower, whispering, "Now it should be fine." Exhausted, she stumbles back inside and presents the flawless creation to the stoic examiner. He glances down, his voice like ice as he declares it defective, shattering her hope and the flower. With a cold stare, he dismisses her ultimate creation, declaring, "You've wasted your effort." A single, shuddering breath escapes her lips as all hope drains away. He looms over her fallen form, his final judgment echoing in the icy room. "You're disqualified, Julie." She's found unconscious in bed, having fainted from the extreme cold of her own magic. Murmurs of unfairness fill the lodge as the other knights question Deculine's impossible standards. But Deculine isn't focused on fairness. He's replaying the moment he saw her mana, sensing a hidden flaw. His unique perception revealed a terrifying truth hidden within her power, a status ailment reading mana damage. This means a wound in her very core, a fatal injury that should have crippled any knight. The other knights realize the truth, the test was designed to be impossible, but they don't know why. Then, two knights who knew them both reveal a crucial secret from their past. Julie was injured once before. One of the knights angrily confronts Deculine, blaming him for Julie's collapse. He reveals a key piece of her past, an escort mission in Merrick that left lasting damage. Deculine realizes with a shock that this is lore from before the game even began. They piece it together, recalling how she always seemed to be consciously limiting her mana use. The knights wonder if his cruel test was actually a twisted act of protection for the injured Julie. But he coldly dismisses their speculation, ordering them back to their rooms until the eliminated participant leaves. As dawn breaks over the desolate, snowy lodge, the tension remains thick in the air. Meanwhile, Julie stands alone in the biting cold, her resolve hardening with every breath. She confronts him directly, only to be met with his cold assessment. "Regrettable, Julie." But she refuses his pity, declaring, "No, it was my mistake," as he listens in silence. "Julie," Deculine calls out, "before you leave, there is something I want to ask." He asks her to remind him of the promise he once broke. She remains silent, wanting to hear the words from his own lips again. His mind drifts to the past, recalling that their promise has long been broken and she still hates him. He questions his own motives, wondering why he stopped her just to keep her in his sight for a few more seconds. Or perhaps, he realizes, it's because he's already become someone who wants to make excuses for Deculine. Her own memories drift back half a year, to the beginning of their end. She had received a letter from the mother of a mage who died under his command, detailing his supposed evil deeds. But when she asked for an explanation, he simply burned the letter, which became the decisive reason for breaking their engagement. Only then did he desperately plead, "The engagement cannot be broken," promising to reveal the truth he had just destroyed. Julie confronts him, demanding to know why he's asking about their broken promise now, after all this time. She's left completely stunned when he simply states, "It was my fault." He continues, admitting that back then, the blame was clearly his and his alone. Deculine then reveals that the other mage's research is still ongoing because he secretly continued it himself. He vows that when it's published, he will share the profits, restore the man's family, and offer a formal apology. "Why didn't you say that back then?" she cries out, her voice trembling with emotion. His only answer is a cryptic one. The man he was back then was completely different from the man he is now. This impossible confession leaves her utterly speechless, a single tear welling in her eye. Overwhelmed by the truth, she turns and flees down the corridor without another word. And as she disappears from sight, he can only whisper her name into the empty hall. From now on, I will try not to love you, he declares, leaving Julie utterly stunned. He coldly suggests they go their separate paths, promising to change his own heart so she won't feel burdened. As she whispers his name, he vows that someday his feelings will truly fade. With a final, dismissive "go safely," he turns his back, ending the conversation completely. His cruel words echo in her mind as she walks away, leaving footprints in the snow. She can't help but wonder if this cold man is truly the same person she once knew. Elsewhere, an observer notes that even with Deculine's immense willpower, his feelings for Julie might be an unstoppable force. 3 days later, the grueling night selection evaluations finally come to a close. A document confirms the results. 4 knights have been chosen to represent the era. And despite his efforts to recommend only one, Deculine is surprised to see they chose all 4, including Julie. Deculine reviews the final selections, turning his attention to the chosen tutoring mages. Suddenly, his eyes widen in disbelief at one of the names on the list. He sits back in his grand office, contemplating this unforeseen complication to his plans. Soon after, the chosen tutors are summoned to the magnificent imperial palace for the ceremony. The first name is called out, Deculine von Greyhon Eucline, as he strides forward with an air of absolute authority. He approaches the throne, the weight of the entire court's eyes upon him. And then, the next mage is announced, a red-haired woman, who can't even stifle a yawn. The final name rings out, Rowena von Schlott McQueen, a woman with a stern and familiar face. Deculine can't believe it. He's been paired with Rowena, of all people. He knows she despises him, and their forced partnership is about to make everything incredibly troublesome. Rowena glares, her voice dripping with venom. Deculine, to see you here again. The memory flashes back a few years ago, to the time of the professor promotion evaluation. Back then, her colleagues rallied around her, declaring, the head professor position belongs to Professor Rowena. She smiled, genuinely thanking everyone for their overwhelming support. It was a fierce competition between her and Deculine, a battle of research versus raw family power. In fact, due to his arrogant character, she had far more supporters who openly despised him. With a clenched fist, she truly believed the head professor position of the Mage Tower would be hers. But at that moment, Deculine was walking silently through the halls, his own plans in motion. Outside the Grand University, the day seemed peaceful, hiding the storm that was about to break. Suddenly, a panicked cry echoed through the halls. Hurry up, it's urgent, as chaos erupted. Rowena is left completely bewildered by the sudden commotion. Wait! Why is everyone in such a rush? She demands, but the man can only stammer in response. The devastating news hits her like a physical blow. Her father, the Lord, has been gravely wounded. It was just the beginning of a cascade of disasters, businesses collapsing and accidents that brought her family to its knees. She knew the source of her family's suffering, a truth that was painfully obvious. All of it led back to one man, her rival, the one she despised with every fiber of her being, Deculine. She swore she would never submit, believing that bowing to such a man meant the permanent ruin of her family's honor. But as the rain fell outside, her resolve began to crack under the immense pressure. Her own father approached her with a heavy heart, acknowledging how much the head professor position meant to her. Then came the impossible request, a choice between her dream and her blood. Could you give it up? By the time she looked back, her entire family was already collapsing around her. Defeated, she falls to her knees in the pouring rain, knowing they have no strength to oppose Deculine's grasp. She rushes to his mansion to plead her case, only to be blocked by guards demanding she leave immediately. Desperate and cornered, all she can do is stammer as they refuse to let her pass. But then, the man himself appears on the steps, coldly asking why she's causing a scene at his home. Biting back her humiliation, she glares at the rival who has ruined everything. I'll give up, she finally screams, her pride shattering in the storm. So please stop now. Deculine just watches her pathetic display from under his umbrella, his expression unreadable. A chilling smirk then crosses his face as he finally speaks, repeating her own word back to her. Stop? He feigns complete ignorance, leaving her stunned as he asks, stop what, exactly? I don't understand what you're saying at all. I thought you came to apologize, he says coldly, but apparently not. He then reveals her family has long survived on his, calling her an ungrateful dog who owes him everything. Rowena is left completely speechless, the weight of his cruel accusation crashing down on her. The insult dog echoes in her mind, a single word that shatters her last ounce of pride. Her inner voice screams in absolute fury at the cursed words she could never have imagined. She thought giving up her dream was enough, but this demon now demands an apology for destroying her life. Just moments ago, she had arrived with her knights, completely unaware of the hell that awaited. But now, her strength completely shatters as her knees buckle in the cold rain. From the ground, she finally breaks, whispering the humiliating words, "I'm sorry, I will apologize." Because no matter how deep the shame, she had no other choice if she wanted to protect her family. Deculine looks down at the broken woman, his silence hanging heavy in the rain. He finally speaks, his voice dripping with contempt, pathetic and lowly creature. The insult hits her like a physical blow, a choked gasp escaping her lips. He continues his merciless assault, calling her a wretched worm from a family with no history. Her entire body trembles with a rage she cannot unleash, his words echoing as truly disgusting. With a final, chilling command, he tells her to get lost and never appear before him again. He leaves her kneeling in the dirt, fists clenched in powerless fury as he walks away. But through the tears of utter humiliation, a terrifying new fire ignites in her eyes. Her inner voice screams a promise. "I have not forgotten what happened that day. This time, I will never lose. The shame she suffered will be repaid," she vows, many times over. The next day, whispers fill the grand halls about someone who suddenly disappeared. The students can only stare in shock, wondering if Professor Deculine was truly behind it. He walks silently through the academy, the sound of his footsteps cutting through the gossip. The chilling truth finally solidifies into a single, terrifying fact. Lady Rowena has gone missing. But Deculine begins a lecture on an entirely different topic, explaining the nature of magical disasters. He calmly demonstrates that to a true mage, these are nothing more than combinations of pure elements. Internally, however, he feels the stinging stares of everyone, all focused on him because of Rowena's disappearance. He scoffs at their foolishness, finding it almost more comfortable to deal with clueless debutantes. With cold certainty, he dismisses the entire affair, thinking, "It has nothing to do with me at all." But the very next day, his world is interrupted by a visitor from the Public Security Bureau. Deputy Director Lilia Primian of the Public Security Bureau arrives, her expression cold and unyielding. "I came because of the disappearance of Lady Rowena," she states, cutting straight to the point. Deculine asks if he's a suspect, but she reveals he was the last person to see her. She presses him for leads after Rowena vanished, but he simply answers with a cold no. With the investigation at a dead end, their tense conversation concludes with a simple "I see." As soon as she's gone, he turns away, a wave of irritation washing over him. He clenches his fist, admitting that being suspected is unpleasant, especially since the original Deculine was a monster. His gaze hardens with resolve, knowing he must navigate this dangerous new accusation. Suddenly, brilliant blue magic erupts around him, a silent summons from an unknown source. A message forms in the glowing runes, a secret report from his agents. "We are still following your orders." He questions the trace of mana, wondering who left a message about following orders. He quickly deduces it must be from his old connections, a dark network he inherited. But a message now gives him a bad feeling, making him question if his own people kidnapped Rowena. A sudden, chilling thought strikes him as the pieces fall into place. He turns his head, sensing a new presence materializing in the darkness. A shimmering, hooded figure kneels before him, its voice echoing with a single word, "Master." Unfazed, Deculine calmly identifies the apparition as simple illusion magic. He looks down on the kneeling figure and gives a cold, simple command, "Lead the way." Suddenly, the scene shifts to a desolate, impoverished street, cloaked in twilight. For even in the most splendid empire, there is a deep and pervasive darkness. He follows the summons into Auckland, a territory defined as the Empire's darkness, a place where light cannot reach. The spectral guide stops before a hidden entrance, announcing, "We've arrived. Please go inside." With its purpose served, the illusion shatters into motes of light, leaving Deculine alone before the passage. He descends the stone steps, venturing deeper into the heart of his shadowy network. At the bottom, he's met by a shocking sight. Two powerful figures kneeling in absolute deference. Their heads bow to the floor as they greet him in unison. "We greet you, Master." Deculine's gaze hardens as he tests their loyalty, demanding, "Speak, what was my order?" They recite his ruthless command verbatim. If Rowena entered the capital, they were to show her no mercy. His worst fears are confirmed. It was his own dark connections that acted on his forgotten order. But as he looks upon their captive, he senses a crucial detail. "Fortunately, I don't see any death variables from them." His subordinate kneels, but Deculine can sense their unease as he prepares to face the consequences of his old command. With a cold voice, he gives a simple order, "Take me to Rowena." He's led to a dark room where his rival, Ruina, is bound and gagged, completely at their mercy. His men explain they've injected her with an anti-mana toxin, neutralizing her magic for 3 days. Deculin realizes the gravity of the situation. His own network has acted, creating a mess he never intended. Though she's unconscious, the villain's fate is now active, cementing her belief that Deculine is the mastermind behind it all. He desperately wonders how he can possibly clear this misunderstanding and remove the new death variable threatening his existence. Just then, one of his men interrupts his thoughts, presenting him with a stack of documents. "A ledger?" he asks, his eyes scanning the first page with a flicker of confusion. But as he reads, his composure shatters, replaced by pure shock at the horrifying truth contained within its pages. A cold sweat forms on Deculin's brow as the horrifying truth of the ledger finally sinks in. "Thank you," he says with chilling clarity. "Now my thoughts are clear," leaving his subordinate utterly confused by the sudden change. He dismisses his men with a wave, declaring his intention to speak with the captive Ruina alone. His subordinates exchange a worried glance, sensing the sudden shift in their master's dangerous demeanor. But they obey without question, leaving the two rivals sealed in the dark room together. Now alone, Deculin's expression hardens, a desperate plan forming behind his cold, calculating eyes. Just then, his captive rival, Ruina, begins to stir, struggling against her bonds as consciousness returns. Without a word, he reaches forward and rips the gag from her mouth, forcing a pained gasp. Her eyes fly open in pure shock as she finally recognizes the face of her tormentor. But her scream of rage is met with a baffling sight. Deculin, as he suddenly collapses, a strange blue light emanating from his chest. Bound and helpless, Ruina's eyes blaze with pure hatred as she seethes. "You!" She threatens him with the wrath of the imperial family, but he cuts her off with a single, cold word. "Ruina." With chilling calm, he reminds her of her dire situation, warning her to choose her words carefully. Powerless and seething, she struggles against her bonds, every ounce of her pride fighting a losing battle. Her strength finally gives out, and she slumps forward in utter defeat with a pained groan. "You already ruined me completely," she whispers in despair. "Why in the world are you doing this again?" But his next words are completely unexpected, an offer that shatters her reality. "You take the senior professor position, Ruina." Stunned, she demands to know why he kidnapped her, only for him to cryptically reply, "It can't be helped." His eyes narrow with grim resolve as he declares this is the only way to remove a mysterious death variable. The scene then flashes back to a little while ago, where a shocking discovery first set this entire desperate plan into motion. A ledger had revealed the original Deculin's long history of evil, from extortion to kidnapping, all carried out by his loyal subordinates. He realized at that moment that this death variable could never be resolved peacefully. No matter what he said or did, he knew one thing for certain. Ruina's deep-seated resentment for him would never simply fade away. But eliminating her was not an option. Her role in the main quest was far too important to lose. He had no choice but to use the very thing he took from her to force her obedience. "I told you never to set foot in the capital again," he coldly reminds her, returning to the present. She retorts that since she repaid her debt to the Eucline clan, his warning no longer matters. "You repaid it all?" he scoffs, calling her claim irresponsible as she stammers in confusion. Leaning in close, he mocks her confidence, sneering, "Don't make me laugh." Deculin coldly explains the concept of compound interest, revealing her family's debt has spiraled to an impossible 1.5 billion. He then threatens to seize her entire residence tomorrow, leaving a bound Ruina to stammer, "What did you say?" As she screams about the injustice, he calmly admits, "Of course, it's a toxic clause." Internally, he reflects on the original Deculine's vicious trick, a contract intentionally designed to be misunderstood. But to control this dangerous variable, he knows he has no choice but to act like a villain. However, there is a way, he suddenly offers, catching her completely off guard. The proposition is as simple as it is insane. Help him become the chairman, and the debt will vanish. He offers her the very position she lost, demanding she serve him as the senior professor. The woman who swore vengeance is stunned into silence, trapped by an offer she can't refuse. Not trusting her word, he presents a binding pledge, ignoring her cries that he's just forcing her hand. "Read it," he commands, slamming the pledge before the bound and helpless Ruina. The terms are simple: absolute silence and 5 years of unwavering obedience. But the penalty for failure is unthinkable, the complete destruction of her magical core. "Deculine, this is nonsense," she screams, trapped and furious at his cruelty. Unfazed, he calmly offers her a deal she never saw coming. "I will return the McQueen family's secret magic to you," he promises, dangling her deepest desire. Rowena is left utterly speechless, her hatred clashing with this impossible proposition. The very heirloom he stole to crush her family is now her potential reward. Think about it carefully, he says, turning his back on her without another glance. The heavy door slams shut, leaving her alone in the darkness to make an impossible choice. Deculine walks away from the dungeon, leaving his rival to her impossible choice. He wonders if his cruel gambit will be enough to finally remove the death variable threatening his existence. But suddenly, a system notification confirms his mission is already complete, leaving him utterly stunned. A slow, satisfied smirk spreads across his face. His perfect plan had worked faster than he ever imagined. Meanwhile, the hooded subordinates who carried out his dirty work wait for their master's return. Deculine appears before them in a flash of blue mana, stepping out of the shadows. The two assassins immediately drop to their knees, showing their absolute deference to the powerful professor. Good work, he says, offering a rare and simple acknowledgement for their loyalty. But as he turns to leave, one of them dares to question him, asking if that's all. Keep your promise, the subordinate screams, revealing that even his own pawns have demands he can't ignore. You clearly said you'd give us money and let us go, the female subordinate screams, her voice filled with betrayal. But her brother suddenly strikes her down, a brutal backhand that sends her flying. She crumples to the stone floor, completely silenced by the unexpected blow. Appa, she whimpers, confused and hurt by her own brother's betrayal. Deculine, completely unfazed, calmly asks the remaining subordinate, "What did I promise you?" With a chilling smile, the man reminds him of the deal: freedom and great wealth. Deculine simply replies, "I see," his mind already working several steps ahead. He realizes the man, despite his loyalty, harbors his own deep-seated complaints against him. Still, their skills are undeniably useful, and he senses the potential of a great wealthy magnate within them. He decides their complaints are manageable. He'll simply stop giving them dirty work from now on. "From today on, I will make good use of you," Deculine declares, offering his subordinates a new path. As they bow in gratitude, he solidifies his control, stating, "From now on, I am your employer." But he adds one final, critical condition, catching their attention with a simple word. "All orders I gave before today are now void," he commands, wiping the slate completely clean. He dismisses them with instructions to find him at the mansion, their new future now set in stone. Deculine then turns and walks away, leaving his old schemes behind in the darkness. He lets out a quiet sigh, mentally exhausted but relieved that his complex plans have finally fallen into place. Meanwhile, at the Mage Tower dormitory, a new mystery begins to unfold. Two students, including the knight Julie, trudge through the halls, completely drained from their difficult studies. Suddenly, Julie's sharp eyes lock onto a strange picture frame, noticing what looks like a hidden magic circle. Julie's eyes narrow on a distant commotion, her mind racing as she recognizes the location. It's the same place where an unidentified magic circle appeared at the start of the semester, one she thought had been erased. Suddenly, a student is consumed by a violent red aura, his screams echoing through the hall as everyone freezes in terror. The dark energy erupts in a massive, blinding explosion. A shockwave of pure, crimson power rips through the entire Mage Tower, shattering the peace. Meanwhile, far from the unfolding disaster, Deculine's car glides smoothly down a quiet street. He calmly asks his new driver, Ren, "Is being a driver manageable?" Who replies with absolute loyalty, "Of course, master." Deculine sits back, his expression unreadable as he reflects on his recent moves. He thinks of the siblings Ren and Enon, vowing he won't use them for evil like his predecessor did. By rewarding them properly, he is slowly turning his former pawns into his most trusted followers. Even his former driver Jeff celebrates a promotion, his life finally blooming under a new master. Just then, the car glides to a stop as the driver announces, "We've arrived, master." Deculine steps out, his expression cold and unyielding as he surveys the scene before him. Suddenly, a system notification flashes in his vision. A new main quest has just begun. Back at the Mage Tower, a terrifying field of red energy engulfs the entire building in pure destruction. Students scream in terror as the crimson corruption spreads, consuming everything in its path. Among the chaos, Julie grits her teeth, realizing the attack is focused on the building for commoners. She confronts a nearby professor, demanding he go inside to save the trapped students. But the cowardly man refuses, claiming he has a weak body and that the chairman is conveniently away. Disgusted by his cowardice, Julie can only watch in frustration as the situation spirals out of control. A desperate student tries to stop Julie, but the determined knight declares, "I'll go." Just as she moves, a calm voice cuts through the chaos with a single word, "Stop." An unexpected figure blocks their path, the prodigy mage, Sylvia, looking down on them with utter disdain. Julie snaps back, telling the newcomer to stay quiet if she isn't going to help with the rescue. Her frustration finally boils over as she clenches her fist, muttering, "I'm tired of this." She's sick of the professors and nobles who act proud but do nothing when lives are on the line. With a final cry, she resolves to handle it herself, ignoring her friend's desperate pleas. But Sylvia simply scoffs, dismissing her as an arrogant commoner, not even worth her time. "Don't get excited," Sylvia warns, pointing towards the disaster, "and watch carefully." In a stunning display, she unleashes a brilliant torrent of elemental magic, revealing power on a completely different level. Julie watches in shock as Sylvia's powerful magic is completely nullified by a sinister red barrier. The prodigy mage explains that demonic energy is mixed into the field, scattering any mana that touches it. "Hold back and don't mess things up," she scoffs, declaring this is no place for a mere debutante. Frustrated and powerless, Julie can only grit her teeth at the condescending remark. Looking up at the chaos, she wonders in despair what on earth is going on. But then, a sudden presence makes her whip her head around in surprise. "Deculine!" she cries out, as the head professor arrives, calmly stating the commotion has gone too far. He walks past the stunned students, approaching the swirling demonic energy without a hint of fear. With a cold, analytical gaze, he assesses the impossible situation before him. He instantly identifies it as barrier magic, but realizes his understanding skill is useless with so little information. This would be better, he decides, summoning a powerful staff perfectly suited for exorcism due to his bloodline. He steps forward as the barrier's demonic energy surges, recognizing its faint but dangerous nature. Nearby, a cowardly professor screams for everyone to hold their breath, paralyzed by fear. But it's too late, as the corrupting tendrils of energy violently ensnare the weaker mages. Amidst the chaos, Deculine remains completely unfazed, prompting a student to cry out his name in shock. He then calmly walks directly into the swirling heart of the demonic vortex, disappearing from sight. The professor went inside the barrier, the students gasp, watching the impossible unfold from below. Inside, the world shifts into a silent, ethereal hall, the quiet center of the storm. Suddenly, the demonic space begins to crack and shatter from an unseen force within. Meanwhile, another mysterious man with a briefcase rushes towards the tower, startling a student nearby. "We're saved!" the students cry, their despair turning to hope as Professor Deculine appears. He calmly asks if everyone is present, only to learn that more are still trapped upstairs. Ignoring their warnings of danger, he simply states with chilling confidence, "I have a way." Suddenly, an ethereal blue energy begins to emanate from his hand, a power they've never seen. The psychic wave explodes outwards, sweeping through the entire floor to locate the missing students. "I will find them all soon," he declares, his gaze piercing the very walls of the tower. This power wasn't random. A flashback reveals his relentless training, honing his control over metal. He had been grinding his skills, memorizing metal reinforcement to evolve his psychokinesis. But during this process, a strange crystal materialized, an unexpected side effect of his power. He had finally unlocked it, a special bonus granted by the game system itself. "Found them," Deculine declares, his psychic search finally complete. This was the detection function of his wooden steel, a power that left others trembling in awe. A special bonus granted by the system, it was a second sensory organ that transcends space itself. While the rescued students sob in relief, Deculine knows the easy part is over. The demonic energy is a ticking clock, and there's no time to dismantle the barrier normally. But then, a sudden realization strikes him with chilling clarity. A barrier this complex wasn't just a spell. There had to be a caster who activated the switch. His gaze shifts, sensing the hidden enemy is probably right here among them. Without a word, razor-sharp shards of crystal begin to materialize around him. He unleashes a massive projectile, sending it hurtling towards the unseen foe as screams erupt. Deculine's eyes widen as his unique sensory ability locks onto a target. A cold, confident smirk spreads across his face, his eyes glowing with power. "Found it," he thinks, his gaze fixed on the unsuspecting crowd. He knows the one who activated this death trap is hiding right among the survivors. Without a moment's hesitation, he begins to gather an immense amount of mana. Razor-sharp projectiles suddenly form, aimed directly at the terrified students who scream his name in confusion. The lethal shards hurtle towards the crowd, an indiscriminate attack on the very people he just saved. But just as they're about to strike, the projectiles halt mid-air, inches from their target. His chilling voice echoes, "Found you." The attack stops before the true culprit, the dorm supervisor, whose face twists in pure shock at being exposed. The origin engraved in your body cannot be hidden, Deculin declares, cornering the terrified supervisor. He coldly exposes her, stating, "Ash flows from your hair, so stop acting now." Her disguise shatters, revealing a terrifying mage from the ashes to the horrified students. Her meek expression twists into a cold, hateful glare, the act finally over. This secret society, the Ashes, is a despised den of dark and illegal mages. "There's one thing you don't know, Deculin," she scoffs, her confidence returning. She raises her hand to cast a deadly spell, vowing that the Ashes show no mercy. But to her utter shock, absolutely nothing happens. Instead, a mysterious power violently throws everyone into the air, their screams echoing through the hall. Even Deculin is caught completely off guard, baffled by this sudden, overwhelming force. Furious at his composure, the villain unleashes a torrent of fiery magic. "Die!" she screams, sending a massive inferno crashing down towards the students. But Deculin's eye simply reflects the approaching blaze, completely devoid of fear. The attack vanishes as everyone lands safely, leaving the other students in stunned silence. "You call that a flame?" he scoffs, utterly unimpressed by her pathetic display of power. She panics, insisting it was just a greeting while questioning if her own magic is failing. "Take this," she yells, firing a concentrated blast of pure blue mana directly at him. But he effortlessly summons a crystalline spear that stops her attack dead in its tracks, shocking her. "It's not my mistake," she roars, unleashing a final, desperate wave of chaotic purple energy. Yet the dark magic is instantly tamed, forming a majestic phoenix now under his absolute command. "Ugh, he's dismantling all my magic," she cries out as her power crumbles before him. Every spell she casts simply dissolves into harmless particles around his immaculate suit. "Damn it! How is this possible?" she screams, unable to comprehend the absolute gap in their power. But she doesn't realize she's fighting a Yuke line, a bloodline that grows stronger by consuming the very demonic energy she wields. "Too bad, Mage of the Ashes," Deculin says, his own mana flaring with overwhelming intensity. She desperately tries to resist, insisting, "You cannot be my opponent here." But in an instant, she's brought to her knees, completely defeated. "That's why you are called Ashes," he declares with cold contempt. She can only look up in stunned fury, questioning his words. He then verbally destroys her, calling her vermin with a dirty origin that has no hope of salvation. The defeated mage seethes, taunting him about the students trapped inside her barrier. "Then I'll explain the flaw in your half-witted brain," Deculin coldly retorts. With a snap of his fingers, he unleashes a terrifying surge of power that fills the entire hall. The very foundations of the tower begin to crack and shatter under the immense pressure. He explains her fatal mistake, tying the barrier to the building, which means it disappears when the building is gone. "That itself shows your intelligence is severely lacking," he declares with absolute contempt. She laughs in disbelief, asking if he's really going to destroy the building to break the barrier. But his expression turns grim as he utters a single, mysterious name that freezes her in place. "Alos. Don't think I don't know you," he says, revealing a hidden connection that leaves her stunned. As her world shatters, he begins to conjure a devastating spell, preparing to end it all. His spell detonates with a cataclysmic explosion, shattering the very air around them. "You crazy bastard!" Alice screams, her plan crumbling before her very eyes. She's blown away, convinced he's a mere projection that will simply return to its main body. But as the dust settles, she can only stammer in disbelief, realizing the horrifying truth. Deculin stands completely unharmed, his hand flaring with terrifyingly controlled mana. A single, perfectly formed crystal of pure power floats before him, aimed directly at her. In a flash of crimson light, her form is violently torn apart. But only a hollow mannequin clatters to the floor, revealing she was never truly there. Ignoring the puppet, Deculin turns to the terrified students and issues a sharp command. "Everyone gather!" As the entire tower begins to violently shake and collapse around them, absolute chaos erupts. "Epherney, hurry!" a friend screams as they desperately flee the crumbling tower. A massive explosion rips through the building, shattering its structure in a cloud of dust and debris. The once proud tower is reduced to a pile of rubble, with survivors scattered below in shock. Suddenly, her friend spots a figure in the distance, pointing with a gasp. "Ephrine, over there." It's Professor Deculin, standing unharmed with the other students, who whisper in sheer relief. "We're saved." Ephrine and her friend race towards the group, shouting the names of their classmates to see if they're okay. They embrace in a tearful reunion, her friend sobbing, "I was so scared suddenly the dorm turned gray." Ephrine explains what happened, revealing Professor Deculin solved everything, and the culprit was a mage from the ashes. Her expression shifts, a silent realization dawning on her as she processes the professor's true power. As Sylvia checks on him, a thought echoes he wasn't an overhyped fake, and a system window declares his main quest complete. In the shadows, a mysterious figure looks upon the ruins, asking his defeated subordinate, "Did it fail? You look terrible." The former dorm supervisor, Alos, stands silently, her failure laid bare before her superior. He scoffs at her loss to a mere greenhouse flower, questioning if their trust in her was misplaced. "You know nothing," she snaps back, warning that Deculine is a force not to be underestimated. She reveals a glowing potion, admitting they couldn't fill it completely, but the mission wasn't a total loss. Her ally agrees, vowing they'll achieve their goal step by step and simply blame the attack on demons. A chilling thought reveals their true purpose, using the vitality and mana of mages as materials to create dolls. Back in the present, Alos lets out a sigh, the immediate danger of her debrief seemingly over, but her master clutches the stolen essence, lamenting that the path of faith is always filled with thorns. A terrifying red eye glows in the dark as he swears they will never give up their quest for the manifestation of that being. Alos remains silent as her master holds the stolen essence, a small victory in their long, twisted path. She scoffs internally at the pathetic fanatic bastards who foolishly dream of reviving a dead god. Though their fanaticism disgusts her, she admits it's a necessary evil to achieve her own twisted dream of creating dolls. This is merely a partnership of convenience, where they will keep using each other until their goals are met. The very next day, Professor Deculine stands before his students, the air thick with unspoken tension. "You all know that something was found in the ruins," he begins, cutting straight through the whispers and rumors. He reveals it was a bizarre spell formula, completely alien to their teachings but strangely familiar to one Ephorny once created. And when mana is poured into this recreated formula, a dark and menacing power begins to manifest. The runes form a chilling message: await the punishment of ash. The moment to test your weakness will come. Deculine realizes these are words declaring war, and the true enemy of this world has finally shown its fangs. "This matter is for people above the level of professors," Deculine declares, ordering his students to simply focus on their studies. But just as they relax, he announces one more thing: a practical assignment handed down by direct imperial order. A wave of shock and confusion ripples through the classroom at the mention of the Empire's involvement. Deculine then reveals the ominous name of their new trial, the Dark Mountain Training. The scene cuts to the mountain itself, a place steeped in darkness and forgotten fears. Ephorine shivers, remembering this place was sealed after a demon appeared here years ago. Yet, under the professor's command, they step into the forbidden territory once more. She knows this is the new Emperor's will to forge mages capable of fighting the encroaching demonic threat. Their objectives are clear: gather materials, analyze a mana phenomenon, and hunt a magical beast. Ephorine scans the trees, noting the unsettling quiet. Fortunately, there don't seem to be any dangerous phenomena yet. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes puts Ephorine on high alert. "What is that? A magical beast?" she yells, ready to smash whatever lurks in the shadows. But the figure that emerges from the darkness isn't a monster at all. It's Sylvia, who immediately scoffs at her classmate, "Stupid Ephorine." Sylvia coldly asks if she's also trying to finish the assignment, noting that even as a top student, Ephorine leaves no openings. "Why? Are you worried about getting beaten again?" she taunts, leaving Ephorine fuming at her harsh words. But the real shock comes when Sylvia reveals she's already finished the mana observation assignment. "Time is a bit twisted here," she explains, claiming she's been wandering the mountain for over 20 hours. Ephorine is baffled, knowing it hasn't even been 20 hours since their class ended. Looking at Sylvia's disheveled state, she begins to wonder if the impossible could actually be true. Sylvia looks down at a shocked Ephorine, cryptically admitting, "That is probably because of me." As she turns away, Ephorine is left to grapple with the impossible time distortion her rival just described. Meanwhile, back at the university, an urgent voice calls out for Senior Professor Deculine as he strides across the grounds. Imperial Knights intercept him, demanding cooperation, but he simply commands them, "Speak." The knight delivers grave news from the Intelligence Bureau concerning the University Mage Tower's Dark Mountain. The report is chillingly simple. A man named Rohakan has entered, and Deculine's expression turns grim. That name alone conjures the image of a legendary monster, a man known only for bloodshed and destruction. Deculine immediately realizes his students are trapped on that very mountain for their training assignment. A system notification suddenly appears, confirming his worst fears. A mid-boss event is now active. "Good," he says with cold resolve, immediately giving the order. "Let's go to Dark Mountain." Deep within the Dark Mountain, the students are suddenly confronted by a mysterious, powerful old man. He calmly explains the twisted time flow is merely a side effect of his personal barrier. Stunned by his overwhelming presence, Ephraim can only ask, "Who are you?" The ancient mage strokes his beard, offering a simple name. "My name is Merkin." Meanwhile, Deculine learns this. Merkin effortlessly evaded the Empire's best agents to reach the mountain. The professor's jaw clenches, his cold fury rising at the Intelligence Bureau's catastrophic failure. Without a word, a terrifying torrent of blue mana erupts from his body, ready for war. Back in the forest, Sylvia trembles, realizing the aura of mana coming from the old man is no joke. This is power on a completely different scale, the power of an archmage. Drawn by their pure mana, the man leans in, a chilling smile on his face as he prepares his question. The archmage stands over a pile of bodies, offering a mysterious reward if the students grant his request. Ephraim's eyes glow with suspicion, demanding to see the reward first, which only makes the old man chuckle. With a simple gesture, he summons a radiant fairy of light, a creature of immense magical power. The raw energy washes over them, leaving Sylvia completely disoriented by the display. "Don't panic," he advises the terrified Ephraim. "Take a deep breath and accept it." Following his command, she closes her eyes and tries to calm her racing heart. Suddenly, another burst of brilliant green light erupts, engulfing Sylvia in its power. As the blinding light fades, a bewildered Sylvia can only ask what just happened. He reveals they are spirits meant to aid their growth, a gift only the talented can receive. Sylvia realizes he casually created 2 highest-grade spirits, forcing her to question just who this man truly is. The old man makes a simple request, asking them to deliver a letter to his family. Ephraim accepts, thinking the small item she received in return was much better than money. But as they part ways, a cold voice suddenly echoes through the woods. "So you were here." Everyone turns in shock as the imposing figure of head Professor Deculine appears before them. "It's been a while," Deculine says calmly, his eyes locked onto the mysterious old man. He then utters a single, world-shattering name that freezes the students in place. Rohakan. This man isn't just a great mage, but the continent's worst criminal, wanted for the assassination of the Empress. For Deculine, a main quest has just activated, confirming this legendary figure's importance. "Is what we just heard true?" the students ask, turning to their professor in utter disbelief. But Rohakan simply smirks at the professor, unfazed by the revelation. "Oh? You became the senior professor? Your talent shouldn't have been enough," Rohakan scoffs. But Deculine coldly replies that many things have changed. The Archmage accuses him of treachery, sneering that talent doesn't change so easily. "Some things do change," Deculine counters, revealing he effortlessly bypassed the Archmage's legendary barrier. For the first time, a flicker of shock crosses Rohakan's face as his eyes glow with a dangerous light. Ignoring the threat, Deculine orders his students to flee Dark Mountain at once, but Ephraim hesitates. Rohakan insists the spirits he gave them are normal, reminding them of their promise as magical crystals float menacingly. "Really? I'll trust you?" the old man taunts, but Deculine remains silent and unmoved by the provocation. "Hurry," Deculine commands, pushing the students away from the impending battle between 2 titans. His warning is chillingly direct. "If you get caught up in this, you could die." He then creates a path for them with his wooden steel, ensuring they won't get lost in the treacherous forest. With a final plea, "Don't lose," Sylvia turns to run as Deculine gives his last command. As his student flees, Deculine's gaze hardens, his focus shifting to the true threat before him. The legendary Archmage Rohakan stands ready, his mana already manifesting as deadly crystalline projectiles. Rohakan reveals he's aware of the trap, listing the exact number of knights and mages surrounding them. "Are you trying to stall for time?" he scoffs, revealing he's already slaughtered countless agents sent after him. But Deculine's confidence is unshaken. "I never intended to lose," he states, enraging the ancient mage. Then comes the twist that shatters Rohakan's expectations. "Because I'm not going to fight." Deculine reveals his true insight, asking if the Archmage's real target is the mysterious temple. Instead of fighting, Deculine offers him an escape route, prompting Rohakan to realize something is different about this man. With a final, chilling warning, Deculine declares, "This is the last time I'm letting you go." Rohakan questions if this mercy is for old time's sake, but Deculine coldly reminds him, "I feel no affection for the one who murdered the Empress Dowager." The Archmage falls silent, his expression unreadable as he processes the chilling response. With no time for small talk, Deculine orders him to leave quickly, and the ancient mage complies without argument. But just as he's about to vanish, Rohakan pauses, a final, crucial question on his mind. "Do you believe in a god, Deculine?" he asks, a question that seems to probe the very nature of this world. Deculine recognizes its true weight, realizing it strikes at the heart of the main quest he's trapped in. With unwavering conviction, he gives his answer, a declaration of absolute self-reliance. I believe only in myself. The Archmage looks back, seemingly impressed by the sheer certainty in that statement. A slow smile spreads across Rohakan's face as he calls it a good answer, one perfectly suited to the man before him. As a parting gift, or perhaps a new burden, he offers Deculine a mysterious, glowing book. Rohakan leaves Deculine with a special book, a record detailing the fanatics that exist in this world. With a final, take care, the ancient Archmage vanishes into the woods, leaving Deculine alone with the cryptic gift. A system notification immediately confirms the completion of Rohakan's story, rewarding him with a new catalog and shop currency. Deculine realizes Rohakan isn't evil, but a critical pillar of the main quest, a character who must never die. He deduces the Archmage was simply drawn to his talented students, hoping the old man won't cause any more trouble. Suddenly, a loud bang echoes through the forest, snapping him out of his thoughts and putting him on alert. A smirk crosses his face as he realizes the old man's game, deciding to play along with the crafty snake. Meanwhile, the authorities have already been mobilized, launching a massive manhunt for the elusive Archmage. For 3 long days, police and knights scour Dark Mountain, desperately trying to capture the wanted criminal Rohakan. But their efforts were completely futile. A knight reports to the Empress that the Archmage Rohakan has already escaped the capital. Unimpressed, she scoffs that the long report simply means they lost the Empress's assassin. But her interest is suddenly piqued by the news that Deculine fought a magic battle with the Archmage. The knight recounts arriving at a scene of utter devastation, evidence of an intense battle. He then reveals they found Rohakan's blood, suggesting Deculine actually managed to injure the legendary mage. Meanwhile, back at the Grand Estate, a different kind of tension is brewing. Ephraim walks alone, her mind heavy with a secret she can't share. She recalls Deculine's stern warning that their meeting with Rohakan must remain an absolute secret. He simply told her, "If you made a promise, just keep it." Now she's torn, questioning why her professor would command her to keep a promise to a wanted criminal. Still wrestling with her professor's command, Ephraim mutters that maybe it just suits a man like Deculine to associate with criminals. Unseen by her, Deculine's eyebrow twitches in irritation, as if he could hear her very thoughts. Shaking off her doubts, she decides to focus on class, bracing herself for whatever strange lesson he has prepared this time. But as she opens the door, she freezes in utter disbelief at the impossible sight before her. The classroom is gone, replaced by an open platform floating impossibly high above the university grounds. Deculine stands calmly at the edge, having somehow turned the entire classroom into a perfect replica of the university itself. She stares in wide-eyed shock, her mind struggling to comprehend this grand-scale display of magic. His voice echoes across the platform, announcing that class has begun and anyone late is already disqualified. He then declares the day's topic is real combat response, sending a wave of panic through the students. Suddenly, the world is sealed within a massive virtual barrier filled with magical beasts, and their lesson becomes a terrifying 3-hour fight for survival. Ephraim steels herself after Deculine's chilling farewell. Well then, good luck. She wonders what kind of brutal class he has prepared, already sensing its cruelty. Suddenly, a strange sound catches her attention, and she rushes off to investigate. Meanwhile, Deculine watches from afar, his expression cold and calculating as his plan unfolds. He knows a disaster will soon strike the Mage Tower, and the growth of 2 specific students is essential. But he can only wonder if they truly have what it takes to survive. Can they make it this far? He questions, knowing the path ahead is filled with peril. Back on the training grounds, Ephraim finally finds the source of the noise, a simple training dummy. She stares in confusion, completely baffled by the seemingly harmless object before her. But a chilling reveal shows an eliminated student has already been turned into a lifeless doll. Ephraim's eyes snap open as a low growl echoes through the desolate hall. Looking up from the floor, she sees a monstrous white wolf blocking her only escape. The beast lunges with a ferocious roar, its eyes glowing with a menacing red light. But just as it attacks, a strange green aura suddenly envelops the creature, stopping it cold. An unseen force slams the beast into the ground, its powerful lunge completely neutralized. "You're messing around, little punk," a new voice sneers, effortlessly. Her taunt is cut short by a strange sound as a river of blood begins to pour from the floor above. Up there, 2 more of the beasts lie defeated, twitching in their final moments. The true source of this power is revealed as Sylvia, her hands glowing with overwhelming elemental magic. Ephraim can only stare in awe, asking the powerful mage if she'll escape with them. Sylvia simply nods, coldly wishing them good luck, as if their survival is none of her concern. She turns her back on them, deciding there's no reason to stick with people who aren't helpful. Suddenly, a mysterious little girl appears in the path, looking up in confusion. She finds herself facing a monstrous golem perched on the rooftops, its presence radiating pure menace. But instead of fear, a wicked grin spreads across her face as she realizes this is no mere joke. The scene shifts to a vast, ruined city, the scale of the professor's virtual combat lesson finally revealed. Ephraim peeks out, stunned by the sheer scale of the simulation and relieved to still be alive. Her relief is short-lived as she screams in terror, startled by Sylvia, who has appeared right behind her. "Don't scare people," Ephraim yells, but Sylvia just stares back blankly, completely unfazed. With only an hour left, Ephraim realizes they must find and destroy the barrier's core to have any chance of escape. "Sylvia, what are you talking about?" Ephraim asks, completely lost by the genius mage's cryptic words. A blush creeps across her face as she blurts out, "So are you asking me to form a party with you?" Sylvia falls into a dead, awkward silence, a bead of sweat tracing down her annoyed face. Finally, she turns away with a huff, clarifying, "I'm saying I'll help you. If you need my help that badly," she adds with a condescending sparkle, reluctantly forming an unlikely alliance. With their truce formed, Sylvia explains the barrier's core must be in the center of this A-class classroom. She reveals this classroom is the pinnacle of magitech, built with hundreds of mana stones to sustain unique environments. But she sighs in frustration, admitting the real problem is they can't identify the barrier's center. Worse, with wild dogs and golems hunting the few remaining survivors, finding it won't be easy. Ephraim suddenly asks a bizarre question that leaves Sylvia completely baffled. "What about the bats?" Ephraim points out the strange bats circling outside, noting how they never attack. In response, Sylvia closes her eyes, channeling her immense mana to investigate the phenomenon. Her magic flows outwards, connecting with the creatures to trace their invisible paths across the sky. As she maps their flight patterns, she lists every key location they pass over. Their role isn't attacking, it's scouting, Sylvia realizes, explaining something must be collecting data at the center. A confident grin spreads across Ephraim's face as she connects the dots. The gymnasium, right? She looks to Sylvia, completely sure of her deduction for the first time. Sylvia offers a backhanded compliment. Not as stupid as usual, sparking Ephraim's immediate fury. With their target finally identified, the unlikely duo sets off to find the source. But what they don't know is that at the barrier's core, Professor Deculine is already waiting. The students finally step into the heart of the illusion. "We found the center of the barrier, Professor Deculine," Sylvia announces, finding him already waiting. He calmly acknowledges her success, but reveals the true test is to dismantle the barrier herself. With unwavering eyes, she accepts the challenge. "Yes, I know." A cold smirk crosses Deculine's face as he dares her. "Then give it a try." But his final words, "If you can, unleash a horde of monstrous wolves from the shadows." Sylvia flinches as the beasts growl, the ground shaking from their sheer pressure. Their eyes glowing with a blood-red aura, the pack of demonic wolves lunges forward. Unfazed, Sylvia raises a hand, unleashing a brilliant storm of multi-elemental magic. Her devastating spell surges forward, meeting the monstrous tide head-on in a blinding flash. Her incredible spell annihilates the entire wolf pack, leaving even Deculine momentarily stunned by its sheer power. He recognizes her genius, noting how she used primary colors to create a new landscape and erase his summons. "You don't need to think of me like the other students," she declares, confidently striding towards him. With unwavering eyes, she introduces herself as if for the first time. "I'm Sylvia, Professor." Deculine acknowledges her perfect magical performance but adds a chilling "however that hangs in the air." In a flash, he appears behind her, pointing out a critical weakness. "Your body is too exhausted." With a cold, decisive motion, he declares her eliminated from the test, shattering her victory. But a single tear falls as a defiant smirk crosses her face. "I don't think so." Suddenly, a strange green energy erupts from her hand, catching the professor completely off guard. Yet, a crackling blue aura surrounds him, neutralizing her desperate attack as he simply says, "Oh." Deculine is engulfed in crackling blue energy, the raw power of the spirit shocking the entire chamber. Ephraim screams as the same uncontrolled mana lashes out, electrocuting her the moment she arrives at the core. Just moments before, Sylvia had used her incredible magic to forge a direct path for them, impressing Ephraim with her skill. They had a plan. Sylvia would be the distraction while Ephraim struck the final blow, promising, "Leave it to me." But back in the present, Deculine stands completely unharmed, a faint smile on his face as he says, "Yes, you two won." With a single thought, the blue energy shatters in his hand, signaling the end of the entire simulation. All around them, the monstrous rock guardians he summoned crumble into dust, their purpose fulfilled. Ephraim beams with pride while an exhausted Sylvia stands beside the professor, their combined effort finally paying off. The dark, menacing chamber transforms back into a golden hall as the barrier completely dissipates around them. Meanwhile, across the training grounds, the other students begin to wake up, completely dazed and confused about what just happened. The deadly simulation ends, returning them to a normal classroom as if nothing happened. Deculin explains how one student created a world with magic, while the other dismantled his layered barrier in an instant. And for the first time, a faint, almost imperceptible smile crosses the professor's lips. He reveals today's class was a drill for real-world disasters, emphasizing the absolute importance of cooperation. Then, he distributes demonic energy gas masks, a chilling reminder of the very real threats they face. He calls out the two who passed his impossible test, his voice echoing. And Ephraim, Sylvia. With a simple well done, he turns and walks away, leaving the entire class in stunned silence. The two girls can only stare, completely shocked by the unexpected praise from their ruthless professor. As he exits the hall, the weight of his approval hangs heavy in the air. Ephraim shivers, whispering in disbelief. Goosebumps. Did you know Deculine could smile? That same night, within the grand walls of the Mage Tower, a new plan is set in motion. Inside a quiet, ornate office, the professor begins his preparations. Deculine stands before a blank blackboard, his mind already calculating the next phase of his intricate design. He channels his unique power, the legendary Midas's hand, infusing the mundane object with incredible magic. A confident smirk crosses his face as he declares, "This should be enough." The next day, his work complete, the professor arrives at his destination with a new tool at his disposal. He looks upon his creation with satisfaction, simply stating, "Good." He reveals a blackboard in his office, an exact replica of the one in the Mage Tower classroom. This is no ordinary board, but a twin blackboard linked by mana, its connection unbreakable by any interference. Because as he explains, a mid-boss event is already underway, and he plans to watch every second of it. All his preparations are for the Baron of the Ashes, a formless parasite that takes over mid-ranked characters. The students must solve this alone, as the Baron's appearance is random, but he trusts the clever ones will be enough. A knock at his door summons him, and he calmly replies, "All right, I'm coming down." He arrives at the Mage Tower's 40th floor party hall, a grand and lavish room. An announcer welcomes two new visiting professors, imperial citizens who have returned after great accomplishments abroad. The man introduces himself as Vargan, but the room tenses when the woman beside him simply says, "I am Ruina." Deculin coldly observes the crowd, deducing the Baron is likely already parasitizing one of the people here. He dismisses some possibilities, thinking to himself that Adrene and Ruina are ranked too highly to be targets. His suspicion falls on the new professor, but he quickly dismisses it, admitting, "No, I don't know yet. But one thing is certain. The Baron of the Ashes is preparing to parasitize one of the people gathered here." Deculin's mind races with a chilling thought. Perhaps the Baron has already found its host. In that same instant, a sinister shadow twists and solidifies within the grand hall, its presence unfelt. Later, after the party concludes under the setting sun, the tower falls quiet. Ruina collapses into a chair, utterly drained, muttering, "That was truly the worst welcome party." But her exhaustion quickly hardens into a cold fury directed at those damn professors. They once treated her as Deculine's rival, but now they just whisper and ignore her. She was completely excluded from every toast and conversation, left utterly alone in the crowd. Those trashy bastards were even petty enough to have her food removed from the table. She recalls their eyes full of ridicule, realizing this is a humiliation she'll have to keep enduring. She must get used to it, but as she resolves to endure, a dark power begins to stir. A few days later, Deculin arrives at the Imperial Palace's Hall of Learning to greet His Majesty. The Emperor sits slumped in her throne, unimpressed by her new tutor's arrival. For their first lesson, she asks what he has planned, but he surprisingly suggests they just chat instead. Her demeanor she presses him, noting that anyone who fights the Archmage considers it a miracle to survive, yet he stands there perfectly fine. "I was lucky," Deculin replies coolly, dismissing the legendary feat as Rohakan simply being exhausted from a life on the run. The Emperor scoffs at his excuse, her voice dripping with sarcasm as she asks if the intelligence agents who died were simply unlucky. He immediately realizes the Emperor is avoiding the lesson, but he knows he must not let her drag him along. After all, the Emperor is the most important figure in this world, and if she becomes lazy, the game's difficulty will rise dramatically. Pushing forward, he presents a magical paper to test her aptitude, only for her to coldly state, I'm sure I said I didn't want to. Deculin stands his ground, declaring he is a teacher, and has no reason to remain if not for a lesson. The Emperor coldly reminds him that tradition and learning often involve doing things one does not want to. But his unwavering gaze fascinates her, making her realize the man named Eucline is even more formidable than the rumors claimed. Very well, she concedes, warning that the lesson ends the second it becomes boring. Meanwhile, a car speeds through the city streets, carrying someone whose fate is also tied to the professor. Inside, Rowena sighs wearily, clutching her head as a painful headache sets in. Damn Deculine, she seethes, her face twisting with pure hatred for the man who ruined her. She remembers him as a devil, who built his empire by cheating, using, and trampling over everyone. So why am I hearing different stories, she wonders, confused by the conflicting reports of his actions. She overhears students dreading his brutal class, yet admitting that despite the difficulty, they actually learn from him. Even the students are whispering in disbelief. Deculine is good at teaching? No way. But Rowena can't accept the heroic rumors that he stopped to train, fought an archmage, and solved the dormitory disaster alone. There's no way, she screams internally, her entire reality beginning to fracture. She remembers him as a cowardly man who kidnapped her, utterly incapable of such legendary feats. Stop talking nonsense, she seethes, dismissing it all as nothing more than inflated rumors. Suddenly, a strange vision flashes through her mind, a mysterious figure shrouded in dark energy. The driver's voice pulls her back to reality as the car stops. Lady Rowena, we have arrived. Stepping out, she stumbles, shaken by the fleeting image that felt all too real. Pull yourself together, she mutters, forcing herself to focus on her critical mission. She looks up at the Grand Palace, her purpose hardening her resolve. I'm here to see Her Majesty. The imperial tutoring lessons had officially begun, a matter of great political importance. But Her Majesty the Emperor couldn't stifle a massive yawn, clearly unimpressed. Enough, Rowena snaps, cutting the ruler off mid-complaint. The Emperor, unfazed, clarifies that her issue is with the lesson itself, calling it a little boring, a word that stuns Rowena into defending the previous instructor's methods. Realizing her grave error, she immediately drops into a desperate bow. I apologize, Your Majesty. The Emperor dismisses the apology, instead demanding an interesting story to alleviate her boredom. A dark, calculating look crosses Rowena's face as she considers what kind of story to tell. Her mind flashes back to the grand towers of the magical academy, as she internally seethes. Is she saying my lesson was more boring than Deculine's? Humiliated by the Emperor, Rowena returns to her quarters, sighing that nothing is going right. Suddenly, her eyes fall upon a mysterious, wax-sealed letter left on her desk. She opens it only to find a formal notice of her expulsion from the Magic Society. But instead of despair, a twisted, almost manic grin spreads across her face. Her mind flashes back to when two professors eagerly invited her to join their ranks. It was a calculated approach, a political move to use her against a common enemy. They saw her as a pawn, a convenient tool to replace the powerful Professor Deculine. But the very people who pushed her forward now mock her as a pathetic loser. Their cruel laughter echoes in her mind as shadowy figures all point and cast her out. And behind it all, she sees the cold, judging eyes of Deculine himself, his voice branding her a failure. Rowena's bitter chuckle escalates into a full-blown, manic laugh that echoes through the room. She violently crushes the expulsion notice in her fist, the paper crumpling under her rage. Bastards, she seethes, her voice a low growl. Shut the hell up. Her eyes burn with a dark, vengeful light, as she remembers how they used her like a disposable tool. I'll get revenge, she swears, a promise of death for every single one of them. But suddenly, an excruciating pain seizes her body, forcing a gasp from her lips. She's thrown back by the agonizing shock, her body no longer under her control. A torrent of dark energy erupts from within, consuming her as she collapses. Meanwhile, on the 20th floor of the tower, a different kind of battle is taking place in a quiet study room. Sylvia immediately shoots down Julie's idea, bluntly stating, "No, I don't think so," as Ephraim nervously tries to keep the peace. A cheerful student named Eurozon brings snacks for his study group, telling them to eat while they work. Inside, the group banters about their assignment's progress, with one student teasingly taking all the credit. The students enjoy the snacks, grateful for Eurozan's contribution as they continue their light-hearted conversation. But as they stand before the grand doors, a sudden, ominous presence washes over them. What was that? Ephraim wonders aloud, thinking it might just be a prank as a strange sound echoes from the doorway. Her unease grows into alarm as she calls out into the darkness, demanding to know who's there. Suddenly, she's violently yanked forward, stumbling over a body lying motionless on the floor. She looks up to see another student, Rotan, and asks with relief why he was just standing outside. But when she touches his shoulder, he remains eerily still as she calls his name again. He slowly turns, revealing a gruesome, fatal wound as his lifeless body collapses, leaving Ephorine frozen in pure terror. Ephorine screams, reliving the horrific vision of her friend's mangled corpse. Suddenly, Sylvia cries out as a strange green energy erupts from her hands. The shockwave sends Ephorine flying backward, crashing hard against the wall. "You guys saw that too, right?" she stammers, desperately looking to her friends for confirmation. The students stare into the darkness, terrified as Ephorine asks, What is that thing?" But Sylvia's eyes glow with power as she gravely states, "This is serious." Her vision pierces through the building, revealing the entire magic tower is being engulfed in a mysterious ash. "I am only telling you what I see," she explains, unable to describe the strange phenomenon to her confused friends. She confirms the lower floors are swallowed, the entrance is blocked, and the ash itself seems to have a bewitching property. Panicked, Eurozen voices their only hope. "Shouldn't we ask the professors for help? We can't even get out," Ephorine despairs, just as a terrifying crash shatters their hopes. Eurozen trembles, the memory of their dead friend Rotan flashing through his mind. Suddenly, the door erupts in a black, cursed ash fire, sealing their only escape route. Panic consumes them as they realize they're trapped and need to find a safe place immediately. Ephorine desperately searches her memory for any classroom that could possibly withstand this onslaught. Then it hits her, there's one place, reinforced with expensive and powerful magic stones. "We're all heading to the A-class classroom," she declares, ignoring protests that it's too far. With a determined gaze, Sylvia agrees, knowing that any hesitation means death for them all. The other students brace themselves, fear and resolve mixing as they prepare to run for their lives. Ephorine throws the door open only to be met by a corrupted monster lunging from the darkness. Ephorine unleashes a desperate spell, combining wind and earth to buy them a precious few seconds. The invisible shackles bind the corrupted creature, tearing it apart with raw, magical force. "Now, run!" Sylvia screams, leading the terrified students in a mad dash down the corridor. But the monster's shriek echoes as it shatters the restraints, lunging for the slowest one in the group. Ephorine spins around, throwing up a desperate last-second barrier to block the fatal blow. Sylvia grabs her hand, pulling her to safety as they continue their desperate escape. They find refuge in a nearby room, but the ominous silence is broken by the creeping shadows overhead. Peeking out, Ephorine's heart sinks at the horrifying sight that awaits them. The hallway is crawling with monsters, their former classmates now twisted into mindless puppets of the ash. "Impossible," Sylvia states grimly, explaining that the tower's magic-engineered floors have sealed their only way down. With no other option, Sylvia grimly declares they must subdue their former friends. She immediately unleashes a torrent of overwhelming elemental magic, blasting the corrupted students aside. The force sends bodies flying as she screams for the others to run, clearing a temporary path. But their escape is cut short when they find the main staircase is a blood-soaked, impassable nightmare. More ash puppets shamble up from below, completely trapping them on the floor with no way down. "A staircase? That much I can do," Sylvia states coldly, her power now rivaling an archmage's. She carves a new path through the tower's very structure, leading Ephorine and the others in a desperate sprint. Their flight takes them past the A-class banner, a grim reminder of the school they're fighting to survive. A single, brightly lit doorway appears ahead, a beacon of hope in the suffocating darkness. They burst into a safe room, but as the door slams shut, the question hangs in the air. "What do we do now?" "Good question," Ephorine says, knowing they can't just wait for a rescue that may never come. She steels her resolve, remembering that a true mage must always keep a cool head, even in the face of death. Suddenly, she finds Sylvia, who scoffs, "Ephorine, you idiot, look at this." They stare at a glowing blackboard with 4 rules. Identify the core, avoid confrontation, survive, and remember this board is their only link. "Did Deculine write this?" Ephorine gasps, while Sylvia smugly reminds her to call him Professor. In a moment of defiance, Ephorine scrawls, "Deculine is stupid," directly onto the magical blackboard. Sylvia glares, completely exasperated by her childish prank in a life-or-death situation. But before she can scold her, Sylvia shouts, "Wait, Ephorine, words are appearing by themselves." The board glows as a message appears from the man himself, his presence felt from afar. "This is Deculine. Speak." And with chilling authority, the message concludes. And Ephorine gets a penalty point, leaving her utterly speechless. Sylvia and Ephorine realize the blackboard is their only lifeline to Professor Deculine. Taking charge, Sylvia immediately begins writing their desperate plea for help. Another student takes over, explaining the tower is overrun with zombies and they're cornered in the A-class classroom. Their words are punctuated by the horrifying sound of the undead pounding on their only door. He begs for the barrier password, and a single, cold response appears from Deculine. Understood. A complex spell formula instantly materializes on the board as Ephorine shouts, "They're here!" The door finally splinters under the relentless assault, their last defense about to be breached. The formula erupts from the board, covering the entire classroom floor in a massive, glowing magic circle. As a student is grabbed, Sylvia gives the final command with cold resolve. Activate the spell formula, but the powerful magic has an unforeseen, terrifying cost, leaving a classmate motionless on the floor. The students erupt in cheers, believing they've survived the ordeal. Ephorine offers an awkward smile, but Sylvia's expression remains unreadable. But their relief is short-lived as they recall Deculine's chilling message. No help is coming, they must save themselves. One student scoffs at the professor's irresponsibility, pressuring Ephorine to plead with him since she's his supposed favorite. Sylvia's patience wears thin as she glares, tired of the infighting. Suddenly, a new message from Deculine appears, revealing his analysis. The source of the disaster is on the 23rd floor. What's on the 23rd floor? Sylvia wonders aloud, a new mystery unfolding before them. Her classmate recalls there's nothing special there, only the office of the new professor, Ruina. Meanwhile, Deculine considers the grim reality of the situation. Every monster they face is one of their own classmates. As he connects the 23rd floor to her office, a single name comes to his mind. Ruina? Deculine realizes the ashes have parasitized Ruina, but the power scaling makes no sense. He questions if his own torment weakened her mind, making her vulnerable to this dark power. Meanwhile, his message reaches the students, declaring he's designing a new magic to fight the ash. But one of the nobles, Beck, scoffs at the absurd idea of creating magic so quickly. Sylvia, her patience gone, coldly silences him with a single word. "You're noisy." She declares Professor Deculine is far more useful than his complaints, so he should shut his mouth. "Show that dignity you're always obsessed with," she says, her icy glare cutting him down. Turning to Ephorine, Sylvia insists they must help their professor from inside the tower to escape. Ephorine grins, realizing they share the same grim idea, which Sylvia quietly confirms. Their chilling plan is revealed. They will capture one of the monsters and dissect it themselves. Inside the tower, a chilling silence hangs in the grand hall. Suddenly, students begin to choke, coughing up a vile black sludge that burns from within. They realize in terror that the very components of their bodies, water and earth, are being targeted. The mysterious ash turns their own elements against them, dissolving them into nothing. But a new magic, creation, begins to manifest, attempting to reconstruct a bandaged victim. A powerful symbol slams into the student, trying to reverse the horrific decomposition. However, a dark force fights back, dragging the student back into the shadows. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Ephorine don their masks, ready to execute their own dangerous plan. Far away from the chaos, Professor Deculine works in his pristine laboratory. He's already cracked the code, designing a perfect counterspell to neutralize the ash's control. Deculine's perfect plan hits a wall. He's missing the one component needed to decompose the ash. Suddenly, an assistant approaches his desk, breaking his concentration with an unexpected arrival. A magical message appears from Sylvia, delivering the exact research results on the ash powder he desperately needed. With the final piece of the puzzle in hand, a confident smirk spreads across his face. Deculine's message arrives, declaring the spell is complete thanks to her data, leaving everyone stunned by his impossible speed. An impossibly complex and massive spell formula illuminates the blackboard before them. Ephorine stares in awe, sweating at the sheer scale of the magic, muttering, "This spell formula is enormous." Deculine's voice then echoes from the board, posing the ultimate challenge. "Can you activate this spell formula?" Receiving their confident reply, "We can," Deculine simply says. "Good." His grand counterattack now set in motion. Inside the mage tower, a dark corruption rumbles as it spreads through the once hallowed halls. The ominous ash slithers across the doors, sealing the students inside their doom. A malevolent voice whispers its desire for complete erosion from the heart of the darkness. Possessed by this very entity, Ruina's body contorts as she screams, "Shut up," her will completely broken. Meanwhile, the trapped students stare in disbelief at the impossibly complex spell Deculine sent them. One of them panics, realizing the magic circle is far too large to even draw on the floor. But Sylvia steps forward with unwavering resolve, declaring, "Don't worry, I'll draw the magic circle." The student points out another fatal flaw. They lack the mana and will need a catalyst. Just then, Another student reveals a magic amplifying bracelet, the one artifact that might just save them all. Inspired, Ephraim steps forward offering her own magical bracelet, declaring "I'll help too." A nervous Beck follows her lead, presenting his own artifact to be used as a catalyst for the impossible spell. With a determined gaze, Sylvia also agrees, knowing they must all escape this nightmare together. One by one, the other students place their precious magical items into a growing pile, their only hope for survival. With the catalysts gathered, Sylvia turns to Ephraim. "You draw the..." The other students are confused, demanding to know the details of this incredibly dangerous plan. Sylvia reveals her strategy. She will become a decoy for the puppets while Ephraim races to inscribe the massive barrier. "Then what about us?" a student asks, only for Sylvia to command them to stay behind and pour mana into the catalysts. She warns them that the magic circle is so vast they must not stop for a second, or the entire spell will collapse. Sylvia gives a final, grim warning: "We only have one chance." With a brilliant flash, the collected catalysts activate, unleashing their latent power. She sprints into the open, shouting "Over here!" to draw the puppet's attention. Ephraim watches her go, whispering a desperate plea for her to stay safe. With the decoy in place, Ephraim dashes down the corridor to begin her own critical task. But Sylvia's path is immediately blocked by a hulking shadow monster. Unfazed, she glares at the beast, dismissing it as nothing more than a golem of ash. A powerful fiery explosion erupts, completely engulfing the shadow creature. The burning golem crashes to the ground with a final, choked gurgle. Sylvia unleashes a powerful blast of ice, flash freezing the attacking puppets. Her classmates watch in stunned silence as the monsters are completely encased. But from the ashes, a massive fire golem erupts, shattering the ice with raw power. "My mana, that was close," Sylvia pants, nearly drained from the effort. Before she can recover, a monstrous shadow with glowing eyes lunges to devour her. She's slammed into the ground with bone-crushing force, the impact cratering the floor. Injured and trembling, she struggles to push herself back to her feet. She stumbles backward, desperately trying to escape the overwhelming presence. But a chilling voice echoes from a new figure. "You have an interesting talent, I'm jealous." Sylvia freezes, recognizing the twisted figure as Professor Rowena, wondering if she's the true cause of this nightmare. "I'm jealous, so I should kill you," the possessed woman snarls, forcing Sylvia to scream for Ephraim to hurry. Suddenly, a bright green orb of energy flares to life, the signal they were desperately waiting for. Elsewhere, the other students frantically channel their power, shouting, "Stay focused, we have to keep supplying mana for Ephraim." "That's her signal," one of them yells as the green light pulses. "Now!" At once, they offer their personal jewelry as catalysts, the items erupting with immense magical power. The strain is unbearable, and Eurozin groans as the spell begins to drain him completely. "Damn it! Hold on a little longer," Beck grits out, pushing through the agonizing pain. He can feel his own mana vanishing in an instant, the spell demanding far more than they ever imagined. Beck collapses as the spell drains him completely, whispering, "Ah, no." He realizes with horror that if this continues, everything will have been for nothing. His body won't move, but suddenly he sees a strange figure in the distance. He desperately tries to focus on the shadowy silhouette, wondering who it could be. The sight feels strangely familiar, but his consciousness is rapidly fading. Meanwhile, Ephraim's grand spell finally erupts in a massive blast of purifying energy. She falls to her knees, the magic circle complete but her body now utterly spent. A cold voice echoes from the shadows. "You succeeded, but now you have no mana left." The possessed Rowena looms over her, snarling, "You did something useless, I'm in a very bad mood." The possessed Rowena sneers, her eyes glowing with pure malice as she declares, "I'll kill you first." She unleashes a torrent of dark, corrupting mana, an overwhelming attack meant to annihilate Sylvia completely. Yet even in the face of certain death, Sylvia's defiant gaze does not waver for an instant. Suddenly, a figure moves with impossible speed, blurring into existence between the two. Professor Deculine arrives, calmly raising a hand to erect a barrier that completely neutralizes the deadly spell. Sylvia can only stare in stunned silence, barely comprehending her professor's sudden appearance. With the danger past, the last of her strength gives out and she begins to collapse. Deculine catches her gently, his voice firm and approving. "Good work, Sylvia. You lived up to my trust." Cradling his fainted student, he turns to face the enemy, stating coldly, "From now on, this is the professor's responsibility."